This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1119. Yang-bo began to think in his mind that he would use Lisa in front of him to achieve his goal. Lisa's identity is fine, but she has multiple identities, so her disguise is the best. Lisa was originally a student of the Battleship Command Department of the Federal Military Academy. And she is also a psychic superpower. Because to enter the Battleship Command Department, you must first be a psychic superpower. Of course, psychic superpowers are divided into many types and many levels. People like Wang Mushua are the top psychic superpowers, and not every psychic superpower can become a battleship commander, because they need sufficient professional knowledge, and battleships are also divided into many levels. Wang Mushua is the commander of the main fleet. He can be said to be a rare talent in the Battleship Command Department. Others command warships of different levels according to their own situations. Some can only be the vice captain of the lowest level warship in their whole life. The vice captain is the captain's deputy, and has almost no command authority. However, spiritual superpowers, like Lisa, are already very rare. It is even rarer for people to enter the Federal Battleship Command Academy, under the conditions of the Federation. But to be a commander of a warship in the Federation, you not only need to be professional, and have enough superpowers. More often than not, they will become lackeys of those big forces. On the surface, the Federation's fleet belongs to the Federation, but in fact, the Federation's fleet belongs to the Federation's consortium. Miss Lisa, although I am not a graduate of the Battleship Command Academy, my battleship command ability is higher than your dean. Yang-bo smiled and looked at the innocent Lisa in front of him. Lisa's dress gives people the feeling of a pure and innocent student. However, Yang-bo's camouflage ability has reached the level of a grandmaster, so some of Lisa's inadvertent little actions betrayed her. And to be honest, in the society of the Federation, those who can go to school to the level of Lisa are not naive. Generally, I really want to ask you some skills in warship command. I wonder if it is convenient for you. Lisa also came with a mission this time, mainly to find out who is behind Li John. These forces in the Federation are very afraid of Li John. After all, Li John's 3 C-class warships are not under the control of these forces. Moreover, John Li's growth has affected the interests of these big forces. These big forces will not allow John Li, an uncontrollable factor, to continue to grow. Although Lisa and Vivian have the same purpose, they are not in the same department, and these intelligence personnel are in single-line contact. Of course, no problem. No one knows more about fighting than me. If those pirates come again, I will defeat them again. Yang-bo disguised himself as John Li and answered with confidence. Generally, you are so amazing. Your 2 battles with pirates are said to have been written into our college's textbooks. The college is now analyzing various data of your battle, General Li. So how did you do it, General Li, to defeat the pirate fleet in one fell swoop? Lisa stared at Li John with admiring and pure eyes, and asked. Hee, fighting depends on talent. Yang-bo smiled. Lisa didn't believe what Li John said from the bottom of her heart, because in modern warfare, fighting is actually fighting information. Why was John Li able to defeat the Pirate Alliance ship? Did he have real talent? Anyone who knows a little bit knows that John Li ambushed the Pirate Alliance fleet. So why was John Li able to ambush at this precise location? Is it really a talent? It's impossible. Human warfare has long entered the era of information warfare. Whoever gets more information will hold the balance of victory. So Lisa's other goal this time is to find out John Li's intelligence system. Who provided the information to John Li? It allowed John Li to ambush the pirate fleet accurately. And the pirate fleet changed its formation on this road. General Li, modern wars are all information wars. So how did you do it, General Li? How could you ambush the pirate fleet accurately on its route? Lisa asked like a good student. Of course, this was analyzed based on a variety of information. Yang-bo answered. Then who provided the information to General Li? And General Li, where did you recruit the fleet members from? Lisa asked quickly. Yang-bo disguised himself as John Li and said proudly, in fact, I was misleading those pirates from the beginning. I know better than anyone what kind of people in our Federation are. I knew that someone from the Kalaya gang wanted to betray me, so I drove the fortune alone to show them. From this moment on, I have been misleading everyone. That is, from this moment on, I have begun to make arrangements for the victory later. I also know that the Pirates' United Fleet will definitely keep an eye on all personnel related to the warships on our side of the Federation, so the people I am looking for are not from the Federation. And I gave the Pirates' United Fleet a wrong message, that is, I am waiting for them in a star field. These pirates are also skeptical, but I have already left Karaya State. If they want to find me, they must first go to the star field I mentioned. Because I am in control of the warship, Once I disappear from the public's view, they have no other source of information and have no idea where I am in control of the Fortune warship. You can say that I forced them to go to the star field I mentioned first. Then the rest is relatively simple. The place where the pirate joint fleet gathers will definitely not be within the Federation. And there are only 3 routes from other places to the star field I mentioned. But the route I ambush is the shortest. Although there are some obstacles on this route, no one will hinder the pirate fleet. Because someone wants me dead and takes my property. The rest is easy, I just need to find a place to ambush and give them a surprise. Yang Bo said with a grin. When Lisa heard what John Lee said, she didn't believe it in her heart, but she still looked very surprised. General, you are so awesome. Hey, Captain, you still have a lot to learn. Lisa is now a captain in the Battleship Command Academy. General, do you need anyone else in your fleet? You also know that it will be extremely difficult for a student like me to enter the fleet in the future? My family background is not very good, it can only be considered a middle-class family. They can support me and complete my studies, which is the greatest effort. There are too many people related to the battleships in our Federation now. If I enter the army step by step, I am afraid that it will take decades before I can become the captain of the lowest level battleship. Lisa wanted to go to Li Zhan's fleet right now. That won't work. Yang Bo refused seriously. Why not? Seeing Li Zhan's look, Lisa had some guesses in her mind, thinking that Li Zhan's fleet was not under his control, but was controlled by the people behind him. My private fleet is private. Yang Bo made Li Zhan's tone even more severe. In fact, this was also a disguise of Yang Bo. Li Zhan's tone would make people suspicious. Because John Lee gives people a very crazy personality, and now talking about this matter seriously, then there is a problem. I don't care. I just want to learn something from the general. Lisa disguised well, and the reasons she found were also convincing enough. Since there are no major military conflicts in the 3 countries of the Federation, the Alliance, and the Empire, there are many military personnel, whether they are officers, various technicians, or various professionals. Now the military personnel of various countries are gaining experience. It's hard to say how strong they are when they are actually on the battlefield, because modern warfare is more about information and equipment. Although John Lee has won 2 battles against pirates, if he encounters a country's main fleet, he will have no choice but to run away. No, you can't learn anything in my fleet, and what you learn is completely different from what I have on my warships. Yang Bo started fishing. Completely different? General, what do you mean? I am very familiar with the command system of the Empire's warships, including radar systems, early warning systems, energy detection systems, energy identification systems, and energy protection systems. Lisa continued to ask. Anyway, my warship is not suitable for you. Yang Bo did not explain, but just refused. Lisa heard Li Zhan's refusal, and was more certain that there was something wrong with Li Zhan's warship itself. So Lisa changed the direction and asked, then do General Lee have enough people on the 2 new warships he received? Of course, let alone 2 warships. There are enough personnel reserves for 5 more warships. Yang Bo nodded. Well, I wanted to learn command skills from General Lee, but now it seems impossible. General Lee, can I ask a more presumptuous question? Lisa looked pitiful. Ask. Yang Bo answered directly. Can I visit your warship? Lisa asked this because John Lee asked her to come privately. Green Tea certainly thought that John Lee asked her to come for other purposes. I'm afraid that won't work. The warship just returned to the airport and needs to take turns to rest. Let's talk about it after the rest is completed. Yang Bo shook his head. Generally, although I have been in class for so long, I have never really seen what the command room of a warship looks like. Lisa said this and hugged Li Zhan's arm with both hands, holding Li Zhan's arm between her chest. This? Yang Bo pretended to be hesitant. General, the great achievements you have made are an example for us to learn from. I came here from the Federal Command Academy this time. Many of my classmates knew that I was here. They laughed at me and said that you are an arrogant person and looked down on us students who have not graduated yet. Lisa also has psychic superpowers, so she can sense that Li Zhan is a little worried, as if he can't make the decision himself. This makes Lisa very excited, so she decides to take the next step. Because Lisa has already analyzed that Li Zhan's fleet probably does not belong to Li Zhan, but to the Alliance and the Empire. Not in a short time, because the warship needs maintenance. Yang Bo paused for a few seconds, then took his hand out of Lisa's chest and shook his head. I can wait. How long will it take? Lisa asked quickly. About 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, the warship system will be optimized and upgraded. After the key system maintenance is completed, it can be launched. Yang Bo deliberately let the cat out of the bag. Lisa keenly grasped the warship system optimization and upgrade that Yang Bo mentioned. This is already a big news, so Lisa decided to wait a little longer. Of course, she still had to keep Li Jian in her hand while waiting. Then she heard Li Jian say, "The warship has experienced war and energy shock, so the radar system and all systems need to be maintained. After all, I have offended the pirates and the people in Korea State. Maybe they have already united." After hearing Li Jian's explanation, Lisa was more certain that there was something fishy, because Li Jian's arrogant personality would cause problems with his explanation. "Yeah." Lisa nodded. Then she made an appointment with John Lee, who readily agreed. Lisa reported today's intelligence to her superiors. The Federal Intelligence Department was very interested in the intelligence collected by Lisa, so they decided to send a more senior specialist to assist Lisa in collecting intelligence on John Lee's warships, because John Lee mentioned the optimization and upgrade of the warship system, which is definitely not something that ordinary people can do, because John Lee's warships are the export models of the Empire. The most likely person who can optimize and upgrade the systems of these warships is the Empire. It will make the controllers of the Federation feel very difficult. If the Empire is involved in this matter, then does the Empire want to subvert the Federation? So the Intelligence Department of the Federation sent higher-level specialists who have enough knowledge of the Empire's warship system, so that they can tell whether Li Jian's warship system is maintenance or upgrade optimization. Yang Bowie pretended to be Li Jian, and after sending Lisa away, he smiled in his heart. "I don't know what big fish I can catch this time." It's a pity that the President and Vice President of the Federation are surrounded by people who are proficient in spiritual superpowers, and even people who are proficient in the soul. Although Yang Bo has the ability to be invisible, he also knows that his invisibility ability is not omnipotent, because he can be invisible, but his soul cannot be hidden. If someone with a higher level of mental power or soul, or a more sensitive person, may be able to detect his existence. Let's go to the Green Demon Star first. Yang Bo put aside the matter of Koreabang, and went to the Green Demon Star to take a look. Chapter 1120. Oh my god! The top brass of the Federation are colluding with the Pirate Alliance. I didn't expect the news I leaked to Lisa and Vivian to be known by the Pirate Alliance Council so quickly. It seems that the forces in the Pirate Alliance are complex. Now we know that there are the Third Fleet of the Alliance, the Empire, and the Federation. Who would have thought that the Federation Intelligence Department and the Pirate Alliance Council are actually colluding? Yang Bo had just arrived at the Green Demon Star, and soon learned some news from several elders of the Pirate Alliance Council. The Pirate Alliance Council is now plotting to attack John Lee, because the Pirate Alliance Council suffered too much loss this time. The Ninth Fleet caused a direct loss of more than 100 billion credit points to the Pirate Task Force, according to the latest agreement between the Pirates and the Pirate Alliance Council, because the Pirate Alliance Council provided wrong information. The Pirate Alliance Council needs to compensate at least 30% of the loss, and the mission the Pirate Task Force accepted this time was only 200 billion credit points. The Pirate Task Force only had 200 billion credit points for such a large fleet of 6 pirate groups, mainly because this time it was just a double yellow show. Everyone could get tens of billions of credit points after going around, so why not? But they didn't expect to run into the Ninth Fleet this time. The pirate groups in the Pirate Task Force believe that the Pirate Alliance Council provided wrong information, because the Pirate Alliance Council has a commission for each mission, and the stolen goods obtained from the mission are also sold at a very low price. If, according to the agreement between the two parties, the Pirate Alliance Council provided wrong information, then at least 30% of the pirate group's losses must be compensated. That is to say, the Pirate Alliance Council must compensate at least 40 trillion credit points. Relatively speaking, the loss of the Pirate Alliance fleet against John Lee is smaller. The biggest loss of the Pirate Alliance fleet is 3 C-class warships. 1 was destroyed by John Lee and 2 were captured. But don't forget that the Ninth Fleet is the main fleet of the Alliance. And John Lee only has 1 C-class warship that he robbed. The Pirate Alliance Council should not think about retaliating against the Ninth Fleet now, because doing so will push the Alliance directly to the opposite side, and the Alliance will definitely send troops directly. That is to say, the Pirate Alliance Council can only suffer in silence when facing the Ninth Fleet, and the Pirate Alliance Council vented all its anger on John Lee. Because John Lee is a soft persimmon, the Pirate Alliance Council decided to strike John Lee with thunder, but before that, it still needs to collect more information about John Lee, because all the evidence shows that there is definitely a bigger force behind John Lee. But the Pirate Alliance Council is a little confused now, because the Pirate Alliance Council has enough intelligence networks at the top level of the 3 countries. All the evidence shows that no big force in the three countries supports John Lee. But John Lee shows that there is someone supporting him. So now the Pirate Alliance Council also suspects one person, that is the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Some people who control the Federation already have agents in the Pirate Alliance Council. The Federation did not welcome people like John Lee to share the Federation's cake, so the two sides hit it off. What Yang Bo did not expect was that the Pirate Alliance Council would get the news so quickly. More than a dozen elders of the Pirate Alliance Council were meeting in the virtual conference room. We will be able to get all the information about John Lee in a month and a half at most. This time we must strike John Lee with thunder. The governor of Korea State and more than half of the Senate are willing to provide us with information, because the appearance of John Lee has caused huge problems in the distribution of interests in Korea State. Some people in the Federation are also dissatisfied with the appearance of John Lee, so they are willing to provide information and provide convenience to our Pirate Alliance as much as possible. As long as John Lee is on the Federation's territory, we don't have to worry about the Federation officials. We must take action before John Lee takes control of the new service and obtains 2 warships. Yang Bo, through the spiritual seed, seemed to be listening to the meeting himself. Yang Bo is now listening to the content of the meeting through the perspective of the 9th Elder of the Pirate Alliance Council. It's the idiot leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Where has this bastard gone recently? We must catch this bastard. The 9th Elder spoke up at this time, because he was severely punished by the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates when he attended the Pirate Alliance meeting. I also think that we must find this bastard. It's not him. How can our council be so passive? It's because of this bastard that we have to bear responsibilities that we shouldn't bear. Several other elders also spoke up. Because the Pirate Alliance provided wrong or inaccurate information to the pirate group in the past, it didn't have to bear any responsibility at all, but now, because of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Group, the Pirate Alliance has to bear more responsibilities that it shouldn't bear. In addition, the price of selling stolen goods. Interstellar pirates can rob a lot of goods in one robbery, so these goods must be distributed through the Pirate Alliance, and the distribution price is half lower than that on the black market. It's not that these pirate groups want to sell to the Pirate Alliance, it's not that the pirate groups don't have sales channels, but because some of the strategic materials needed by the pirate groups need to be provided by the Pirate Alliance. For example, the various weapons on the warships and the channels for purchasing warships are all controlled by the Pirate Alliance. In other words, if you don't sell the stolen goods to the Pirate Alliance, then you can't buy these warships. In other words, these pirate groups risk their lives to steal things, but in the end they serve the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance Council hates the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Group to the core. There has been no news about this guy recently, maybe he is hiding. And I suspect that the incident with the Pirate Task Force may have something to do with us. I believe everyone knows how perverted our council's information channels are. At least we can almost grasp the whereabouts of the main fleets of the 3 countries. The Great Elder of the Pirate Alliance Council spoke at this time. The Great Elder of the Pirate Alliance Council said this. In fact, it is not an exaggeration at all, because the actions of the main fleets of the 3 countries need to be approved by various levels. The council itself has many powerful forces from 3 countries participating, so the whereabouts of the main fleet can be said to be known very clearly. Even if the whereabouts of the main fleet are kept secret, the time and direction of the disappearance of the main fleet, then the Pirate Alliance can also calculate these main fleets by themselves, and maximize the appearance range within a certain period of time. As long as they avoid these main fleets, the pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance can avoid danger. We have some people in the 9th Fleet, but their level is too low. And we don't have enough personnel on March Star. Although we know that the 9th Fleet has left the airport, the 9th Fleet has sailed in silence, so we don't know the location of the 9th Fleet at all. We also warned the task force at that time, so this time it should not be that we provided wrong information, but that the task force itself was too careless. Several other elders spoke up. Because different tasks of the Pirate Alliance are in charge of different elders. The reason why these elders are in charge this time is because they are responsible for selling the goods in the 3 transport ships of the Roman group. The more than 10 elders in the Pirate Alliance Council distribute different types of goods. That is to say, if the goods robbed by the pirate group this time are sold by these 2 or 3 elders, then this task will also be carried out by these elders. To put it bluntly, the forces behind these elders can easily sell such goods, and the things transported by the pirate task force to attack the Roman group this time are also the responsibility of these elders. If we trace it back to the source, the tens of trillions of compensation are mostly paid by these elders. So these people hate the Silver Moon Pirates leader that Yang Bo pretended to be. This person must be dug out. We don't care about the 9th Fleet for now, But we must deal with Li Jian quickly. Keep a close eye on everyone going to Karaya State. The 2 warships captured by Li Johnson require at least 2,000 operators. Keep a close eye on everyone in the 3 countries who are involved in the operation of the warships. We must find out who is behind John Lee. The elder of the Pirate Alliance Council personally handled this matter this time, mainly because it was too strange, and many people suspected that there was a problem within the council. But there is another key reason, that is, the council does not know the specific route of the Pirate Alliance fleet. Could it be the Empire? After all, most of our warships were purchased from the Empire. If the Empire tampered with the warships, it would be easy to know a lot of things. An elder spoke up. Impossible. If the Empire really does this, who else would dare to buy their warships? Some words are not spoken casually. Our Pirate Alliance is the largest purchaser of Empire warships. The Empire also has some gloves in the Pirate Alliance Council, and of course, it will oppose when someone hears such doubts. We will know after investigation. The elder who spoke was not from the Empire, but a competitor of the Empire, with a Federation background, because the Federation can also manufacture C-class warships, but the Federation can never compete with the Empire in the battleship market. As for why the Pirate Alliance rarely buys battleships from the Alliance, it is because the Alliance will disclose a lot of information. Also, the political circle of the Alliance is too complicated. Some confidentiality regulations or confidential transactions signed by the previous president may be directly decrypted by the next president, so some politicians in the Alliance dare not sell battleships to pirates, for fear that this matter will be exposed and then cause huge opposition, because some presidents of the Alliance sold warships to third parties, and then the third parties sold them to pirates, and finally they were exposed and stepped down. Although this has nothing to do with the president, the final responsibility falls on the president. Even Charlie, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star, is now the leader of the pirate group, and he also bought warships from the Empire. As for why the warships of the Federation did not occupy much of the market, it was mainly because of the high price and poor quality. Are these elders in the Pirate Alliance Council also in a competitive relationship? Can we start from this aspect? Yang Bo muttered to himself while reading the spiritual seeds of the 9th elder. In society, there are games within each circle. The Pirate Alliance Council is not monolithic, because there are at least 2 elders selling stolen goods for each category of goods. Some even have as many as 3 or 4, and there is also competition between them, because the stolen goods are obtained at such a low price, and the minimum profit of reselling is 5 to 6 times. The Pirate Alliance Council does not have specific regulations, so Yang Bo did not continue to check after checking for a while. Instead, I got a reassuring message from Vivian. That is, the Secret Intelligence Division under the Federal Department of Homeland Security sent a deputy director and 2 senior commissioners to Karaya State. The 2 senior commissioners are mainly intelligence experts in super weapons, and asked Vivian to cooperate with the 2 intelligence experts to approach John Lee's warship. Evaluate the system of John Lee's warship. Deputy Director of the Intelligence Division. And 2 senior commissioners. TSK, we actually caught 3 big fish. Yang Bo was very happy. So how do we deal with these people? I think it's better to be direct, because the level of these 3 people is still a bit too low. They are just deputy directors of the Secret Intelligence Department. It would be best if they were some senior staff of the Department of Homeland Security. These senior staff of the Federal Department of Homeland Security may know more. Yang Bo was thinking about how to target these 3 people. But the route the 3 people came from is confidential, so it's a bit too difficult to intercept them in space. But if they come into contact with Vivian or Lisa, it will be inconvenient for me to deal with them, because this is likely to make the Federal Department of Homeland Security suspicious of Vivian and Lisa. I still have to use these 2 people to fish. Yang Bo absolutely refused to admit it, because the 2 of them were beautiful, and knew how to take care of men's emotions, and Vivian was the most beautiful female singer in the Federation, and she brought Yang Bo a stronger sense of physical and psychological pleasure. Yang Bo finally understood why some people like female stars, because they look at how female stars look in public, and then look at how they look under him. Forget it, let's just be the deputy director. First, use the spiritual seed on this guy, and then see who knows more than him, then deal with this person, and then change people. And according to the time node, the Pirate Alliance Council said that it would take 1.5 months to figure out Li Jian's confidence, which may be related to these people. Then who should I put the blame on? It's not easy to put the blame on this person. If Li Jian's background is too big, then Li Jian's enemies may retreat. If the background given is too small, those people will not believe it. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Chapter 1121. Green Goblin. a very mysterious planet. This planet has been kept secret by the Alliance for a long time. Even now there is very little information about this planet, because once a lot of information is disclosed, it will cause an uproar. From the official news of the Alliance, we only know that Green Goblin is a planet with a high degree of autonomy. It is also the only autonomous administrative planet in the Alliance. The highest administrative body of Green Goblin is the Green Goblin Planetary Council. There is no distinction between the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Green Devil Star is the largest producer of mutant materials in the entire Alliance. The Export Trade Management Committee under the Green Devil Star Planetary Parliament is the only legal import and export management agency on the entire planet, responsible for managing the quotas and prices of import and export materials on the entire planet. The chairman of this Import and Export Management Committee is a super strongman nicknamed the Golden Armor King. The most intuitive achievement of this Golden Armor King is to blow up an armed spaceship with only his own physical strength. He blew up the armed spaceship of the Ashes organization. No one knows how strong the King of Golden Armor is, and no one knows the background of the King of Golden Armor, because this person always wears a suit of armor every time he appears. According to some people's speculation, the King of Golden Armor should be infinitely close to S-level strength, except for the King of Golden Armor. There are simply too many strong men on the entire Green Goblin Star, but most of these strong men on the Green Goblin Star are mutants, so the Alliance strictly restricts the movement of mutants on the Green Goblin Star. The backgrounds of these mutants are also very complicated. Many of them are experimental products from the laboratories of various pharmaceutical companies in the past. Of course, the Alliance will definitely not announce these black materials. The import and export trade auction of Green Devil Star attracted pharmaceutical companies, insurance companies, financial companies, and biological gene companies from the entire Alliance. Because Green Devil Star also needs to import a huge amount of materials. TSK. I didn't expect that there would be such people in our Alliance. The scene of the import and export trade auction of Green Devil Star, many representatives of pharmaceutical companies who came to participate in the auction saw real mutants for the first time. Some of these mutants have some characteristics of plants, and some have some characteristics of animals. For example, the chairman of the Green Goblin Planet Parliament, the Tiger-Face King, and representatives of various other planetary parliaments. It opened the eyes of the representatives of the Alliance pharmaceutical companies. In fact, these pharmaceutical companies have also participated in some experiments on the Green Goblin planet before. It's a pity that the laboratory has been destroyed long ago, and the personnel and others inside are also missing. Some were eliminated by people on the Green Goblin planet, and some were silenced by the pharmaceutical companies. Therefore, very few people can actually see mutants. What opened the eyes of the representatives of the pharmaceutical companies was that although these mutants wore various armors, they also used various high-tech equipment. This huge contrast made these people feel a little unreal. After all, one side looked like they were wearing ancient armor, and the other side was wearing a smartwatch. And the entire auction venue was also equipped with a variety of hardware smart devices. It was just that these participants seemed a little out of place in this occasion. Yang Bo disguised himself as King Jinjia, but actually King Humian had prepared all these things long ago, but these people were afraid of some mistakes in the middle, so they asked King Jinjia to testify here. After all, King Jinjia slaughtered dozens of members of the planetary parliament at one time in the parliament hall last time. Let everyone realize that King Jinjia is much stronger than themselves. Because King Jinjia's sky breaking is not something that everyone can use, it requires abnormal mental superpowers to kill dozens of tribal kings in an instant. Because the Golden Armor King did not use the high-tech sky splitting, but the oldest sky splitting that was driven by the first generation of mental power alone. Quiet. Please read the details of this bidding carefully. If you violate it, you will be expelled from the Green Devil Star, and the relevant company will be permanently blacklisted. The Tiger-Face King personally presided over this auction. The Tiger-Face King was very happy recently because his family and the Empire had come to this planet. This was also taken over from the Empire by the Alliance Intelligence Department through many efforts. Tiger-Face King was a citizen of the Empire. He was deceived and sent to the Green Devil Star as a test subject. The test was successful, and then he led the people in the laboratory to establish his own power. Of course, these people were hiding underground at that time. They collected various mutant animals and plants through hunting, and then exchanged them with the Ashes organization for various high-tech equipment. Although the Alliance has established many outposts on this planet, it cannot use strategic weapons for the resources of this planet, so the mecha game was developed, allowing gamers to remotely control drone mechas to fight against the natives of the Green Devil Star. And Yang Bo also rose to prominence with this game. Tigerface King had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Bo, and then guided Yang Bo to target other tribes. Of course, Tigerface King didn't know that King Jinjia was the disaster star before. Yang Bo looked at more than 1,000 company representatives participating in the bidding. Yang Bo knew that there was not much he could do on the Green Devil Star, because the Alliance would never allow too much power on the Green Devil Star. A main fleet of the 8th Fleet is stationed here, not only to protect Green Goblin Star, but also to monitor Green Goblin Star, although in theory, the Green Goblin Star Planetary Parliament has great authority for self-governance, but some words are just for reference. If the Green Goblin Star Planetary Parliament dares to vote to leave the Alliance now, then this parliament will immediately encounter a major disaster, and perhaps all members will disappear in the disaster. The reason why the Alliance allows Green Goblin Star to be autonomous is mainly because the benefits were unevenly distributed in the early stage, and a small number of people own the resources of this planet. The other forces in the Alliance wanted to compete for the resources of this planet in a relatively open and fair environment, so they allowed this planet to be self-governing. When Yang Bo disguised himself as the King of Golden Armor, he used this to successfully make the planet self-governing. The reason why the Import and Export Trade Management Committee of Green Demon Star was able to operate smoothly this time was because Green Demon Star itself did not have the ability to digest these resources, and still had to exchange some Alliance products through these resources. This guy doesn't look like a medical representative. He looks a bit like an intelligence officer. This guy doesn't look like a businessman. Yang Bo would watch the people attending the meeting from behind his armor, and judge what they were doing by observing them. Hey, this guy looks a bit like the Red Earl's man. Yang Bo saw another guy dressed up in a shiny outfit. This guy's temperament makes him look like the Red Earl's man. Hee hee. This guy is next to the representative of the 8th Fleet. Is this guy going to attack these generals of the 8th Fleet? Yang Bo saw that the guy who looked like the Red Earl was right next to the representative of the 8th Fleet. The 8th Fleet was responsible for the security of the auction, because the representatives participating in the auction had to leave the Green Devil Star immediately after the auction. These people were not allowed to contact other people on the Green Devil Star. The new commander of the 8th Fleet was also an admiral. He was originally the deputy director of the Battleship Command Academy of the Alliance Military School, and later became the deputy commander of the Air Force under the Alliance Ministry of Defense. The commander of the 8th Fleet was replaced by Yang Bo last time he came to cause trouble. This deputy commander is fully qualified in terms of qualifications and rank, of course. The main force behind this is the Alliance Military Academy. In the huge machine of the Alliance, the Military Academy has a great influence in the army. Yang Bo gradually became more vigilant because the people of the Red Earl are crazy. The Red Earl is on a downward slope as a whole, mainly because of their suicidal behavior. Once these guys start something, they will indiscriminately slaughter everyone. Just like on Pato Star, they not only attack the rich and officials, but also civilians. They think they are the only ones who are human. And the others are not. The others are all polluted people, and they need to use their own blood to wash away their pollution. However, the development of things was a bit unexpected, because during the entire auction process, the people of the Red Earl did not cause any trouble at all. Then Yang Bo also learned that the people of the Red Earl were actually representatives of an insurance company. The reason why the insurance company sent representatives was mainly to negotiate the insurance of the materials imported and exported by Green Devil Star. Insurance has been applied to various fields, because the prices of materials exported by Green Devil Star are very high, so insurance is necessary. There are also imports, and many things also need insurance. Almighty Insurance Company. It seems that the Red Earl is doing well. This insurance company can rank 16th in the Alliance insurance industry. Yang Bo carefully looked at the information of this insurance company, because in the Alliance insurance company and the financial company actually have a lot in common. Insurance companies even have a greater influence than financial companies. Are the Red Earl's people planning to rob? Yang Bo didn't know why he thought of this, and the more he thought about it, the greater the possibility. Some of the mutant materials exported by the Green Devil Star are extremely valuable because they are very rare. If the exact export quantity and value are known, then the Red Earl's people will come out to rob these materials. This is easier to cash in than robbing other things, and this kind of thing is very easy to sell. Whether it is the Federation or the Empire, many pharmaceutical companies and research institutions are willing to obtain these rare materials. I just don't know if the Red Earl's people have warships. Since the Red Earl's people are involved, they must have their plans. The Red Earl's people come to rob the rare material transport ship, and I can rob the Red Earl? Yang Bo thought of this and felt happy. But who should we let to rob the Red Earl? How about Li Yong? The Ninth Fleet is now completely recovered, so you don't need to pay too much attention to it later. Then support Li Yong. Of course, from the perspective of Li Yong and his father, they can kick me out at any time. But they can't imagine that I can control Li Yong at any time. Let's do it. If Li Yong can control a main fleet, it means that he controls the main fleet of an alliance. Yang Bo's spiritual seed can not only read the other party's memory, but also directly control the other party. Hee hee. Let the Red Earl fight with the First Fleet. Then I can provide some information to the Red Earl. Then let the two sides fight each other, so that Li Yong can get more credit. Of course Yang Bo knows who the Red Earl is. Because the people tracked by Yang Bo's spiritual seed include the Red Earl and a bug. This bug originally penetrated the armored door of Yang Bo's battleship on the 3rd floor of San Yuexin Villa. Then he caught the bug and deliberately let it go. Now the bug has passed through many places. Yang Bo also wrote down the places where the bug passed, and where it stayed. But the bug was in a pottery jar most of the time. This bug has done many things, related to theft and murder, because this bug can easily eat the battleship armor and drill a hole directly on it. This is a very rare superpower beast. Yang Bo is here wearing a suit of armor as a mascot. After fierce competition, these representatives attending the meeting have obtained a series of quotas for various mutant materials produced by the Green Devil Star. When the auction is over, it is time to officially sign the contract. At this time, the tiger-faced king who has been presiding over the auction clapped his hands and said, "Now, welcome the director of the Import and Export Management Committee, the Golden Armor King, to give a speech." At this time, Yang Bo stood up in a suit of armor. "We welcome all companies in the Alliance to come to our planet to do business. But we don't welcome people with ulterior motives. We on Green Devil Star have the ability to turn every person with ulterior motives into the most primitive element. Let me congratulate everyone on your wealth. Let's sign the contract now." Then many representatives attending the meeting realized that the guy in armor, who had been sitting quietly next to them, was the person in charge. And looking at Yang Bo wearing a suit of armor, he looks like a normal human being. Of course, some representatives also know the details of the King of Golden Armor. These people were a little scared of the King of Golden Armor, because he was a guy who could blow up an armed spaceship with his bare hands. In fact, Yang Bo was holding a huge anti-gravity weapon in his hand. It's just that few people saw this scene. The superpower Yang Bo set for the King of Golden Armor was gravity superpower. It's a pity that gravity superpower and invisibility have not reached the Grandmaster level. However, Yang Bo feels that his gravity superpower has reached a very abnormal level. This is related to the fact that his other superpowers have reached the Grandmaster level. Yang Bo signed import and export contracts one after another in the name of King Jinjia. Finally, he got the contract from Almighty Insurance Company. "King!" The vice president of Almighty Insurance Company came to Yang Bo with the contract and greeted him politely. Yes. Yang Bo was ready to find an opportunity to release the seed to the secretary of this vice president. Yang Bo suspected that the secretary of this vice president was someone of the Red Earl. Chapter 1122. We want to invite King Jinjia to attend our company's thank you party. The representative of the Universal Insurance Company looked at Yang Bo stamping the contract and asked respectfully. Green Devil Star adopted the most primitive paper contract. Although there is also an intelligent network on Green Devil Star, these people are not confident in the Alliance. Because some companies in the Alliance have been exposed for contract fraud, that is, the contract was signed on the internet, and he changed it behind your back. Of course, these involve huge interests, because if you want to change the contract, you must also change it in the official government-registered contract. The kings of the tribes on the Green Devil Star naturally know that their planet is actually a resource area enclosed by the Alliance. It is even more impossible to use smart contracts with confidence. I don't have time. Yang Bo still rejected the invitation of the Universal Insurance Company as before. Of course, if your company can provide us with some weapons, I can consider your invitation. Just when the representative of the Universal Insurance Company was a little disappointed, Yang Bo spoke again. I don't know what specific needs you have, King Jinjia? The representative of the Almighty Insurance Company knew that it was nonsense to send weapons to the Green Demon Star, but it did not prevent him from contacting the Golden Armor King first. Well, let's find a time to talk. Yang Bo also knew that the other party must want to make some deals with him, so he said this and tricked him into meeting privately. Okay. The representative of the Almighty Insurance Company nodded quickly. Yang Bo was busy for half a day before signing all the contracts. The main thing was that these contracts had to be read first, and these businessmen in the Alliance had no moral bottom line. Although Yang Bo the golden armored king, is not the controller of the entire Green Demon Star. He wants to use the influence of this identity to indirectly influence the entire Green Demon Star. After everything was over, the Green Demon Star Planetary Council held a thank you reception. Yang Bo also attended the reception, and looked at the kings of various tribes at the reception. It made Yang Bo feel like watching the memory of Journey to the West. Don't say that the kings of these tribes are monsters. That's not an exaggeration at all. There were also many reporters participating in this thank you reception. Green Devil Star is destined to gradually appear in the public's field of vision. Because behind all the media is a huge consortium. These media are the mouthpieces of these consortiums. As long as there are audiences willing to watch, these media will try their best to report, thereby attracting more audiences. Not only in the Interstellar Society, but also in other societies, public opinion is also one of the most important means. Whoever controls public opinion controls the truth. 99% of the people are actually ignorant, and will be influenced by various public opinions. Therefore, the control of public opinion by these consortiums in the Alliance will never be relaxed. At the thank you reception, some people came to chat with Yang Bo, the Golden Armor King, but Yang Bo did not say much to these people. After the reception, Yang Bo met with the representatives of the Universal Insurance Company in the hotel that hosted these representatives. Yang Bo finally understood that the identity of the person suspected to be the Red Earl was actually one of the legal advisors of the Universal Insurance Company. No wonder the Red Earl's people have been able to exist for so many years. They have infiltrated all walks of life in the Alliance. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. King Jinjia, I have already learned from the head office that the top leaders of the Alliance are negative about importing weapons to Green Demon Star. But if the king is willing, we are willing to lobby certain people in the government to lift these restrictions. The representative of the Universal Insurance Company first expressed his attitude, and then set a trap for Yang Bo. Lobbying the government is a long job and requires a huge amount of money. Once King Jinjia agrees, then the Universal Insurance Company will be able to obtain a large amount of benefits. Lobbying the government is actually more like lobbying the interest groups behind the government, that is, paying enough benefits to all these interest groups. However, lobbying the government in the Alliance has certain political risks. Because the next government of the Alliance will negate the decision made by the previous government. Even if this government opens the right to transport weapons to the Green Devil Star, the next government may immediately ban it. Are there any successful cases and related contracts? Yang Bo was mainly trying to find a way to release the spiritual seed to this guy from the Red Earl, so he asked. Of course. Vincent, explain some successful cases to the King of Golden Armor. Mike, prepare the contract. The representative of the Almighty Company quickly ordered his men, among whom Mike was from the Red Earl. Vincent hummed, then took out the smart watch to project the explanation to Yang Bo. Yes. And Mike answered yes with a glance, and then prepared the contract. Yang Bo watched Mike's every move, and was more certain that this guy was Red Earl's man. Red Earl's men have a characteristic, that is, because they have been trained, their related actions are somewhat similar. Vincent told Yang Bo some successful cases of lobbying the government. Yang Bo watched carefully and asked questions. After Mike's contract was ready, Mike explained the contract to Yang Bo. Why do I feel that this contract is a bit wrong? Does that mean we have to invest money for many years in a row, and the risk is huge? And if the project fails, you have no responsibility, so why do you charge such a high commission? Yang Bo began to find fault. King Jinjia, lobbying the government is a contract like this, because it is a high-risk investment in itself. The representative of the Universal Insurance Company hurriedly explained. This high-risk investment brings high returns. King Jinjia, think about it. If the government agrees, it will change the current situation on the Green Demon Star and the survival of the tribe. The tribes on your planet have their own weapons. The representative of the Almighty Insurance Company really thought he could fool the King of Golden Armor. Of course, what the representative of the Almighty Insurance Company said was true. But if the Almighty Insurance Company really signed this contract, their main purpose was to get commissions. And in order to get commissions for a long time, the Almighty Insurance Company might deliberately delay the project for a longer time. Because the Green Devil Star's demand for weapons is well known, everyone wants to take a bite of such a big piece of fat meat. This method has been used by all business groups since ancient times. The more urgent you need it, the more they will delay and force you to pay a greater price. If it fails, do you want to return part of the commission? Yang Bo asked again. Of course not. Boom. Then the representative of the Almighty Insurance Company flew out with a black screen in front of his eyes. It turned out that the King of Golden Armor directly flipped the table over, knocking out several people around him. What the hell? You don't contribute anything, but you expect to get the commission. Then everyone saw the golden armor king cursed and left. The blonde handsome guy Mike was also knocked out by the table. Mike's strength was not low, but he was still dizzy by the blow of the golden armor king flipping the table. After Yang Bo left the room, he smiled in his heart. The other party might still be a little confused. How could he turn against him so easily? And this Mike was the Red Earl's man who was cursing in his heart that the kings of the tribes of the Green Demon Star were all barbarians. Moreover, Yang Bo found that his guess was correct. The Red Earl was extremely short of money. The Red Earl not only lost enough people on Patostar last time, but also lost a lot of funds. Because the last time on Patostar was not simply a rebellion by the Red Earl, because the situation at that time was a situation created by the Red Earl's money. The Red Earl had been preparing for more than 200 years, and the success rate last time was basically 100%, but he did not expect to encounter the Ninth Fleet. At that time, the Alliance Ministry of Defense issued an order to the Ninth Fleet to hold on, and there were also people from the Red Earl who were interfering. At that time, the Alliance Ministry of Defense did not allow the Ninth Fleet to enter the Patostar. The apparent reason was that many people in the other fleets wanted military merits, but the truth behind it was that the Red Earl's people were operating in it. If the Ninth Fleet obeyed the orders of the Alliance Ministry of Defense, then the Red Earl's chances of winning would have increased. So the Red Earl is now regrouping, and what he needs most is money and resources. If you want to get rich in a short period of time, you have to do something illegal. The senior management of the Red Earl keenly realized that the resource export of the Green Devil Star is a huge opportunity to get rich. The export of mutant material resources from Green Devil Star has been interrupted for a long time. Now all the biological companies and research institutions in the Alliance are eagerly waiting for these mutant materials. So the value of the first batch of materials shipped out will be very high. And these mutant biological materials are easy to sell on the black market. After Yang Bo finished his work, he returned to the territory of King Jinjia, and the Iron Bull tribe became stronger and stronger. Because Yang Bo continuously sent various rare metal materials to Iron Bull. I don't know how big the Iron Ox tribe will grow in the end. It is impossible to obtain so many rare metal materials by relying solely on the Iron Ox. And many rare metal materials are only available in very extreme environments, and environments like the Green Demon Star do not exist at all. I don't know if the Iron Ox can break through the existing genes. Yang Bo is also not sure how big the Iron Ox tribe can grow. Because in theory, all creatures have a genetic upper limit. Moreover, the cattle group also has a genetic limit. Yang Bo expects the Iron Cattle to eat more rare metal materials, and then break through the genetic limit. Yang Bo left the Green Demon Star, and the Green Demon Star incident came to an end for the time being. Yang Bo disguised himself as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, and came to Tianyun Star. Boss! You haven't come to see me for so long. Lin Yu came to where Yang Bo lived, and rushed to Yang Bo as soon as she entered the door, hugged Yang Bo tightly, and said coquettishly, "Give this to the other party." Yang Bo took out an envelope. "Then you can ask them for whatever you want." Yang Bo spoke again. Yang Bo did not give Lin Yu a penny. Everything Lin Yu has now was given by Li Yong. "Why are you so good to me? Although what I have now is not given by you, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't give it to me." Lin Yu looked at Yang Bo and asked, "Because you are sexy enough. Move it yourself." Yang Bo answered seriously, and then patted the other's hips. Lin Yu had mixed feelings about the man in front of her. Her current status and wealth were all due to this man in front of her. Of course, Lin Yu also knew that she was walking on a tightrope, with the son of the commander of the First Fleet on one side, and the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates on the other. Once something happened, she, the middleman, would disappear immediately, just like her last boyfriend. So Lin Yu is in a complicated mood now. The wealth and things she enjoys now are things she has never thought of or even dreamed of. But on the other hand, she is worried that something unexpected may happen at any time. And Lin Yu also knows that the only person she can rely on is the leader of the pirate group. If it weren't for the fact that the leader of the pirate group was found by herself, it would be like her last boyfriend. The most important thing is that she took the initiative to provoke this pirate group leader. What makes Lin Yu even more frightened is that the leader of the pirate group can actually enter and leave Tianyun Star smoothly, so there must be something behind it. So Lin Yu now has to serve the leader of the pirate group well, so that when the two sides break up, the other party can help her out of old friendship. Of course, it would be even better if she could give him a son. But she dared not say that now. After Yang Bo enjoyed the service comfortably, he sent Lin Yu away. After Lin Yu left, She handed the envelope in her hand to the person on the other side. Li Yong's eyes shrank after receiving the news. The news was simple. The Red Earl's people were going to rob an interstellar transport ship, and the price of the materials on this transport ship was extremely high. Li Yong is now the captain of the lowest-ranking patrol ship, even though his father is the commander-in-chief of the First Fleet. But within the First Fleet, everyone still has to be promoted according to seniority. Li Yong, the captain of the patrol ship, can be said to have been promoted out of turn. There are a lot of candidates waiting for the captain of this patrol ship. He didn't find his father, and the commander-in-chief of the First Fleet has been in a state of panic recently. Because those damn reporters are always reporting that the Ninth Fleet has not received supplies. There are also some guys in the military who are stirring up trouble. And those damn politicians in the presidential election in the government keep bringing up this matter, making everyone in the entire military in the spotlight. Contact them yourself about this matter first. Come back to me when you have definite news. This damn Ninth Fleet. And those idiot pirates. They can't even sing a double act. These pirates are really idiots. The commander-in-chief of the First Fleet cursed in front of Li Yong without caring about his image. Because March Star has already obtained enough evidence to prove that the pirate task force's robbery of the Roman transport ship was a complete double-edged trick for insurance fraud, and the ultimate goal was for a certain insurance company. This made the military even more uncomfortable. These pirates were simply here to get killed. Father, I don't think this matter is that simple. Under the current circumstances, the transport ship has very high security measures. If the Red Earl's people want to rob, I'm afraid they will use some forces that we are surprised by. Li Yong naturally knew that his father was just venting his anger in front of him. His father would never rant like this in front of other people. You mean there is a possibility that there is a problem within our military? Li Yong's father was also shocked when he heard this. Father, my guess makes sense. My good brother must know the specific situation. He is just giving this kind of information now, probably because he wants some benefits. So how do you contact my good brother next? Li Yong nodded. It's safest to let the middleman make the contact. But the news you gave me as a good brother is very timely. What you lack is military merit. As long as you have enough military merit, you can completely control a main fleet independently. This time, the woman in the Ninth Fleet got the upper hand. If the woman in the Ninth Fleet was not much stronger than you could have taken her down. But the woman's mental power is too abnormal, and she is no match for him. Li Yong's father was furious when he thought about the troubles the Ninth Fleet had brought to him. Originally, all the military's plans were good, but they kept ignoring and marginalizing the Ninth Fleet. The people in the Ninth Fleet were not valued by the military at all. As time went by, the Ninth Fleet had no development. How many people are there in a fleet? All the officers and people in this fleet were not valued and could not be developed because of a certain person. So how would they treat this person? They will send this person away. They will send him away in various ways, such as promotion for meritorious service, and then change from a real position to a nominal position. They can also make this person leave the army and the fleet directly due to some major responsibility accidents. These bigwigs in the military not only have enough strength, but are also good at playing with people's hearts. It's just that I didn't expect the Ninth Fleet to make such a great contribution. Now under the watchful eyes of the public, the military not only has to make up for what the Ninth Fleet didn't get before, but also double it, and the relevant personnel who have made meritorious contributions have to be promoted. This means that these people in the military have lost both their wives and their soldiers. Because the officers of the Ninth Fleet are promoted to other places, a new small circle will be formed, thus dividing the original interests. And the military will also expel some people because of these things, indirectly causing other people in the military to lose a lot of interests. Because every position in the military system has certain interests. This interest refers to military expenditures. How military expenditures are allocated is entirely operated by this system within the military, and this system needs these people in the military to operate. To put it bluntly, it's like the old days when documents were approved, as long as the signature was on it, everyone could share the benefits. I think you can directly contact your good brother. You are too far away from him now, and it's not convenient to take action later. You need to slowly lower his vigilance, and you need to find out more about your good brother. You know nothing about him now, so it will be very inconvenient for you to take action against him in the future. There is an opportunity now. The Pirate Alliance is offering a reward for your good brother. As long as you have enough military merit, I can let your good brother die. I believe the Pirate Alliance is willing to help you get rid of this good brother. Li Yong's father thought about it and said. Yang Bo knew all this through the spiritual seeds released to Li Yong, and smiled in his heart. You actually want to dig a hole for me. If Li Yong hadn't developed now, You old guy would have taken the blame long ago. Chapter 11:23. When Li Yong heard his father say this, he nodded. Then I will build a good relationship with this good brother. Well, be careful not to leave any handles in the process of dealing with people. When the time comes, as long as your good brother disappears, then any accusation against you will be a frame-up. To find out more about your good brother's confidence, Lin Yu is a good way. And you can also provide some conveniences for your good brother. Although you are well informed, you are still not clear about some things in the alliance. This is your strength. You must use these strengths to keep him firmly in your hands. No matter what you do at any time, you must try to take the initiative. After hearing his father's sincere teachings, Li Yong asked, Father, but if I meet him directly, I will be at great risk. Li Yong's father laughed and said, Don't you know there is a camouflage potion? As for the fake identity, it's too easy. And you can go to our family's place. Li Yong nodded. Then I let the middleman pass the message. Yes. Li Yong asked again, based on the vague information given by my good brother, can father determine what identity the Red Earl's people are disguised as, and what transport spacecraft they are going to rob? Haha, silly child, the reason why the Red Earl can exist until today is entirely due to the laissez-faire behavior of the Alliance's top leaders. If a country is peaceful, without any opposition or troublemakers, then how should the Union taxpayers spend so much money? Look at how much money the Union spends on security and defense every year. Do you think the Union emphasizes personal privacy and freedom for the sake of individuals? Wrong, this is just the Union government trying to shirk responsibility. Because if the Union knows everyone's privacy, then who will the Union government let take the blame if some major terrorist attacks happen again? Look at what happened on Pato Star last time. If the government knows everyone's information, this kind of thing still happens. Who is the direct person responsible? The Union government always talks about freedom, but it is just to shirk its responsibility. Some people in the Union are in danger. What is the slogan of the Union? That is, citizens must be responsible for themselves. You think terrorist attacks are those terrorists randomly choosing places, and then carrying out terrorist attacks? From your father's perspective, some people deliberately expose some loopholes to allow terrorists to attack, and even provide some potential help to terrorists. Why do terrorists choose those places to carry out terrorist attacks? It's because terrorists can't find opportunities in other places. If you were a terrorist, would you only choose places with loopholes to carry out activities? So every terrorist attack seems to be a sudden event, but in fact some departments have known about it for a long time. How many disobedient people have been eliminated by the Union government through terrorist attacks? Li Yong was also stunned after hearing this. He thought that terrorist attacks were just random events. Yang Bo was not too surprised after learning all this through the spiritual seed. In order to safeguard their national interests, the governments of various countries can do things that will subvert people's imagination. Hee. Yang Bo knew that his brother wanted to meet him on their territory. He smiled in his heart, because the Li family had some hidden industries that even Li Yong didn't know. The outside world does not know about these hidden industries. As the largest warlord in the Alliance military, there must be some hidden industries. Then as long as I know the person in charge of these hidden industries, I can know more. Yang Bo is now on the Cher spaceship disguised as Bart. Elizabeth welcomes His Excellency Viscount Bart. Yang Bo heard a voice in the public communication channel of the Cher. Elizabeth is the title of a main battleship of the Empire, and the entire main fleet is also called the Elizabeth Main Fleet. The Cher spacecraft has returned to Devon. Thank you. Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart and said thank you. Yang Bo received the public channel information, and the distance between the two sides was about 100 million kilometers. The reason why the other party sent such a message on the public communication channel. This is actually a kind of inheritance, that is, as long as someone wins the battle, he will send a message on the public communication channel to welcome him, so that all spacecraft within the information receiving range can receive such information. Elizabeth's main fleet has been stationed on Devon, because Devon is the only administrative planet open to the outside world. In addition, Devon has experienced many terrorist attacks in the past few days, so the main fleet is stationed here to protect the safety of the nobles. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, welcome home. I am Hoffman, the governor of Devon. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, welcome home. I am Sergei, the director of the Devon office of the Noble Parliament. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, welcome home. I am the Speaker of the Senate of Devon. All the prominent government departments on Devon sent messages. Although these people did not mention what Viscount Bart did on Pandora, everyone's attitude said it all. Viscount Bart's armed action on Pandora was illegal, to be precise. To put it more seriously, Viscount Bart's attack was a serious terrorist attack. But there are other explanations for Viscount Bart's attack. First of all the weapons and equipment used by Viscount Bart to attack the Brotherhood were not Bart's own. And these weapons came from the Chamber of Commerce in the Brotherhood city. In other words, it was the Brotherhood's own lax management that gave Bart the opportunity to take advantage of it. Another point is that the Brotherhood is now dead, and no one is fighting for the Brotherhood. In other words, there is no plaintiff. The Brotherhood's original city has now been divided up by the other 11 cities on Pandora. The Empire officials certainly cannot openly support such things. After all, this involves diplomacy. Although the Federation is the weakest among the 3 countries, it is still a country after all. If the Federation does not mention this matter, the Empire will certainly not mention it either. But this does not prevent the vast majority of people in the Empire from calling Bart a hero. Many people even call Bart a true noble, and Bart's actions directly surpassed all other nobles. This refers to all nobles, not those of the same age and generation as Bart. Because all the nobles of the Empire now, even the marshals of the Empire, have not received such great merits and achievements as Bart. Bart destroyed a super city in other countries by himself. The city of the Brotherhood on Pandora is one of the famous super cities in the Federation. Of course, this super city is very famous internationally because of the existence of the Brotherhood. As for the so-called geniuses of the same generation as Bart, there is simply no comparison in front of Bart. Of course, there are also people who are full of fear of Bart, and even want to kill Bart. Because the rise of a new noble will inevitably affect the interests of other nobles. Of course, these nobles are still superficially giving a very positive evaluation of Bart's matter. Because this is the general trend. So Yongbo heard these contents in the public communication channel. Everyone on the Elizabeth battleship had a very complicated mood. Although the Share spacecraft is just a small private spacecraft. But Bart on the private spaceship has achieved something that no one in the fleet can achieve in their lifetime. Single person, destroy a super city in another country, at the same time, destroy a killer organization that has been passed down for countless years. The Brotherhood is second in the killer organization, and no one dares to say they are first, not to mention in the Empire, even in the 3 countries now. No one can do this. Although for various reasons, but after all, Viscount Bart did it. Bart. Ning Shui boarded a B-class battleship of the Elizabeth main battleship, and then this B-class battleship sent out a liaison ship. So Ning Shui came to the Shui battleship. Hee. Yongbo, disguised as Bart, smiled and hugged Ning Shui in his arms. Don't take risks in the future. Ning Shui hugged Bart tightly and said, Yeah. Yongbo, disguised as Bart, nodded and felt even more guilty. After all, he was now disguised as Bart, and Ning Shui obviously had real feelings for him. I was scared to death when I saw your live broadcast. Don't scare me like this next time. Ning Shui hugged Bart tightly, feeling Bart's strong body. Her body became a little soft, and then she said, Yongbo still didn't know how to say it. He clearly felt that Ning Shui's body was a little soft, so he held her to prevent her from sliding down. Remember that there is always someone waiting for you at home. If you don't come back, I won't live either. What? I want you to promise me in person that you won't take risks anymore. And he was happy that Bart kept saying him, because he knew Bart's character. It was good enough for him to say Of course not. I just want to take risks, but others won't give me a chance. If I disappear, I don't know how many people will be worried. I don't know how many people will stare at me in the future, afraid that I will do something. Yongbo nodded quickly when he heard Ning Shui say that. Yeah. How about we have a child? Ning Shui said beside Yongbo's ear. Hey, one is not enough, at least 2. Yongbo smiled, and carried Ning Shui to his captain's room. Ning Shui felt weak all over, and let Bart carry her away. Our master should have an heir. That's right, the master is so famous now, and has made so much money, he must have excellent heirs. I think 1 is not enough, at least 5. 5 are not enough. I heard that the master will be granted the title of Duke by the Council of Nobles. At least 10 children must be born to inherit all the Duke's property. Then 1 wife is definitely not enough. You forgot that we have a housekeeper. I think the housekeeper is more likely to give birth than the wife. Nonsense, the wife is the real wife. Our master is already an A+ level superpower. Not to mention 1 wife, even 5 wives can't stand it. Work, don't say bad things about the master behind his back. The people on the spaceship are all servants of Viscount Bart. Although the people on the Alliance side think that the servants of nobles are inferior people and slaves, the servants of nobles themselves do not think so, In fact, the life of a real servant of a noble is very comfortable. The servants of nobles do not need to worry about anything for themselves. No need to worry about their own life, work, illness, and retirement. Even housing, marrying a wife, having children, and raising children, you don't need to worry about it, all are taken care of by the master. Many people in the empire want to be servants for the nobles, but the nobles only choose the best people as servants. Many servants in the nobles will pass on their positions to their sons. For example, a noble gardener will train his son to be a gardener, and then wait until he is old, let his son take over. Facing Bart's return, the noble parliament is also discussing fiercely. Some people have always disagreed with Bart's title of duke. But some people demanded that Bart be granted the title of duke. His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire also participated in the discussion, but he never expressed his opinion. His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire just wanted to see the attitudes of these people, to see who supported and who opposed. It is very difficult to promote the noble titles in the empire now, and there has been no new noble duke title for 480 years. This is because one more duke will reduce the tax revenue of the empire. The duke has many privileges, and the biggest privilege in the interstellar era is taxation. The amount of tax exemption for the duke is too high, and the duke can also have his own private armed forces. Although the duke does not have armed forces such as warships, he has armed spacecraft. More importantly, the duke has a high title, and when facing other nobles, he has more privileges than other nobles. This time, Bart was directly promoted from hereditary viscount to hereditary duke. This span is too big. But Bart's contribution this time is too great, and it has been recorded in history. And it also promotes the spirit of nobility and chivalry. Therefore, the competition in the Noble Council is very fierce. The Noble Council is a huge organization, which is composed of nobles above the hereditary marquis. There is a council of elders in this organization, and this council of elders is the hereditary dukes and the royal family. The empire has 26 hereditary dukes. The main disagreement now is these 26 hereditary dukes, and 10 of them do not agree to grant Bart the title of hereditary duke. The Noble Council needs the council of elders, and more than 90% of the people agree to pass the bill. The reason for this regulation is to limit the emergence of more hereditary nobles. I don't agree with Bart's hereditary nobility. Although it has made great contributions, it has also brought some troubles to our empire. The Emperor of the Empire heard a duke speak. You are talking nonsense, Viscount Bart, this is promoting our noble spirit. That is, there are troubles in everything you do, so what if there are troubles? You will not do anything if there are troubles. Before you oppose, go and find out about Bart's strength, and ask the people in the Shinhua Club what they think of Bart. You are opposing here, aren't you afraid that Bart will come to trouble you? More than 20 elders of the Noble Council slammed the table, and scolded each other. Chapter 1124. The Emperor also had his own plans. On the one hand, he wanted to see how these people would react. On the other hand, he couldn't support Bart to become a hereditary duke too early. Because now there are rumors outside. It is said that Bart's action was supported by the royal family. Without the support of the royal family, Bart would not be able to do all this. There are also rumors that the warships captured by Bart were also handed over to the royal family. The Emperor could not do anything about these rumors, because most of the comments were on the alliance side. But the Emperor was somewhat speechless about the blame that fell on him. He was completely unaware of Bart's action. But now, the warship is almost under his control, which makes people say it is right. Sometimes the Emperor even doubts whether Bart's behavior was planned from the beginning. Because the Emperor really couldn't refuse Bart to come to him with the warship. In fact, the royal family and the nobles in the empire are maintaining a balance. If this balance is broken, the entire empire will fall into disaster. This balance is the armed forces. Although superpowers played a big role in the interstellar era, in this era, super weapons and equipment are stronger than superpowers. So both sides tacitly ensured the balance of armed forces. The Emperor could not use the armed forces of the empire privately, especially the super armed forces. The super armed forces of the empire, similar to the main fleet, have various restrictions. It is not something that can be commanded by a single person or department. Every move of the main battleship is guaranteed to be under the supervision of the imperial nobles and government departments. Bart's several B-class battleships are a force outside this balance. This force is not very large, but it is very important to the royal family. After all, these are now private armed forces. However, the Emperor did not dare to bring all these battleships under his jurisdiction, and still needed Bart to bear this reputation. Therefore, these battleships are still under Bart's jurisdiction. Bart is not in the fleet now, although he is nominally the captain of each battleship. But the actual control is in the hands of His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor will definitely support Bart to become the Duke, which is also a disguised reward for Bart. After all, Bart has actually lost control of the fleet. I think our nobles have become more and more lazy in recent years. Many people have forgotten how our nobles got started. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire began to speak at the Noble Council. The ancestors of all of you here have made contributions in foreign wars, expanded the territory of our empire, or paid a huge price to protect our empire. We should restore the glory of our ancestors. In my opinion, Bart is the one who has the true spirit of chivalry. One person can destroy a super city in another country. And he can also destroy a killer organization like the Brotherhood. If anyone here can do this, he can also become a hereditary duke. And I suggest that in the future, the noble titles granted will mainly depend on whether the other party protects the interests of our nobles, and also obtains military merits. Because military merit is the foundation of our nobles. The Emperor spoke again. I object. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, everyone expressed their opposition. Because if the Emperor follows this idea, then in the future, if there is no military merit, no noble title can be granted. It is equivalent to completely blocking the promotion path for the descendants of these nobles. Because in today's society, it is almost impossible for 3 countries to go to war. So where does the military merit come from? Since there is no military merit, there will be no more nobles. In fact, what worries the Emperor now is the huge population growth of the nobles. 100 years ago, a noble might have only more than 2,000 people. Now this noble might have grown to 5,000 or even more. Although there are various rules for the inheritance of titles, who doesn't want their descendants to have a noble status? If the Emperor grants titles based on military merit, it means that he thinks that the descendants of these nobles have the possibility of becoming nobles. I object too. I object too. More than 20 elders of the Noble Council expressed their opposition in unison. Haha, then what method do you think we nobles will use to identify who is a true noble in the future? The biggest threat facing our empire is actually the huge growth data of the noble population. You can take a look at this report. 100 years ago, the empire reduced its tax revenue from the nobles by 32%. And today, 100 years later, the empire has reduced its tax revenue by 45%. So sooner or later, we nobles will cause the entire empire to collapse, just like what happened in history. Then we nobles will continue to intensify internal conflicts until many people die, and the few remaining people will divide up the empire. Then a new dynasty will be established. If this happens, I'm afraid that more than half of us here will be gone. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to ask everyone, is there any good solution? This time, the emperor laid out some things clearly. In ancient times, the change of dynasties was actually because the distribution of resources had made the interest groups unable to satisfy themselves. Only by changing dynasties could a large number of people be killed, and then these people would continue to divide the interests. If the dynasty system and the emperor were capable, then the time for redistribution of the interests could be delayed. But once the emperor had no ability, the interests would be increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few people. Then the dynasty would change faster. This time we are discussing the issue of granting titles. As for the issue of the imperial system, we have discussed it many times. An old man from the Noble Council spoke up. And I think your majesty is exaggerating. With the development of science and technology, we will find more and more habitable planets. We will also find more and more mineral planets. Your majesty, you only see the tax side, but you don't see the overall GDP. The GDP 100 years ago was only 1/3 of what it is now. So the empire can spend much more money now than it did then. And we have already stepped into the core of the universe. So the problem of the nobility is just a small problem. The key is the development of science and technology. Everyone spoke one after another. Haha, some people just oppose Bart becoming a hereditary duke. Now they are saying that science and technology are the most important. Don't some people know how strong Bart's ultra-high temperature material is? Someone laughed and said sarcastically, because the person who just spoke was against granting Bart the title of duke. Some people just oppose for the sake of opposing. I find that some people may become mayors if they go to the alliance, because the politicians in the alliance are the most proficient at opposing for the sake of opposing and ignoring the facts. Those who support Bart becoming a hereditary duke started to mock. I just oppose. This is the right granted to me by the Noble Council. The person who opposed just now could not find any reason to refute, so he answered arrogantly. Don't use the Alliance Council's tricks on our Noble Council. We have such high titles, and we should not be like those politicians in the Alliance who deceive the superiors and the subordinates and are unreasonable. Where is your noble upbringing? I am against it. As long as I am still an elder of the noble council, I will oppose Bart becoming a hereditary duke. The person who just opposed answered firmly. Shameless, isn't it because Bart slapped you guys in the face? That's right, anyway, the Brotherhood is a lesson for us. Haha, you believe that Bart can destroy the Brotherhood city by himself and steal a few warships? If Bart really did everything by himself, then I fully support him becoming a hereditary duke. But Bart is just a white glove used by some people to gain benefits. The Emperor was also worried when he heard this. The other party obviously said that he was supporting him behind the scenes. And who took over Bart's several B-class battleships. Everyone knows it. Anyway, from my point of view, this matter is full of many incredible things. There is definitely something wrong. At this moment, on the Schwer spaceship, Ning Shui hugged Bart and asked, "Is there really no one to help you when you go to the Brotherhood this time?" "No." Yang Bo also hugged Ning Shui, and passed his hand through the other's lower back and ribs, and then grasped the key point. While carefully grasping the key point, he shook his head and answered, "I see there are many different versions of the rumor." Ning Shui lay in Bart's arms like an octopus. "That's because they don't want me to gain more fame. The more famous I get, the more sleepless some people will be." Yang Bo shook his head. "Do you think the Noble Council will approve the hereditary duke issue?" Ning Shui asked again. "It probably won't pass. You also know that the demise of the Brotherhood is caused by some people in the country. These people will do everything they can to oppose this matter. In fact, I personally don't care about these empty titles. Becoming a hereditary duke will become a burden instead." Yang Bo answered. "Yeah." Ning Shui was not surprised to hear Yang Bo say this. Because the standards for different imperial noble titles are different, each title must ensure that there are enough people. If the number does not meet the standard, the title is likely to be downgraded or deprived. As a hereditary viscount, Bart does not have much territory or population. After becoming a hereditary duke, the territory must be expanded tenfold, the population to be managed must also be expanded tenfold, and it must be ensured that the tenfold population can grow steadily. Now the land can only be purchased with money. Although Bart is now famous, after becoming a hereditary duke, he may encounter many obstacles in purchasing land and recruiting enough people. The struggle between nobles is very complicated. Now most people have to agree with these nobles because of the superficial public opinion. In fact, only these nobles know what they think in their hearts. Because one more person at the table means one more share of the benefits. I forgot one thing. The governor of Devon Star has prepared a grand welcome ceremony to welcome you. Ning Shui said embarrassedly at this time. Hee, a short separation is better than a new marriage. Yang Bo smiled. A woman who is in love is different, especially when communicating deeply, there is a big change. Humph, you are so bad. Ning Shui rolled her eyes in annoyance. Then Ning Shui sent the content on the smart watch to Bart. After reading it, Yang Bo directly confirmed the welcoming plan of the governor of Devon Star. Actually, I am under a lot of pressure. During the time since you came back, many people asked me to have a baby quickly. Especially my parents. Ning Shui sighed. And some classmates, who I didn't contact before are now in frequent contact. Then she continued. That proves that they want to flatter you. But as my Bart's woman, don't give them face. If you want to refuse, just refuse. If it's not convenient to refuse, tell me, and I take care of them. Yang Bo said seriously. Yeah, when I first arrived in your territory, many of my classmates deleted me. Some female classmates are also weird. I didn't expect that you were not what they said, Bart. I think my female classmates contacted me for you. They want to get close to you through me. When Yang Bo heard Ning Shui's words, he smiled and asked, Are there any prettier female classmates among you? Humph. When Ning Shui heard Bart say this, she pinched him hard. No matter how many women you find in the future, your first child must be born by me. Ning Shui looked at Bart angrily. I was just joking. Yang Bo hurried to explain when he heard this. I'm not joking. With your physical fitness, even robots can't stand it. Although I am a new noble, I know very well what is going on in the noble circle. Especially those old nobles, who doesn't have a few lovers, who doesn't have a few illegitimate children. Now this bad atmosphere is spread among the new nobles. Ning Shui rolled her eyes. How do I look like an old nobleman, and how do I look like a new nobleman? Yang Bo slapped Ning Shui in annoyance. Humph, don't think I don't know how many women you had before. But let's not talk about the things before marriage. Ning Shui snorted. Then Ning Shui's smartwatch beeped, and she opened it and said, The 352nd meeting of the elders of the Noble Council, Viscount Bart did not become a hereditary duke. It didn't work, didn't it? Don't you want a child? Let's communicate more. I just think it's unfair. With your current fame and achievements, you are more than qualified to be a duke. Ning Shui said angrily. Forget it. Let's not talk about these things. Yang Bo shook his head. Do you think those assassin organizations will send people to deal with you? Ning Shui asked again. Of course they will, because someone will offer a higher price. Yang Bo certainly knew that some of the old nobles in the empire would not let Bart go now. Chapter 1125. You are such a person. Ning Shui was forced to work overtime by Bart again. She was so weak that she wanted to pinch Bart, but she didn't have the strength. Okay, no overtime today. Yang Bo laughed. You said I was so uncomfortable after holding it in for so many days? You don't know that when I went to Pandora, I didn't expect to get such a big harvest. I was so excited all the way back. I originally wanted to do some damage on Pandora, to warn the Brotherhood. I didn't expect that so many electromagnetic missiles were bought. Yang Bo briefly described the operation. Of course, he didn't say that he used superpowers, which made Ning Shui feel lucky after hearing it. Yeah. Ning Shui was very excited after hearing it, because Bart's feat was destined to be recorded in history. And his name will also be remembered by history. Of course, Ning Shui still had many questions. That is, how could Bart alone change the various data of 200,000 missiles in a short period of time? Not to mention that he also robbed several B-class warships. How did he get the authority of these warships? Ning Shui is not a woman without brains. Instead, she is a genius in learning. There are many doubts about Bart's incident this time, because no one can do it all by himself. So Ning Shui also thinks that Bart has someone behind him. Of course, if Bart doesn't say it, Ning Shui won't ask. What Yang Bo doesn't know is that his every move is watched by many people, not only the Empire, but also the Alliance and the Federation in the country. Because Bart's move made the three countries realize a lot of wrong things. The main thing is that the three countries now have different voices in the use of fleet procedures. Especially the Alliance and the Empire, the Alliance's parliament will not streamline any procedures at all. Because the Alliance military has rebelled and seized power in history. These procedures are chains that tightly bind the military's hands and feet. The Empire is the same. Strictly speaking, the Empire's army is jointly controlled by the nobles. Neither the Emperor nor the new or old nobles would allow any process to be streamlined. The same is true for the Federation. Although the Federation is controlled by a small number of people, this small group of people is not confident that military power is in the hands of anyone. So after the Bart attack, some people in the three countries call for a change in the process, but no one actually took action. Instead, the three countries are still continuing to study how to control warships more strictly. The Alliance has taken a series of welfare measures, mainly to protect the welfare of middle and lower-level officers in the army. Because even if a junior officer in the army wants to rebel, his influence is very small, almost no influence at all. The Alliance is only more strict with senior officers, and it has to add some procedures. Welcome, Lord Viscount Bart. Yang Bo saw a huge virtual projection in the airport from a distance. On the projection are these big red words. And below is the back of a knight riding a horse and charging. The whole image gives people the feeling that the knight is charging. The knight's silhouette was black, but from the back you could see that he was wearing armor and holding a lance, and his mount also gave people an indomitable momentum. Bart, wearing the green noble costume of a viscount, came down from the Schwer spaceship with Ning Shui. They were welcomed by important officials of the Devon Star government led by the governor of Devon Star, and senior officers led by the commander of Elizabeth's main fleet. In addition, there were many reporters from the Empire and foreign reporters. Although the Empire didn't say anything, it seemed to say everything. And the Empire even broadcast it live. It was not convenient for the Empire to openly support Bart's attack on the Brotherhood. So the Empire just stated that Viscount Bart was a role model for the nobles. It did not say that Viscount Bart would be awarded military merits. That would be to slap the Federation in the face, which might provoke a war between the two countries. The reason why the three countries are so stable is entirely because the territory is too large. The entire universe is too big. With the funds to fight with other countries, we can explore more administrative planets. The entire universe has inexhaustible resources. And we are also exploring the center of the universe. Now the top leaders of the three countries are more concerned about people's lifespan and superpower levels. Welcome Viscount Bart home. The governor of Devon Star applauded first. Thank you everyone. Long live the Empire. Yang Bo shouted slogans directly. Long live the Empire. Then everyone shouted together. Then there was a welcome reception. Strangely, There were no representatives of other old nobles or new nobles at the welcome reception. There were only officials from the Devon government and the chief officer of the Elizabeth fleet. That is to say, this was an official welcome reception. Humph. Ning Shui held Bart's arm and watched the two women leave, snorting. What's wrong? Yang Bo asked deliberately. The neckline was so low, and it was deliberately shown to you. I saw it all. These women are really bad. Ning Shui raised her wine glass and whispered. Ning Shui did this mainly to cover her speech. Hee, not as pretty as you. Yang Bo smiled. Ning Shui not only has superpowers, but also a swordsmanship expert. Because of long-term training, she has a great figure. The convex, the curvy, and the elastic. Humph hooligan. Although Bart's words were rather rude, Ning Shui was still happy. Hee. Yang Bo chuckled. There is no shortage of beautiful women at official receptions, and these beauties are also happy to come to such receptions. Maybe they can find a rich and powerful husband. Of course, this kind of reception will make people not talk about anything. The real official reception will not talk about anything. Instead, some private charity banquets are the time for real exchange of interests. But Bart's case has no interests to exchange. So everyone just went through the motions and held a welcome reception. Because some things cannot be said, everyone just ate, drank and chatted. Yang Bo returned to Bart's territory, and was warmly welcomed by the people of the territory. Yang Bo gave money to everyone in the territory, which is also a common practice of the imperial nobles. On important days of the family, rewards will be given to people in the territory and servants. Moreover, Bart has made such a great contribution this time, and Bart has made so much money from live broadcasting. It would be a shame to his status as a noble not to give money. Then Bart's territory held a grand welcome banquet. All the ingredients for this banquet were sent voluntarily by the people in the territory. The welcome banquet was held in the town in the territory. Everyone came to eat for a week, which was a bit like a buffet. Of course, Yang Bo only showed up in the town and said hello. Then Yang Bo returned to Bart's manor, and the servants in the manor cheered loudly. Of course, Yang Bo also gave these servants rewards, and more than those given to the people in the territory. Alas, it costs too much every day. No wonder so many nobles fall into poverty every year. In the evening, Yang Bo calculated today's accounts. There are not many people in the territory, only more than 12,000 people, and each person gets 100,000. That's 1.2 billion. Then, there are about 1,000 servants in the manor. The bottom servants get 300,000 each, the middle ones get 500,000, and Jerry the butler gets 1 million. This is another few hundred million spent. The main thing is that everyone saw how much money Bart made this time. Yang Bo had no choice, because everyone had an estimate of how much money the live broadcast made. Necessary expenses are still required. Ning Shui saw that she felt a little distressed when she spent such a large sum of money today. 2 billion is not a small number. Well, I will transfer 10 billion to you, you can spend it as you like. Yang Bo said to Ning Shui again. You don't need to give me so much money. I can't spend much money. All food, clothing and expenses are arranged by the mansion. Ning Shui shook her head. Hee, you take the money and show off in front of your old friends. Those friends looked down on you at the time, and you show off now to make them feel bad. Yang Bo chuckled. I don't want to pay them, and show off in front of them. Ning Shui shook her head. Yeah. Then you should rest early, I go to the lab to check it out. Yang Bo had other things to do, because Ning Shui was on the Shui spaceship, so he had no way to get away. Let's go tomorrow morning. It's so late. Ning Shui is now thinking about giving Bart more sons to inherit Bart's property. Hee. Yang Bo smiled and carried Ning Shui upstairs. Yang Bo's idea is very simple, that is, if Ning Shui can't stand the in-depth communication, she can go and move freely. You go take a shower first. I come in right away. Ning Shui asked Yang Bo to take a shower first. Hee, you have to hurry up. Of course, Yang Bo knew what Ning Shui meant. The bathing place for the nobles is a special place for bathing. It is very large, and has complete facilities. In addition, Bart used to like to fool around with those women, so the facilities inside are all top-notch. Huh? Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart, and entered the hot spring. The mist in the hot spring rose, and Yang Bo heard someone's voice behind him, but the breathing sound was wrong. Yang Bo has the superpower of sound waves, and is very sensitive to the frequency of sound. The reason why the breathing sound is wrong is that the other party went into the water directly after entering the door. Bai Lu. Then Yang Bo immediately recognized who was breathing, and muttered in his heart. Master, the lady asked me to rub your back. Bai Lu's breathing was a little rapid, and his voice was a little trembling. Bai Lu's heart was similar to Ning Shui's. Bai Lu didn't have much affection for Bart before. It was just that as they got along for a longer time, he found that Bart was completely different from the rumors outside. This time, Bart was furious for his beloved and single-handedly destroyed the city of the Brotherhood. This is simply the Prince Charming of all women. In addition, Ning Shui also wanted to consolidate her status, because now Bart only needs to wave his hand, and there are many beauties rushing to him. And Ning Shui's own physical fitness can't keep up with Bart, so Ning Shui had already made an agreement with Bai Lu before going to Shui. Ning Shui knew Bai Lu's personality quite well. Yang Bo looked at Bai Lu wearing a transparent gauze, with a perfect figure, a peach figure, and a pair of charming eyes. The rising mist was as tempting as it could be. Hey, come on! Yang Bo smiled and hugged the other person. Yang Bo thoroughly experienced what a peach is, white, tender and juicy. The next morning, Yang Bo got up and looked at the two women on the bed. Fortunately, Bart made the bed big before. Yang Bo covered Ning Shui and Bai Lu with a blanket and left. Even though the two were not Yang Bo's opponents, Yang Bo's current physical strength could be said to have surpassed most A+. Let alone two, even if there were two more, it would be easy to deal with them. Yang Bo first came to the ultra-high temperature material laboratory, and after a busy day, he produced ultra-high temperature materials that needed to be sold. Then he went to his own private laboratory on another island. As for the news that Viscount Bart was going to be promoted to the hereditary dukedom, which was widely discussed outside, Yang Bo didn't care at all. Yang Bo went directly from the private laboratory to Li Zhan's Fuguei battleship. The reason why Yang Bo came here so anxiously was to take action against the Deputy Director of the Secret Intelligence Department and the Senior Commissioner sent by the Federal Intelligence Department. Originally, Yang Bo had not found a suitable opportunity to approach these people using the identity of Li Zhan. But things soon took a turn for the better. These people wanted to contact Vivian. So 2 days ago, Yang Bo sent a message to Nelson using the identity of Li Zhan, asking him to keep an eye on Vivian and to inform him if any strange man approached Vivian. Nelson was a native of Kalaya State. It was very easy to keep an eye on someone in Kalaya State. Nelson also understood what the boss meant, that is, the boss's woman wanted him to keep an eye on. As for how Vivian got into the boss bed, Nelson didn't bother to investigate. Because his boss not only owned several warships, but also had so much money. As long as the boss made a move, all the famous beauties in the Federation would line up for him to have sex with. Although Vivian was the most beautiful singer in the Federation, how much money could a singer have? Most of the singer's money went to the company and the agent. So when Nelson knew that someone wanted to meet Vivian secretly, he quickly sent a message to John Lee. At the same time, they sent people to find out the information about these people, and found that they had covered their whereabouts. Boss! Yang Bo disguised himself as John Lee and called Nelson. Nelson quickly answered the phone and spoke. Boss, 3 unidentified people want to see Miss Vivian. These 3 bastards are hiding their itinerary. Since they are hiding their itinerary, they must be plotting against the boss. Nelson said this mainly to let the boss be careful and not fall into other people's traps. Well, don't alert the enemy. Since they are covering their tracks, they will definitely be very vigilant. When they meet, I will go out to see what they are going to do. Yang Bo disguised himself as John Lee and told Nelson to be careful. Boss, don't worry. This is in Karaya State. Nelson had no idea that Yang Bo deliberately asked him to do this in order to catch the adultery, and then to attack the other 3 guys, release the spiritual seed to someone, and finally the movement of the Federal Intelligence Department. That's good, and help me keep an eye on the other person. The one Yang Bo was talking about was Lisa, the beautiful student of the Federal Military Academy. Chapter 1126. Boss, this Lisa is the best match for you. She is not only a top student in the command department of the Federal Military Academy, but also looks very good for you. Boss, don't worry, I will keep an eye on her. If there is anyone who is blind, I will make him disappear. After seeing Lisa's information, Nelson immediately flattered John Lee. Lisa's information is quite perfect, a genius beauty. She has good looks, IQ, and knowledge. Just help me keep an eye on it, I handle the rest myself. Yang Bo, who was disguised as John Lee, could only say this after hearing this. Lisa's identity was the most deceptive, and no one could have imagined that someone with such an identity would be a senior swallow of the Secret Intelligence Department of the Federal Intelligence Department. The main purpose of training these senior swallows is to use their identity, fame, and appearance to collect information on some high-value targets. It's a pity that they met a pervert like Yongbo, who not only had a master-level disguise ability, but also had a perverted superpower like spiritual seeds. Therefore, it was destined that the high-level swallows cultivated by the Federal Intelligence Department at a huge cost could only be played by Yongbo in vain. Instead, these swallows were used to convey wrong information to the Federal Intelligence Department, which led to more serious consequences. After Yongbo explained to Nelson, he waited for action. The first thing Yongbo did was to get himself out of trouble. For example, Vivian met with the Deputy Director of the Secret Intelligence Department and 2 senior commissioners. I couldn't knock on the door directly, so I had to find a way to let others notify me. After the incident, no one would suspect me. Because theoretically, it was understandable that I sent Nelson to keep an eye on Vivian. After all, John Lee and Vivian already had a deeper relationship. Hee hee. Yongbo thought about how badly the Federal Intelligence Department would fall in the future, and he was very happy. In the future, the Federal Intelligence Department will become my own intelligence department. Use the spiritual seeds to infiltrate them. But be careful, the intelligence departments of the 3 countries must have superpowers similar to the spiritual or soul system. Because the Empire has superpowers in this area, the other 2 countries must ensure that their people will not be used by the Empire's soul superpowers. Yongbo muttered in his heart. Then Yongbo learned from Li Yong's spiritual seed that Li Yong had asked him to meet through Lin Yu. So Yongbo returned to Devon Star and took out the watch of the 3rd master. Sure enough, Lin Yu had sent a message, and then Yongbo replied. The reason why Yongbo replied to Zhang Boijin and Lin Yu on Devon Star. Because the Empire keeps the nobles' communication secret, neither the Empire nor other countries can find the nobles' communication IP addresses. Because many of the things that the nobles do in private in the Empire are shameful. Besides, after Nelson received the order from John Lee, he began to arrange personnel. As a native of Kalaya State, Nelson is easily watched by outsiders as long as they enter Kalaya State. The simplest way is to use the positioning data of the watch. A slightly more troublesome method is to use the ubiquitous surveillance system in Kalaya State. However, although these 2 methods are quick and effective, they are easy to be counter-detected by others because it is easy to leave traces when using the internet. The most troublesome method is to send someone to watch. Sending someone to watch does not mean sending someone to follow. Rather, it means bribing the staff where these people live. Or bribing the staff where these people are going. For example, if Vivian is about to go out, the staff here will notify people outside. People from outside will start tracking and arranging. Because they all need transportation, whether it is public transportation or unmanned taxis, they all have a direction. Wherever the unmanned taxi arrives, Nelson can contact the local staff and bribe them. This tracking method is time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it is very effective and not easy to be tracked back. After Vivian received the contact information, she went out alone at the agreed time. Before going out, she deliberately disguised herself as another staff member of the team. Vivian lives in a luxury hotel. Although the hotel staff did not recognize Vivian. But anyone who comes out of Vivian's room will be watched. Because everyone knows that there is a camouflage potion. And Nelson already knows that 3 people want to see Vivian. So he is more vigilant and does not miss any target. Because as a professional intelligence officer, don't define who is suspicious and who is not suspicious first. Because your subjective judgment often makes you exclude the real target. Treat everyone equally as a suspicious target. So before Vivian got off the elevator, someone was waiting outside the hotel to follow her. After Vivian walked out of the elevator, she called a driverless taxi. The driverless taxi arrived quickly, and Vivian directly entered the destination. The destination was a bar 3 kilometers away from the hotel. After the driverless taxi left the hotel, it headed directly to the bar 3 kilometers away. At this time, the driverless taxi was followed by at least 3 flying cars. The 3 flying cars would leave one at a certain distance. Then another one would be added behind. This way, the tracking would not be filtered by big data. Because we don't know what the identity and background of the person being tracked are. Maybe the other party can filter big data through the internet, and then warn the other party. After the driverless taxi arrived at the bar, Nelson's people got the news in the background and quickly contacted the bar staff. This is the advantage of being a local native. Nelson quickly contacted the staff. So before the disguised Vivian entered the bar, several staff members had already received the money. In the Federation, money is everything. One of these staff members went to greet the disguised Vivian, while the others prepared. Vivian quickly booked a private room, and then the others replaced a carpet at the door of Vivian's private room. Vivian walked over the carpet and entered the private room. This carpet is actually a pressure weighing prop. Bitch, you disguised yourself like this? Nelson looked at the weight data. Of course, Vivian was not like Xiaobai. Soon, several people came to Vivian's private room. Vivian now pretended to be a staff member around her to get along with these people. The person Vivian wanted to meet was in another private room. So Vivian left for a while on the pretext of leaving, and came to another private room. What Vivian didn't know was that Nelson had already reported the matter to Li Yuehan. Li Yuehan was already on his way to the bar. Of course, John Li was relatively low-key. He came down from the airport and took an unmanned taxi. Vivian saw 3 women when she entered the private room. Vivian did not know the deputy director of the intelligence department, because Vivian had a single line of contact with her superiors before. So it was impossible to know whether these 3 people were real women or fake women. These 3 people were very vigilant, and the Federal Intelligence Department was covering up, so Nelson did not know the true identities of the 3 people. Nelson was now outside the bar, waiting for his boss to arrive. Vivian has been exchanging views with the deputy director of the Intelligence Department of the Federal Intelligence Department and 2 senior commissioners. There is an energy shielding device on the table in the private room, which can interfere with energy in a small range. It will not interfere with the outside of the private room, so that people outside the private room will not notice that there is such a thing in the private room. Because if the energy shielding device has a large shielding range, it is easy to arouse suspicion from people around, which will expose yourself. You need to enter John Lee's battleship as soon as possible. It would be even better if we could bring one of them into the warship. As for how they work, don't ask. Do you understand? The deputy director of the intelligence department said to Vivian. This may be a bit difficult. John Lee is a very vigilant person. And if we rashly add another person, it will easily arouse John Lee's suspicion. Not only John Lee, but also the people behind John Lee. Vivian shook her head and said. And the intelligence manual clearly states that if you rashly join someone the target doesn't know, and has no relationship with me, it will easily make the target suspicious. Vivian had some opinions about her superior's arrangement, because this completely disrupted her plan. It's up to you how to get to know them. After all, Li John has a special relationship with you now. You can create various conditions and meet one of them by chance. Don't forget, they are also members of our intelligence department. They are no worse than you in terms of disguise and intelligence gathering capabilities. They are intelligence personnel with more advanced professional knowledge. The deputy director of the intelligence department frowned slightly. However, it was precisely because of the existence of the energy shielding device that when the federal intelligence personnel saw John Lee appearing at the door of the bar, they felt as if the sky had fallen. At the same time, Nelson and John Lee also appeared and rushed to the private room in a hurry. Bang! Nelson directly used a microbomb to violently break the door of the private room. Because the doors of these bar private rooms have relatively high defense. Vivian and others in the private room were startled by the sudden explosion. Vivian, you are actually messing around with other women behind my back. Yang Bo, who was disguised as John Lee, pointed at Vivian and shouted, General Lee, you must have recognized the wrong person. Vivian, who was disguised as John Lee, tried to explain herself. Yang Bo, who was disguised as John Lee, dodged and grabbed her by the neck. You still dare to quibble here? I knew it as soon as you left the hotel. What are you doing here, disguised as someone else? As Yang Bo said, Nelson next to him pointed 2 laser pistols at the other 3 women. The men led by Nelson also had laser pistols in their hands. The deputy director of the Federal Intelligence Department and 2 senior commissioners also felt their scalps tingling as they saw several laser pistols pointed at them. Pa! Then Yang Bo, who was disguised as John Lee, held Vivian in one hand and slapped the deputy director hard with the other hand. Come here, inject him with a reduction agent. How dare you seduce my John Lee's woman? No matter who you are involved with behind the scenes. Yang Bo shouted. General Lee. The deputy director was dizzy after being beaten by Yang Bo, and he hurried to explain after hearing this. Pa! Then, he was interrupted by another slap from Yang Bo. Yang Bo had just taken the opportunity to release his spiritual seeds, and found that this deputy director of the Secret Intelligence Department knew a lot of things. And he had to conduct mental power and soul tests from time to time. Yang Bo didn't know whether the spiritual seeds he released to these guys could be measured. But this deputy director of the Secret Intelligence Department knew too much. This Secret Intelligence Department is also responsible for contacting pirates. In addition, this Secret Intelligence Department conducts some secret infiltrations in China and abroad. Damn! Yang Bo discovered that this Secret Intelligence Division has sent people to infiltrate March Star, mainly because the newly released wisdom potion on March Star attracted the vested interest groups of the Federation. To put it bluntly, it is this group of people who control the Federation. And the intelligence personnel sent have secretly approached Zhang Buzhen. And the deputy director of this intelligence department is indeed a man disguised as a woman. The deputy director of the secret intelligence department wanted to explain. This is easy. Then, he was directly shocked by Nelson's ultra-high voltage current and jumped up. Don't you see where you are? How dare you seduce the boss's woman? Nelson used ultra-high voltage current to shock the other party, while forcibly injecting the reducing agent into him. The deputy director of the intelligence department also wanted to object, but he didn't dare to object in the face of the laser pistol. He could only be shocked to foam at the mouth, and then forcibly injected with the reducing agent. The other two senior commissioners were already dumbfounded. How could they encounter such a thing? The two senior commissioners were a man and a woman, but they also used camouflage drugs. And these two bastards! Yang Bo pointed at the other two people in exasperation. The two tried to defend themselves. This is easy. Then, they were directly fired with ultra-high voltage current by the people led by Nelson, and they jumped up, and then fell to the ground and twitched continuously. People with superpowers are most afraid of encountering this ultra-high voltage current, because this ultra-high voltage current will make the nerves lose control. Then Yang Bo took out the reductive agent and injected it into Vivian. Woman, if you betray me, I will make you regret it. I hate people who play both sides the most. You came here secretly disguised as someone else. Yang Bo, who was disguised as John Lee, said angrily. I didn't. I really didn't. I just came to talk to them about work. Vivian explained quickly. The headquarters of the Federal Intelligence Department was now in a state of panic. It was originally just a simple connection, but it turned into a big drama of catching an adulterer. Because there were people watching outside the private room, Nelson did not stop them. Among the people watching were people from the Intelligence Department, who were now thinking about how to get away with this matter. Waste. Idiot. The head of the Federal Intelligence Department did not make any similar emergency plans when he knew about this meeting. In other words, for such private meetings, there would usually be some emergency plans, such as being suddenly bumped into by the target. But not this time. Chapter 1127. Idiot. Waste. And he's the deputy director of the Secret Intelligence Department. No professional skills at all. And two shitty senior commissioners. What kind of personality does this bastard John Lee have? Didn't the Intelligence Department do any analysis? Just John Lee's crazy energy. He would allow his woman to contact other people privately and cheat on him. After receiving the news, the vice president of the Federation also cursed the Minister of Intelligence. The head of the Intelligence Department was very upset. Our Intelligence Department has listed John Lee as a key target for observation, and has conducted a comprehensive analysis of John Lee, and sent the results of the analysis to all departments. The deputy director of the Secret Intelligence Department also has the authority to see this analysis report. Idiot! Idiot! Such a person should be beaten to death by John Lee. The vice president looked at the live broadcast of the scene. The deputy director of the Secret Intelligence Department of the Intelligence Department is now wearing women's clothes, but he is a man. Because of the injection of the reductive agent, the woman who was disguised as a woman has been restored to a man. He was put on a restraint collar, and was being held by Li Yuehan with an ultra-high voltage electric shock device. With the sound of crackling, the deputy director, who was wearing women's clothes, convulsed on the ground. There were also two senior commissioners trembling beside him. The two were a man and a woman, and one of them was also wearing women's clothes. Li Yuehan also cursed while shocking. How dare you hook up with my woman? I have 3 battleships, and a lot of money. Tell me the truth, what conspiracy do you have to get close to my woman? Who sent you here? The reason why the federal vice president could see Li Yuehan abusing the deputy director was because Li Yuehan did not stop others from watching, but directly opened the door of the private room. I will let everyone see it today. Whoever wants to do something bad to my woman, I will kill his whole family. Do you know where this place is? This is Kalai Estate. Sizzle. Seeing that John Lee had shocked the deputy director of the intelligence department and made him convulse all over, the vice president picked up the phone and said, "Find a way to deal with John Lee." Waste. Idiot. It's hard to imagine that such an ugly person can be a capable person in the intelligence department. Don't the intelligence departments evaluate the target first? What kind of person is John Lee? A legendary mecha master in Kalai Estate. No contingency plan is made before taking action. The intelligence department doesn't know who is watching John Lee. Then the vice president saw John Lee attack the male senior commissioner. Although the two senior commissioners are elites in the intelligence department, they are more specialized in the software system of warships. Watching the deputy director of the secret intelligence department convulsed on the ground by John Lee's electric shock, his eyes bulged, and he felt that he would lose control of his bowels and bladder in the next second. Then the male senior commissioner was slapped by John Lee without any warning. "Tell me, what is your intention in disguising yourself to approach Vivian? You won't tell me, right?" "Nelson, I leave this guy to you." In fact, Yang Bo is speechless now. Because in Yang Bo's plan, there must be an emergency plan for the other party to see Vivian. Then he just needs to break in, hit the deputy director a few times, and then take this opportunity to release the spiritual seed to the other party. The main reason is that he is afraid that this guy is also a superpower in the spiritual system. In order to avoid being noticed by the other party, he released his spiritual seed. After releasing the spiritual seed, Yang Bo knew that the other party had no emergency plan for this meeting. This made Yang Bo a little overwhelmed, because this was beyond his plan. Yang Bo could not imagine that a deputy director of the Federal Intelligence Department would be so unprofessional. The Federal Intelligence Department had an overall investigation report on John Lee, and the deputy director also knew about it. But even so, the deputy director still did not take any emergency plan, which was a bit unimaginable. That's why Yang Bo used electric current, constantly shocking the deputy director with high voltage current. Mainly, he used other means. What if this guy confessed? Finally, Yang Bo couldn't act anymore, so he decided to break the jar. Anyway, he had learned a lot from the deputy director. But the deputy director was obviously in a coma. So Yang Bo asked Nelson to interrogate the male senior commissioner. If the senior commissioner confessed, then break the jar. But at this time, Nelson's communicator rang. "Boss, it's the general manager of Tiger Entertainment." After answering the phone, Nelson reported to John Lee in a low voice. "Tiger Entertainment? Is it the Tiger Entertainment that ranks in the top 3 in the Federation?" Yang Bo asked curiously. "Yes, the general manager of the other party said that these 3 people were sent by him to contact the boss's wife privately, and wanted the boss's wife to change the agency." Nelson nodded. Yang Bo was relieved to hear this, and the play could finally go on. "How can I believe what he said? Let him show the evidence." Of course, Yang Bo would not admit it immediately. He said he would give the phone to the people at the scene, but this matter must be kept secret because the boss's current agency has a strong background. Nelson believed the words of the general manager of Tiger Company. "Here, don't think that I dare not beat you just because you are a woman. If you do something behind my back, I will make you pay." Yang Bo, disguised as John Lee, gave Nelson's smartwatch to Vivian. Vivian had been silent just now, because she was also frightened. The sudden appearance of John Lee, and the violently beaten deputy director of the intelligence department. Usually this deputy director was high above, and controlled the life and death of many intelligence personnel. But now this deputy director was nothing in front of John Lee. Vivian didn't know what to say because she didn't receive any orders. John Lee didn't do anything to her. After hearing John Lee's warning, Vivian took the smartwatch handed over by Nelson with trembling hands. "I heard the person in this smartwatch have a contact code, which means everything is up to him. I disguise myself like this because I want to change to a brokerage company where they give me a bigger share." After Vivian got the code, she answered according to the other party's meaning. "How much money can you make a year? Why are all those shitty brokerage companies vampires? If you serve me well and make me feel comfortable, how can I miss your money? If you serve me well, I will open a brokerage company for you directly. If anyone doesn't give you face, I will drive a battleship to bomb him to death." Yang Bo pretended to be Li Wehan and acted very domineering. I was wrong. Vivian had no choice but to admit her mistake after hearing Li Wehan's domineering speech. Because Vivian also saw the intelligence department's analysis of Li Wehan. Li Wehan is an egomaniac, and you can't be stubborn when facing such an egomaniac. That's more reasonable. "Nelson, give this guy 500 million credit points for mental damage and treatment. Then give these 2 guys 100 million credit points each for mental damage and treatment. Don't say that I, John Lee, bully people. Next time you meet my woman behind my back, I have 10,000 ways to make you regret coming into this world." Yang Bo said domineeringly again, and the deputy director, who was electrocuted and fainted, received 500 million credit points in compensation. "Let's go. Go back and cancel the contract with your agency immediately." Nelson, ask them how much liquidated damages they want. I leave this matter to you. Nelson heard John Lee's domineering speech and nodded quickly. "Boss, leave this matter to me, and terminate the contract according to the normal process. Yeah, if they want more, just give them more." We have plenty of money. Yang Bo looked like a nouveau riche. Let's go, what are you looking at? Yang Bo yelled at the people watching outside the private room. Then everyone watched Li Yuhan leave with the most beautiful singer in the Federation. Then the relationship between Li Yuhan and Vivian was directly exposed, and the federal news media immediately started reporting like chicken blood. Because Vivian's previous personality was not close to men, she was clean, and the entire agent team including assistants were women. So Vivian has more fans. Now when these fans see their favorite goddess leaving with Li Yuhan's arm, they can imagine how shocked their goddess will be. After all, it goes without saying what level of superpower Li Yuhan is. And Li Yuhan's domineering remarks, how to serve him well, everything is available. So many people in the Federation criticized Li Yuhan online. Cursed Li Yuhan to be destroyed by the Pirate Alliance. Some people even scolded Vivian. It can be said that Vivian has already suffered a major setback in her acting career. Celebrities rely on their personas. Once the personas of celebrities collapse, the consequences are unimaginable. When Vivian was taken away by John Lee, she wanted to resist, but she didn't dare to resist when she thought of John Lee's actions just now. And this is Korea State, but what surprised Vivian was that John Lee actually took her on the battleship. Vivian took the fighter plane released by the Fortune, and went to the Fortune battleship with John Lee. Your future mission is to serve me well, and then you can get everything you want. Vivian heard Li John's domineering speech again, when she came to the battleship Fugui. Yes, I will do whatever you say. Where are the others on the battleship? Vivian nodded quickly. I am the only one on this battleship, but other places are not safe, so your range of activities is limited. Yang Bo said. You can check your watch, which shows the area where you can move. There are rest areas and entertainment areas, and you can also use the fighter plane to go back to Koreabank for shopping. But you should let me know when the time comes, and I let Nelson find someone to accompany you. If you want to buy any luxury goods, you can ask them to send them to the place you specify to choose. When Vivian heard what Li John said, she knew that he was lying. Because the area on the warship that was open for her to pass was only a small range. Then, there must be other people living in other areas of the warship. Vivian was relieved to find that her watch could still communicate with the outside world. She had already made a plan in mind, to agree to the other party first, and then slowly deal with it. Well, I listen to you. Vivian nodded quickly. Hey, I take you to try the bed on the battleship. Yang Bo smiled, this kind of top beauty delivered to the door for free, it would be a waste not to take it. Yang Bo even muttered in his heart, I wonder if the Federal Intelligence Department will send more swallows. Because these swallows are trained to provide emotional value for men. Gives people a very comfortable and caring feeling. This is much better than going to KTV in the previous life, although the ladies in KTV also give people a very comfortable and caring feeling. But that costs money, and when the time to spend money is up, these ladies will turn their faces and refuse to recognize you. Even if there are another dozen of these free ladies, Yang Bo will not refuse. Vivian can only use what she has learned to constantly please Li John, provide him with enough emotional value, and double Li John's happiness, so that she can get more information on the battleship faster. The deputy director of the intelligence department finally passed the test. When he opened his eyes in the treatment room, he knew that he had finally survived. Because before he fell into a coma, the deputy director thought he would be beaten to death or electrocuted. Electric current is the best way to restrain superpowers, because strong current will destroy their nerves and thinking ability. Waste. Idiot. Get back quickly, our intelligence department has lost face because of you three idiots. You three identities have been exposed. Come back and change your appearance and identity. The deputy director of the intelligence department was scolded by the Minister of Intelligence. What about Vivian? The deputy director asked again. Although your mission failed this time, the main line of the mission has been advanced a lot. Vivian has moved into the Fortune, but now her activity area is restricted. The Minister of Federal Intelligence answered. Yes. The deputy director was relieved to hear this. In this way, he would not have much trouble this time. After all, the advancement of the main line of the mission has exceeded imagination. Then the deputy director left in a hurry, with 2 senior specialists. Vivian's agency also collected liquidated damages according to the contract, and then Vivian withdrew from the agency. Vivian on the Fortune felt that what she had learned was not enough, because John Lee was too strong. If this continued for a long time, she would definitely be ruined. Lee, you are too strong. How about I introduce you to my best friend, who also admires you? Vivian hugged Li Yuhan, and her white and tender little hand kept provoking Li Yuhan's sensitive parts, and then whispered. Yang Bo certainly knew what the other party was thinking, that is, to place other people on the Fugui battleship. I am not interested in your bestie, and I have other things to do, so I have limited time to accompany you. Yang Bo certainly could not immediately fulfill the other party's wish, because he had to go back to March Star to develop some pirates. In other words, for these pirates captured by the Ninth Fleet, Yang Bo would find a way to select some with higher status to release spiritual seeds, and then use Mr. Zhou's identity to let Zhang Buizhen let these people go. After all, the pirates have so many warships, so why not take them away? The pirates are his transport captains. Now they are delivering the goods to his door. Next time they deliver the goods to his door, he will pick them up. Thinking that the entire pirate alliance has dozens of C-class warships, Yang Bo was very excited. My best friend has a better figure than me. Vivian was still talking beside him. Who knows if it's true or not? Yang Bo left after saying a word. Vivian didn't dare to make more outrageous moves on the warship because she didn't understand warships at all. Battleships are the crystallization of high technology in this era. Those who are not professional in this field have no idea how high the technological level of battleships is. And Vivian is not proficient in software, so she doesn't know what these things in the living area look like, and what the difference is between the level and the original. And she has just been on the battleship for a short time, and cannot ask to go to more places. Fortunately, John Lee did not limit Vivian's watch's ability to communicate with the outside world. But Vivian's communication with the outside world is also very obscure, because all the content communicated to the outside world is forwarded by the battleship. Vivian still understands this. Yang Bo wants to give the Federal Intelligence Department an illusion that there is a very powerful force behind Li John. When necessary, Yang Bo will also show some optimized systems on the warship, so that the Federal side will not dare to take action against Li John in a short time. If the Federal side knew that Li John was just one person, it would definitely send a fleet to attack. In this situation, the Federal side dare not act rashly at all, because it is unclear who is behind Li John. So the Federation turned to support the Pirate Alliance and let the Pirate Alliance test and attack John Lee. In this way, if the Federation people do not show up, it is very likely that John Lee will be solved. Yang Bo returned to the private laboratory on Devon Star and took out Mr. Zhou's watch, which received the information about the pirate captives sent by Zhang Buizhen. Yang Bo looked carefully, and then returned to March Star. Yang Bo's idea was very simple, that is, to be invisible and release the spiritual seeds to the pirates he targeted. Zhang Buizhen thought that these pirates were Mr. Zhou's men. Yang Bo also knew that Zhang Bo was secretly trying to find out about Mr. Zhou, because Zhang Buizhen was also on high alert against Mr. Zhou. Yang Bo, how long have you not been on the second world game? Su Wei asked when she saw Yang Bo coming up from the basement. Has anything happened in almost half a month? Yang Bo asked when he heard this. Green City issued a conscription order to recruit 300 cavalry and 20 knights to go to Fen Fortress. Su Wei said as she sent a message to Yang Bo. Yang Bo carefully looked at the conscription order issued by Green City in the Second World. Is this going to war? Yang Bo felt that this was not a good sign, and wondered if the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was going to do something in the Second World. Chapter 1128. Yang Bo simply went to play the game first, and after entering the second game world, he went straight to Green City from Green Academy. While controlling the game character, Yang Bo wondered in his heart, is it because I let Su Hai and others cause trouble in my territory, so that the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire needs to balance it? Or is there a major change in the Second World itself? In theory, everything in the Second World is under the control of the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire. There shouldn't be any major changes. So the root of everything is most likely the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. If it's him, then we have to make trouble for him, and make him unable to take care of himself. Yang Bo came to Green City, and the Lord of Green City was still drunk. Lord. Yang Bo controlled the game character to greet the Lord of Green City respectfully. Viscount Handy, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you? The Lord of Green City greeted drunkenly. I'm fine, I'm here for the recruitment order. Yang Bo asked bluntly. This is a conspiracy against our Green family. Some people in the kingdom failed in their conspiracy last year, and are planning another conspiracy this year. The kingdom has decided to launch a war against the Bruce Kingdom in the east. Recruit knights and cavalry. After the knights and cavalry of Green City are recruited, the city's defense will be weakened. Then some damn guys will come back again. The Lord of Green City said while drinking. As mentioned before, the reason why these nobles in the Second World like to drink is that drinking water can easily make people sick. So these people drink wine as water. What is the reason? Yang Bo asked curiously. It's because of the heir to the kingdom. The prince supported by our Green family failed in the fight for the crown prince. The Crown Prince and his wings attacked our Green family. The Lord of Green City said. So what happened to the prince supported by the Green family? Why did he fail? Yang Bo felt that there was a conspiracy. He died of a sudden illness. The prince we supported was the first heir. He was not only smart but also capable. Unexpectedly, a disease took away his young life. The Lord of Green City sighed and replied. Yang Bo was even more suspicious after hearing this. Although in the ancient society of the Second World, it was common for some diseases to cause sudden death. But if the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire wants someone in the Second World to die suddenly, it will be easier. It seems that we have to make some trouble for the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire first. No matter if it is him or not, we have to make him shift his attention away from the Second World, and not let him pay too much attention to the Second World. Yang Bo secretly made up his mind. Discount handy, you don't need to participate in this recruitment. The foreigners in your territory are well trained. I will continue to provide you with some food and equipment. Those foreigners in your territory are now a trump card for our Green City. I will send out Green City's knights and cavalry to make them think that our Green City is easy to bully. Then we will teach these people a lesson. The Lord of Green City said to the game character controlled by Yang Bo. I obey the Lord's orders. The game character controlled by Yang Bo quickly agreed. In addition, I will secretly give you some excellent mounts. But things won't develop so quickly. It will probably take a few months. The enemy will not attack us until the knights and cavalry recruited by Green City arrive at the front line. So these few months are also our opportunity. And I also found that someone secretly sent foreigners to our Green City territory. These damn guys want these foreigners to cause chaos. When the time comes, I will send all the foreigners to your territory. The Lord of Green City spoke again. In ancient society, the population of a place has a maximum limit. If it exceeds this maximum limit, the population of this area will face hunger. Once people are hungry, many public security problems will erupt. Therefore, the nobles in the Second World strictly control the population in their own territories, and do not allow large-scale foreign populations to enter. Yang Bo did not expect such a good thing to happen, and he was waiting for him to agree to it quickly. These foreigners are unstable factors in other places, but when they come to their own territory, they have to work like slaves. Otherwise, believe it or not, Su Hai and his people can directly contact these outsiders offline. Although the second game world has many protection mechanisms to protect the privacy of game players. But don't forget that Su Hai and his people are not only sons of princes, but also nobles. If any outsider makes trouble in the territory, these nobles will just post a reward on the game forum. Unless these game players play alone, and no one knows the identities of these game players, there are many people who report the identities of these people to these nobles. Then Yang Bo came to the forest without stopping with a batch of food. Great news! Su Hai is now the chief steward of the territory. Look at the iron smelting furnace we built. It won't be long before we can produce metal ourselves. Then we will start casting some hydraulic machinery. Use these hydraulic machinery to forge equipment and production tools. Look at our primitive harvesters. Su Hai showed the latest research results. This primitive harvester is driven by 2 horses and is mainly used to harvest wheat. These studies are nothing to these game players. In reality, these drawings can be restored directly using the intelligent system. I have set up a think tank team to continuously input the development situation in our territory in real time, and then use the intelligent system to analyze and manage it. Su Hai said confidently. Yang Bo smiled and said nothing. Because there is a space laboratory and several armed spacecraft hidden in the sky, these armed spacecraft can use some meteorological weapons to attack any technology beyond this era. Everything Su Hai said was correct, but what the think tank team could not control was the sudden bad weather. Yang Bo did not intend to tell Su Haiming all this. And Yang Bo especially hoped that the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire would continue to toss and turn. Then when Su Hai and his people worked hard in the game for a while, they were directly destroyed by the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Once, twice, 3 times, or even many times, once Su Hai and his people knew the truth, they would probably be furious with the Emperor. When you think it's a real game, it turns out that someone is here to destroy the game. Well, everything about the territory is up to you. I know nothing about this. Yang Bo nodded, and the 2 sides are chatting privately now. Don't worry, we will rule the Second World within 10 years. Su Hai patted his chest and said. Then Yang Bo left the game again, letting the game character hang up by himself. The game character repeats the continuous practice every day. After leaving the game, Yang Bo told Su Wei about the situation in the game. Alas, if Green City is occupied by other nobles, it will be troublesome. We don't have much time to enter the game now. Su-wei also sighed. Yang Bo hugged Su-wei and comforted her. It's just a game. I feel that I have a sense of accomplishment in the game. It's a pity that it's just a game after all. Su-wei leaned on Yang Bo's arms and said. Yang Bo put his chin on Su-wei's head. Su-wei had a faint fragrance on her body. He felt the heat from Su-wei's body, and felt Su-wei's soft body. Just treat the game character as another life. As long as we try our best, there will be no regrets. After all, the game is not something we can control. But I think your brother's idea is a bit naive. I feel that the second world game has a balance mechanism. That is, there can't be too many things that go beyond the civilization settings of the second game world. After all, the game is just a game, and it can't continue to develop like the real world. On the surface, Yang Bo said that these things seemed reasonable, but when one day he knew that the game was controlled by humans to destroy the achievements of game players, it would be fun to watch. At the same time, Yang Bo was thinking about how to make trouble for the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. He wanted to make trouble for the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, but he couldn't use his current identities. For a moment, Yang Bo couldn't think of how to make trouble for the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo and Su-wei were cuddling for a while, and Su-wei was kissed by Yang Bo until she felt weak all over. It's been a long time since we hugged each other like this. I found that we lose a lot of things as we grow up. I miss the time when I came to March Star with you. At that time, we were on the spaceship, and we could be together every day. Now I want to practice, and you have your own research. I want to practice superpowers, and learn how to operate mechas. I don't know why we work so hard. Su-wei lay in Yang Bo's arms, just lying there quietly. It's for us to be together better in the future. The higher the level of superpowers, the longer we live, and the more time we can spend together. Yang Bo had no choice. Human society is essentially the law of the jungle. Even if the three countries seem to be very good to ordinary people, these ordinary people are still constantly exploited by the Alliance. It's just that the law of the jungle in human society doesn't mean that the strong treat the weak as food like in the animal world. And the weak in the human world, you will find that your lifelong efforts may eventually get less than what you had when you were born. Some people are born without debt and bankruptcy, but some people die with debt and bankruptcy. Some people spend their whole lives for a house, but what happens after they die? As long as you are alive, you have to pay taxes to the Alliance, including consumption tax, property tax, energy tax, and insurance tax. When you die, your hard-earned assets will be taxed 45% by your descendants when they inherit them. In other words, the strong in the human world have changed their ways. The strong prey on the weak, because the strong in the human world make the rules. Of course, the Federation is more naked. In the Federation, they even deliberately pollute clean water sources, and force you to buy drugs to purify the water. They even deliberately pollute the air, and force you to buy radiation protection drugs. If you don't work hard to live, then you can only die silently. The essence of the three countries is that the ruling class uses the rules to constantly take away everything the weak have. They will use various administrative orders, various laws, and even various financial means to make the money you get depreciate continuously, or even take money directly from your pocket. Only when you become strong can you make rules. If Yang Bo does not work hard, he is destined to be a weak person. The weak have no rights to what they own. It just depends on whether the strong are interested in what the weak have. As long as the strong are interested in the weak's things, they can take them away at any time, including your life. As for the law, many cases in the history of the Alliance have proved that the weak are not protected by the law. Even many weak people have to give up their rights because they have no money to sue. Some large companies in the Alliance can even fight lawsuits for dozens or hundreds of years, and all the plaintiffs will die. It doesn't matter whether these plaintiffs died naturally or accidentally. Some large companies have special legal departments. They will take advantage of loopholes in the rules to prevent you, the weak, from speaking out for your unequal treatment. They will even use politicians to change the law. Well, let's work together. Su-wei also knew that Yang Bo did this to have a good living environment in the future. Why don't we go hunting in the game, just like we hunted rabbits and mice? Yang Bo suggested. Okay. Su-wei thought of the happy days she had with Yang Bo in the game. But later it became 4 people killing small animals in the game. Because Annie and Xia also participated. The 4 of them controlled their own game characters, and started hunting rabbits in the farmland around Green City. Among these people, only Yang Bo had a fast reaction speed. Because these rabbits face hunters and hunting dogs every day. Out of the range of bows and arrows, these rabbits run away. Now, people are not allowed to ride horses on the farmland outside Green City, because crops have been planted in the farmland. Yongbo, who controls the game character, simply puts down the bow and arrow. Then he uses the skill of throwing stones to get a lot of prey. How about we play the game together once a month in the future? After the game was closed, Sui made a suggestion. Okay. Yongbo and the other two answered in unison. Then Yongbo prepared to do his own thing, which was to go invisible and release spiritual seeds to the pirates. Li Yuehan must complete his mission as soon as possible. We can start planning slowly now, but Yongbo and Li Yuehan have nothing in common. Yongbo muttered to himself. Chapter 1129. Yongbo used his spiritual power seeds on 3 people this time. They were the leaders of the Violent Bear Pirates, the Side Pirates, and the Blood Blade Pirates. Because these 3 leaders were captured and sent to the prison on March Star. Yongbo already had quite a few spies in the Interstellar Pirates. In the Pirate Alliance Council, 2 elders had already been released with spiritual seeds. Charlie, the leader of the Skunk Pirates, was also Charlie, the former speaker of the House of Representatives on Tianza Star. There is also Aaron, the first deputy leader of the Black Skull Pirates. He has another identity, that is, he is a member of the Imperial Military. However, the Interstellar Pirates will only be together when they are united, and they will act separately at other times. So Yongbo decided to plant another spy. Of course, the leaders of these 3 pirate groups are only the first choice, because there are also the first deputy leaders and the like. Among these 3 pirate groups, the Violent Bear Pirates are stronger, that is, the Violent Bear Pirates, and there are more remaining warships. After receiving these pirates, the Judicial Department of March Star temporarily detained them in prison. Then these pirates suffered. A group of crazy inmates appeared in the prison and abused these pirates inhumanely. Then when these pirates were tortured to death, they were found by the prison guards and sent to the treatment center. Soon they returned to the prison alive and kicking, and were abused again. In fact, the entire government and judicial department of March Star hated these pirates. Because according to the investigation, these pirates came to destroy the route of March Star and hinder the development of March Star. These government departments and politicians of March Star, their income is closely related to the development of March Star. In the past, March Star had a fiscal deficit every year, and these politicians sometimes had their salaries cut or even delayed, not to mention additional benefits. And for administrative stars, like March Star in the past, the Alliance government would not heavily subsidize them. The Alliance government subsidizes administrative stars with development potential. The better the development, the more subsidies the Alliance will give. Because this way the Alliance can collect more taxes. The Alliance government is originally a capitalist, and the subsidies for those purely invested administrative stars are very few. Now, under the operation of Zhang Buizhen, the entire March Star is constantly developing, and everyone's welfare benefits are constantly improving. Moreover, with the development of the economy, these free classes also have some room for profit operation. The purpose of these pirates is to cut off the financial path of March Star, which is equivalent to cutting off the financial path of everyone. Of course, on the surface, the judicial department of March Star is still investigating those felons who participated in the violence and the prison guards, and expelling the prison guards. But the pirates' lives were still the same as before, because they had new cellmates and new guards, and they still suffered the same results. There were many pirates, but only 1 or 2 were allowed out each time. So 7 or 8 cellmates in a prison would take turns to abuse hundreds or thousands of pirates. Fuck. Yongbo, who was invisible in his armor, entered the prison and saw the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates, wearing a restraint collar, and being dragged by several cellmates by his legs and arms. Then the legs were spread apart, and then slammed hard on the partition between the 2 toilets. Then the whole person was lifted up, and the legs were rubbed back and forth on the partition pillars. The leader of the Violent Bear Pirates was also an A-level superpower, but now he could only make a humming sound. Yongbo saw another guy who had fainted next to him, with blood flowing between his legs. Because superpowers have weaknesses. Even Yongbo now has a back door between his legs, a head, and a neck, which are all weaknesses. Because there are only blood vessels and scalp on the head, there are no muscles at all. It is impossible to train muscles to be as hard as metal like the body. Similarly, due to the unique structure between the legs, it is impossible to train them to be as hard as steel. And although these violent inmates also wear restraint collars, it is obvious that these collars are not working. Hee hee. Yongbo was watching the fun from the side. These interstellar pirates are very brutal, they rob transport ships. All the goods will be sold, and then people will be sold as goods. Of course, people who are useful to the pirates will be sent to the pirate base. For example, most of the women on the spacecraft will be sent to the pirate base to contribute to the sustainable development of the pirate base. Most of the men will have a miserable end. If they are old and have no professional skills, the pirates will directly throw them into space. And the small number of young people with professional skills will be kept in the pirate base as reserve talents. Others are mostly sold to various biological laboratories. Because there are many space laboratories hidden in the vast space, most of which are privately established by some large companies in the Alliance and the Empire. Because the laws of these two countries do not allow research on some taboos. Of course, these studies are legal in the Federation. However, most companies are still willing to use some civilian spacecraft to transform space laboratories. Because many studies require a space environment, and the cost of space laboratories is lower, and it is easier to control safety. If something goes wrong, the space lab will explode directly. And if the federal investment causes some viruses or genes to spread and mutate, a large amount of money will be lost. These space labs need a large number of superpowers to conduct experiments. These space labs will not use animals for experiments first, because human experiments are required after animal experiments are completed, so it is most cost-effective to directly use human experiments. Only after the human experiments are successful, these research institutions and laboratories will reversely conduct experiments on animals and then publish papers. So Yang Bo didn't sympathize with these pirates at all. The leader of the Violent Bear Pirates held on for more than an hour before he passed out. The main reason was that the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates was an A-level superpower, although these inmates attacked the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates' weaknesses. However, the superpower's strong mental power and strong physique would double the pain of the Violent Bear Pirates. If it were an ordinary person or a low-level superpower, he would probably have passed out after just the first critical hit. Because high-level superpowers have higher resistance and endurance. So when superpowers are abused, the pain is many times that of ordinary people. Yang Bo also gave the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates a spiritual seed. However, Yang Bo does not plan to read the memory of the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates for the time being, because the other party's memory is very painful now. Then Yang Bo watched the show here again. Because the prison's intelligent control system released a few interstellar pirates for a walk. These interstellar pirates would never leave the cell door. Then, they were constantly shocked by the current in the collar. Because letting prisoners out for fresh air is a welfare measure in the Alliance prison. All prisoners have to accept this welfare measure. Just like when Yang Bo lived in a welfare house before, he had to follow the instructions of the intelligent system, otherwise he would be sent to the hospital for diagnosis. If it is determined that you have mental or psychological problems, then they will adopt a corresponding treatment plan. So these prisoners do not accept this welfare measure, which is considered a violation of prison regulations by the intelligent system, and they will be punished. Then they were directly electrocuted by the intelligent system. So you have no right to refuse the freedom and welfare of the Alliance. Once you refuse, you will be breaking the law. Then these pirates were trembling all over, and when their bodies became weak, they were dragged directly to the designated ventilation area outside the cell by the intelligent robot. Because the confinement collar is specially designed, the current goes directly to the central nervous system. Hey, welcome our little baby. Then these interstellar pirates were dragged into the bathroom by several inmates. TSK, this intelligent system is so beneficial. Yang Bo saw the horrified eyes of these pirates, and then he was treated in the same way in the horrified eyes. And Yang Bo also found that this bathroom seemed to have been renovated. It is especially suitable for these interstellar pirates. Yang Bo knows that these interstellar pirates will have a very painful second half of their lives, because they are likely to live to death in this prison. Although the Alliance does not have the death penalty, it can accumulate sentences, and the highest sentence has been 100,000 years. It was impossible for these pirates to die. With modern technology, this kind of external damage would be repaired quickly. Then Yang Bo walked around the prison in stealth wearing his armor. This is better than my previous welfare housing. Yang Bo took a careful look and couldn't help cursing in his heart. First of all, the per capita living area in the prison is larger than where he lived before. And the prison has its own independent functional areas. Sports area, study area, entertainment area, and some companion robots, all of which are provided free of charge. Of course, these are time limited. For example, the companion robot can only be used for a certain amount of time each week. And you can learn various skills here. And there are subsidies for being in prison. Huh? When Yang Bo passed by a prison gate in stealth, the prisoner in the cell turned his head and looked over. This made Yang Bo very alert, and then he stepped back instantly. When the other person looked over, he dodged to the side. Then Yang Bo heard the other person's footsteps walking towards the cell door. Then Yang Bo continued to retreat. Yang Bo could clearly tell from the sound that the other party had walked to the door of the cell. The other party could not see the situation on both sides of the cell. The place where Yang Bo was now invisible was also a cell. The prisoner at the door was reading a book and had no reaction to his invisibility. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yang Bo heard the prisoner in the cell just now walk back to where he was just now. Then Yang Bo accelerated and flashed through the door of the other party's cell. Of course, Yang Bo was invisible the whole time, and he went to the other side of the cell. Then Yang Bo heard the person in the cell make a very low suspicious sound. Huh? TSK TSK. Yang Bo remembered the number of this cell. After waiting for about an hour, he rushed through the cell door again in stealth. This was the last attempt. Yang Bo heard the prisoner in the cell rush to the door in a flash. However, Yang Bo rushed too fast, and the other party did not gain anything. Yang Bo left when he heard the other party rushing to the cell door. This guy is actually a psychic superpower, and his perception of soul and psychic power is very strong. Yang Bo has been using the invisibility ability for a long time, and he is very clear about the advantages and disadvantages of invisibility. Invisibility has many advantages, and can avoid all energy detection. The only disadvantage is the soul, which cannot be invisible, so it is difficult to encounter a superpower with abnormal mental power, or a superpower in the soul. So it will be noticed by others. Yang Bo easily left the prison after he became invisible. All the intelligence systems and detection systems in the prison had no effect on Yang Bo. Yang Bo, who left the prison, returned to the villa smoothly. Su Wei and the other two were resting. Their schedules were full, and they spent a lot of time sleeping. Because practicing superpowers actually consumes a lot of mental energy, and when mental energy is consumed too much, you will feel very tired. After leaving a message to the three people, Yang Bo came to the underground laboratory, and then came to the private laboratory of Devon Star. Then he began to contact Zhang Buizhen, who was also waiting for Mr. Jiu's news. Zhang Buizhen was also shocked when he saw the message sent by Mr. Jiu. The leader of the Violent Bear Pirates was actually Mr. Jiu's man. Then Zhang Buizhen was relieved. No wonder Mr. Jiu's team had such great power. So he quickly replied to the message. Zhang Buizhen, sir, I'm a little sorry. I'm afraid the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates has been hurt. Mr. Jiu, it's okay. Actually, I didn't send a message to Mr. Zhang earlier. The main reason is that some people didn't obey orders. It's right to let them suffer a little. To manage subordinates, you must use both kindness and force. Zhang Buizhen was relieved after seeing this message, and then sent a message. What do you want me to do, Mr. Jiu? Just let him go, and the people around him don't need to be let go. Zhang Buizhen, then I will arrange it. Mr. Jiu, thank you, Mr. Zhang. I want to know the detailed information of the prisoner GF3147 in Area A of Sanyuexing Heavy Prison. Zhang Buizhen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp when he saw the message from the other party. Because the numbers of criminals in the prison are confidential. That is to say, they are top secret in the judicial system. Because this number is only used by internal personnel. Because turning a person's name into a number is suspected of discrimination. Zhang Buizhen, sir, please wait a moment. I will send you a message after I check it. Mr. Jiu, well, I want to remind Mr. Zhang that this person is very dangerous. Mr. Zhang, you and your people should try not to get close to him. After Zhang Buizhen saw this message, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Even Mr. Jiu said that this person is very dangerous, so I won't talk about the degree of danger. Chapter 1130. Zhang Buizhen quickly sent a message. Sir, can you tell me more details? What is wrong with this person, Mr. Jiu? I only know the existence of this person from some vague channels, but I am not sure, so I want to find you to confirm this person's identity information first. Zhang Buizhen, I will check it for you immediately. Zhang Buizhen did not continue to ask, because Mr. Jiu's message was also full of uncertainty. Yang Bo saw the message sent by Zhang Buizhen and replied, Mr. Zhang, you don't need to check this person first, just retrieve this person's information for me. Yang Bo's intuition told him that the information Zhang Buizhen had obtained was definitely fake information. How terrifying is a person with super abnormal mental power? Yang Bo knew it very well, because Yang Bo himself was a person with super abnormal mental power. Super abnormal mental power, even in a high-tech society, can be said to be invincible. Because mental power is pervasive. Just like Yang Bo's mental power can invade any intelligent system. Unless it is protected by materials that prevent energy penetration. Therefore, The smart door locks and smart sensing systems in the prison are just a pile of scrap metal in front of super mental power. Because those smart sensing systems and smart door locks do not have much protection. And that strange guy hiding in the prison is probably hiding some identity. Moreover, with this kind of super abnormal mental power, even when facing interrogation, the machine cannot detect whether the other party is lying. Because these people can forcibly change the activities of every part of their body, including pulse mental fluctuations and heartbeats. Even under the influence of the opponent's mental power, the person facing can't help but tell many secrets. Because the opponent can detect the invisible self, it proves that the opponent's mental power is already very abnormal. Besides, after Zhang Buizhen received the news, he personally used his authority to check the person mentioned by Mr. Jiu. As soon as he saw the information of this person, Zhang Buizhen felt bad. Because the other party's information looks ordinary. If the information looks ordinary, how can it attract Mr. Jiu's attention? So Zhang Buizhen quickly recorded the information manually. The reason for manually recording the information is that direct copying and direct downloading will leave traces. Then he quickly passed the information to Mr. Jiu. Yang Bo got the other party's information in a short time. After seeing the information, he knew that this person had a major problem. The information shows that this person is called Cruz. Male, 62 years old this year. B-level superpower. The superpower attribute is strength superpower. The birthplace is Tianzi Star. The reason why he was serving his sentence in the heavy prison was because he entered the March Star Reserve without permission and caused serious pollution to the reserve. The serious pollution was that this guy left human excrement in the reserve, causing some creatures to be contaminated. The body fluids and excrement of superpowers contain trace amounts of energy, which may have some impact on organisms, causing biological mutations, and then causing uncontrollable changes. Therefore, each city and each building in the Alliance has strict environmental protection standards. Rainwater and sewage are separated. Just like Yang Bo's villa, an independent circulation treatment system is built. In fact, the creatures on various planets in human society are more or less affected by humans and have mutated to some extent. Then in the data, there is all the information about this guy's crimes. When Yang Bo saw the area where Cruz committed the crime, his eyelids jumped. Because that area is the area where Yang Bo found the interstellar creature cubs hiding. It just means that Cruz has not found these interstellar creature cubs yet. Zhang Buizhen couldn't wait to send a message. Sir, have you finished reading it, Mr. Jiu? I'm checking. Yang Bo was already in contact with Zhang Buizhen on Devon Star. So after taking out Bart's watch and looking around, he found a person, Wang Fong, who was the first person to come to him from the club. Then he sent a message to Wang Fong. Wang Fong was the club member who took the initiative to find Bart and was rejected. The photo he sent was this photo of Cruz. Wang Fong called quickly, Bart, where did you get this photo? The person in the photo looks strange, but his eyes remind me of someone. A friend asked me to check it out. Yang Bo heard Wang Fong say this, so he answered. If I'm not mistaken, this guy should be a notorious interstellar hunter. These guys are enemies of our club. Because these guys will do anything to improve their strength, their main target is those interstellar creatures. Then use interstellar creatures to improve their own strength. And they often lead these interstellar creatures to the areas where we humans live, so that our human country's warships can destroy these interstellar creatures, and then they profit from it. And these guys are trying to control interstellar creatures. These guys are just a bunch of lunatics. In their eyes, there is only themselves, not our human society. Wang Fong explained. But these guys are all alone. Because they don't trust anyone, they don't have any companions. But where they are, there may be interstellar creatures. As for who this person is, it's hard for me to judge, because this person has changed his appearance. But what I want to tell you is that the mental power of these interstellar hunters is very abnormal. Because the only weakness of interstellar creatures is their weak mental power. Our club also has people who specialize in hunting interstellar creatures. Their mental power has reached a very terrifying level. If you see such people, the best way is to keep a certain distance from them. Because mental power and soul are one, they can influence other people's perception through mental power, that is, affect other people's souls. Some people can even make the other party see some unreal scenes. What's more terrifying is that these interstellar hunters are also supported by some institutions and companies. Because they can obtain some samples of interstellar creatures from these interstellar hunters. Who asked you for information? Wang Fong finally asked curiously. Thank you. I can't say that. Yang Bo refused to answer on the phone. Then you should be careful. Wang Fong heard this and gave up. It will be easy to identify such people in the future. Just look at their eyes. Their eyes give people a very indifferent feeling. I don't know where you got this photo. Because these people's mental power is super abnormal, they don't just see things with their eyes. Their mental power can even perceive the three-dimensional shape of objects within a few hundred meters around them, and can even penetrate most materials. And be careful of these guys. They basically have the first generation of Likong. The first generation of Likong has no high altitude at all. It is completely controlled by mental power. As long as they are within the field of vision, they are almost invincible against superpowers. Of course, the armor you are wearing has a strong advantage when facing them. In addition, there are some super high-speed drones. Although their mental power is very abnormal, they are still carbon-based creatures after all. The number of targets they can lock onto with their mental power is limited. So as long as there is equipment, whether it is a drone, a robot, a battle armor or a mecha, it is relatively easy to deal with such people. If these people are in one place, then this place is likely to have something left by interstellar creatures. I tell you another secret. When interstellar creatures reproduce, they will come to the outer reaches of our universe where energy is relatively scarce. The reason why interstellar creatures reproduce in the outer reaches of the universe where energy is scarce is mainly for safety. Because the energy is relatively rich in the center of the universe. Once the cubs of interstellar creatures appear, they will be killed and absorbed by other interstellar creatures. Some scientists believe that the cold planets in the universe are likely to be the cubs of interstellar creatures that have absorbed all the energy on the planets. The administrative planet we live on has sufficient energy inside. Some people believe that if interstellar creatures absorb the energy inside the planet, it will cause the energy inside the planet to dissipate. Although there is energy near the star, it is too dangerous to absorb energy outside the star. So there are probably young interstellar creatures in the areas where these interstellar hunters appear. After hearing Wang Feng's explanation, Yang Bo became more certain of his guess. Then Wang Feng said, "But don't tell anyone else about this. Especially don't ask anyone else in the club. Interstellar creatures are very powerful, but so far, the utilization rate of interstellar creatures is too low. Now all we can use is their corpses. Including taming interstellar creatures, controlling interstellar creatures, and even using the energy of interstellar creatures are still at a relatively low stage and have no results. The energy contained in interstellar creatures does have a certain effect on human superpowers. But interstellar creatures are silicon-based creatures, so the side effects of their energy on us humans are far greater than the normal effects." Yang Bo heard this and asked, "If I kill this person, will anyone cause trouble?" "Yes, because these interstellar hunters are backed by some big financial groups. The technology of human society has stagnated in the past few hundred years. Although there are some breakthroughs in some cutting-edge technologies, they cannot be applied on a large scale. Bart, you also know that in order to promote the development of human civilization, large-scale application of technology is needed. And too cutting-edge technology cannot promote the development of human civilization because of its high cost. Although it seems that human society has developed rapidly in the past few hundred years. But the foundation was laid hundreds of years ago, and we are still relying on the bosses of hundreds of years ago, such as biochips, intelligent systems, and even energy potions. There is no leap forward, no new research. So these big financial groups are constantly exploring to see who can control the direction of the next development of human civilization. As the most powerful creatures known to mankind so far, interstellar creatures naturally have a lot of interest. Of course, if you want to kill the other party secretly, it's okay if others don't know." Wang Feng explained a lot to Bart. The reason why Wang Feng was willing to explain to Bart was mainly because Bart still had to provide him with ultra-high temperature materials. And the quantity quota of ultra-high temperature materials was also determined by Bart. "Thank you. You can call me privately if you have anything in the future." Yang Bo pretended to be Bart and said, "Hey, can you give me some ultra-high temperature material quota?" Wang Feng asked immediately. "Of course, no problem. Give me a detailed data later." Yang Bo patted his chest and said, "Don't tell anyone about this." "Of course." Wang Feng nodded quickly. Then Yang Bo sent a message to Zhang Buishan. "This guy is really an enemy of mine. I didn't expect that this guy is hiding in the prison. This guy is an A+ level superpower with terrifying mental power." After Zhang Buishan saw the message sent by Mr. Jiu, he finally understood why Mr. Jiu knew the number of a prisoner in March Star Heavy Prison. It turned out to be Mr. Jiu's enemy, which means he was my enemy. And this was also a good time to repay Mr. Jiu's favor, so I quickly sent a message, "Mr. Jiu, do you want this person? Mr. Jiu, this person is probably a disguise, and his confinement collar is probably useless. In addition, his super abnormal mental power can easily control the entire prison's intelligence system. because super abnormal mental power can already control molecular state substances. So this time I personally went out, but I don't know if it is convenient for Fong to go to prison. Zhang Buizhen's eyes lit up when he saw the news. He could see the peak showdown of A+ level superpowers. So he quickly sent a message, "No problem, just take advantage of this opportunity to let your people go." When Yang Bo saw Zhang Buizhen send this message, he knew that the other party had misunderstood, so he sent a message, "This kind of thing can't make much noise. This guy also has a strong financial group behind him. This guy came to March Star, I'm afraid he didn't have good intentions." Zhang Buizhen is now very sensitive to the word financial group. Seeing this news, he quickly sent a message, "Is there a financial group behind the other party, Mr. Jiu? Haha, every A+ level superpower is built up with resources, so this guy is lurking in March Star, and he may have some major plots. In the future, all traces of this person will be erased." Zhang Buizhen saw this news, and quickly replied, "No problem, this person's information will disappear in the future, and this person has never been to March Star." The reason why Zhang Buizhen is so active is mainly because he thinks that this guy is lurking to target him. Now Zhang Buizhen is more sensitive to the word consortium, because the pirate incident that just happened was that a consortium wanted to target him. And thinking that an A+ level superpower with abnormal mental power is lurking, in addition to targeting himself, I can't think of other targets that can use such a perverted guy. Chapter 1131. Anyway, Zhang Buizhen is very wary of other consortiums, because March Star is growing, although there are already many interests involved. Zhang Buizhen was born in the Zhang family, and of course knows the top structure of the alliance. The rise of a force will inevitably affect the benefits of other forces. The rise of March Star relies on mutant animal materials and high-quality energy potions. But whether it is mutant animal materials or energy potions, its audience is limited. The customers who came to March Star were previously other people's customers. The sales of other high-end energy potions in the alliance were directly discounted by half, and this part of the cake was eaten by March Star. So when he saw the message sent by Mr. Jiu, he immediately thought that someone was targeting him. Of course, Zhang Buizhen also knew that the other party's target might not be him. But at Zhang Buizhen's current point, he would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. Because Zhang Buizhen himself can't afford to lose. Once he loses, it's all over. So he quickly replied, "Thank you, sir. I will arrange it right away. Mr. Jiu, please give me some information about the prison guards, so I can see which one I can disguise as." Zhang Buizhen, "Okay, this will make it easier to deal with the following matters." Yang Bo's plan is very simple. After Zhang Buizhen gives the prison guards information, he will choose a prison guard, and then go invisible to get his biological samples. Pretend to be using the disguise potion. The reason why Yang Bo wanted Zhang Buizhen to know about this matter was to let him finish it. Yang Bo knew that he would be discovered by this guy, who had super abnormal mental power. And Yang Bo also wanted to find this guy to verify whether what Wang Fong said was true. In addition, Yang Bo had already regarded the interstellar creatures on this planet as his own private property. If anyone else knew about the existence of interstellar creatures, then Yang Bo would have to find a way to transfer all of them. Last time, Yang Bo took away more than 100 interstellar creature cubs from the nest of interstellar creature cubs. Now they have become puppets serving on the John Lee battleship. Interstellar creatures are very strong, but their mental strength and soul are their weaknesses. How to say this? It is like the difference between intelligent programs and human brains. It may take only a moment for a person to convert a piece of text into an image in his mind. Intelligent programs need to run continuously and take time. And the most important thing is that the human brain has countless creativity and imagination. Intelligent programs can only be combined according to the things in the database. Interstellar creatures are silicon-based creatures, and their brains are similar to intelligent programs. So interstellar creatures have very strong combat power in the universe. Because they have countless combat experiences in their genes, just like many animals on Earth have instincts from birth. However, humans have designed and created more advanced warships based on the characteristics of interstellar creatures. Humans' current main battleships also have planetary energy cannons, which are all developed by interstellar creatures. This is actually the essential difference in soul or mental power. Moreover, after these interstellar creatures were controlled by Yang Bo to do things, they had no idea of being controlled by others in their memories, and then they did what they were supposed to do. If other carbon-based creatures were slightly smarter, they would definitely doubt their lives after being controlled. Zhang Buizhen acted quickly. Zhang Buizhen also had a secret action department under his command, and this action department was full of people from March Star. Because Zhang Buizhen was not valued by the Zhang family before, He only had a few confidants in the Zhang family. While waiting for Zhang Buizhen to send a message, Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart and came out of the private laboratory. He looked at the time and found that it was afternoon time on Devon Star. Wang Feng had set his ultra-high temperature material quota requirements. Yang Bo first sent a message to Ning Shui, saying that he would go back to eat in the evening. Then he went to the ultra-high temperature material laboratory, first completed Wang Feng's material quota, and then produced some other ultra-high temperature materials. White and his two companions continued to study ultra-high temperature materials. They set up many experiments based on the existing ultra-high temperature material formula and temperature process. Yang Bo also cooperated with the three people to do some experiments. Ultra-high temperature materials not only involve ultra-high temperature itself, but also involve material ratios, etc. Of course, these experiments are just experiments, and it is impossible to succeed all at once. In fact, Yang Bo is more experienced in this regard, because Yang Bo not only has fire energy superpowers, but also metal superpowers. Yang Bo noticed some problems when doing these experiments, but did not raise them because White and his two companions were scientific research madmen. As for my fire energy superpower, these three guys have been staring at me, wishing that I could do experiments here all day long. If I reveal that I have a strong talent in metal, I am afraid these three guys will want to tie me up here to do experiments. Let them do it slowly. Anyway, material testing is to do experiments continuously, and then constantly change and optimize according to the experimental results. Back. After receiving the news that Bart was coming back for dinner in the afternoon, Ning Shui happily started to prepare dinner. When she saw Bart flying back in a mecha, she hurried to meet him. Yeah. Yang Bo hugged Ning Shui, who rushed over and kissed her gently. Then he hugged Ning Shui and walked home. When he passed by Bai Lu, he also hugged her. Bai Lu has the superpower of charm, and the whole person is like a ripe peach. Anyone who sees her wants to take a bite and taste the juicy taste of this peach. And her figure is also amazing, a little fleshy but not fat. Bai Lu didn't expect Bart to hug her directly, and her face turned red. After all, she was just a housekeeper in name. But the next second, Bai Lu understood why Bart did this. Because after Bart took 2 steps with her in his arms, the people in the manor looked at her differently. That was also the reason why Yang Bo publicly hugged Bai Lu. In the noble manor, there were also levels between servants. Although Bai Lu was a housekeeper, there was another housekeeper in the manor. Moreover, Bai Lu had not been here for long, and could not compare to those servants who grew up in the manor. So usually these servants are probably just following Bai Lu's orders, but it's nonsense to say whether they obey Bai Lu or not. Maybe they are not happy, after all, an outsider is commanding them. But now the master's actions prove that this housekeeper is the master's woman. Then the servants of Viscount Bart look at Bai Lu differently. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled and kissed Bai Lu. Ning Shui was beside him, and did not show any dissatisfaction. Because in the aristocratic patriarchal society of the empire, Bart has treated himself well enough. Moreover, Bart himself is extremely strong physically, and there will definitely be other women in the future. In addition, Ning Shui is a new noble, so she naturally knows the style of these nobles in the empire. Even if Ning Shui marries other new nobles, her husband may have a lover outside. In the past, new nobles were self-disciplined, but many new nobles had to admit that the reason they wanted to become nobles was to live a noble life. Most of the new nobles were clean before they became nobles. But after becoming nobles, their mentality changed. I am a noble now, why should I be like those poor people? I should not enjoy life. So most of the new nobles, although they are called new nobles, their behavior is not much different from that of the old nobles. The biggest difference between the new nobles and the old nobles is that the old nobles do not recognize the new nobles, and do not play with the new nobles. This is made by Bai Lu and I for you. The reason why Ning Shui has this attitude towards Bai Lu is because Bai Lu knows how to behave. Bai Lu originally worked in the Bounty Hunters Union. Not only does he know how to behave, but he also knows his own identity. And what Bai Lu has always wanted is just a place to stay. Now with Bart, Bai Lu feels very safe. Regardless of Bart's own superpower level, his background, or his current strength. In Bai Lu's eyes, they are all excellent supports. So when Ning Shui asked Bai Lu to give Bart a bath last time, Bai Lu only declined twice before agreeing. In fact, he was still very willing in his heart. Thank you, baby. Yang Bo kissed Ning Shui after hearing this, and then kissed Bai Lu next to him. The two women have completely different styles. Ning Shui used to give people the feeling of a heroic female swordsman, but now she has a feeling of a little bird. Bai Lu has always given people the feeling of a beauty that can arouse men's possessive desire. Let's eat. Tell me some news about me now. Yang Bo and the two women brought the dishes to the table and ate together. This was also the first time that Bai Lu sat down to eat with Bart and Ning Shui. In the past, he was a butler and could only stand by and watch. Now that Bai Lu sat on the stool, he felt that his current status was really different from before. The servants and maids around him were all serving attentively, while in the past, he just watched from the side. The Empire generally has a positive attitude towards you. It's just that more and more conspiracy theories point to you as a lackey of His Majesty the Emperor. Ning Shui took a sip of the aperitif and said, "Regarding the title of Duke, the Council of Elders of the Noble Council will hold another vote tomorrow. But it is highly unlikely to pass. I think these people are just jealous of you," Ning Shui said. "Hee, the title of Duke is meaningless. Anyway, you have to buy land and recruit people by yourself. I don't think my management ability is very strong. The current population of the territory is enough." Yang Bo himself is still very interested in the title of Duke, because this title can have more rights. For example, more private armed forces. But I can't say that now. I can't let myself show that I'm ambitious. Because Yang Bo is not sure whether the servants around him have other people's spies. Another thing is to make Ning Shui feel at ease. After all, for a woman, the Duchess is still very attractive. When I find a planet in the future, I will build a country by myself. I won't suffer these birds in the Empire," Yang Bo said with a grin. "So I have to work hard to make money now. The money I have is far from enough to develop a planet." Ning Shui heard Bart's words, although she didn't believe it in her heart, but she still said to Bart, "Then I will wait to be the queen." "Yes, you will be the big queen, and Bai Lu will be the little queen," Yang Bo answered seriously. Puff, Ning Shui laughed when she heard this. It is too difficult to become an independent country now, because the power of the three countries is too great. If you don't rely on the three countries, you will be divided by the three countries. Although according to the current detection methods, it is found that there are indeed habitable planets in some areas. But there is a very important point, that is, if there is no space jump channel near this planet, it is uncertain whether the detected planet still exists. For example, at a distance of 1.5 million light-years, the detected scene shows that there is a habitable planet. But this detection is a passive detection of the energy fluctuations emitted by the planet at that time. And this energy fluctuation has been flying in the universe for 1.5 million years. Just like the starlight that we can see with our naked eyes, it was actually emitted from that planet many years ago, and now that planet may not exist. Even if the planet is still habitable, there is no space jump channel at such a long distance. By the time humans arrive, it is unknown how many years have passed. Although Yang Bo can teleport, he still does not dare to take the risk of teleporting without space coordinates, because he is not sure whether there will be accidents in the teleportation area. If the teleportation area is experiencing a planetary explosion, or a star is extinguished and collapsed, or other situations, then he will be doomed. So although Yang Bo had a lot of spatial coordinates on the head of the bug in his hand, he still didn't dare to take risks. "You don't trust your husband. I punish you tonight." Yang Bo looked at Ning Shui's laughing face and said unhappily, "You should use the family rules on Sister Bai Lu." Ning Shui rolled her eyes when she heard this. "Use the family rules together." Yang Bo chuckled. Yang Bo decided to leave Zhang Buishan alone for the time being and stay in Diwingsing for a while. Moreover, Yang Bo can control the interstellar creature puppets formed on Li Zhan's fleet through the spiritual seeds, remotely control the fleet to save monitoring time, and can also check the information on Li Zhan's watch through these puppets. Let's deal with the interstellar hunter on March Star tomorrow. I go see Li Yong the day after tomorrow. Yang Bo has already planned the next plan for himself. These are all more urgent things. The only thing that makes Yang Bo more worried is that once more than one interstellar hunter knows that there may be interstellar creatures on March Star, then where should he transfer these interstellar creatures? Chapter 1132. Yang Bo was very happy, hugging two beauties on his left and right, Ning Shui on his left and Bai Lu on his right. Although they both had their own merits, they were both gentle to him. The longer Ning Shui was with Bart, the more she admired him. And Bart's trip to Pandora moved Ning Shui beyond words. That also became the male god of women in the Empire, the Alliance, and even the entire human society, and of course some men as well. Needless to say, Bai Lu took Bart as his support for the rest of his life. My damn personality charm. Yang Bo muttered to himself, and then got up. There are 2 gentle women on Devon Star, and 3 women on March Star, who admire him very much and love each other. I enjoyed the blessing of having 2 wives last night. If I hadn't had something to do today, Yang Bo would have stayed for 2 more days. But some things must be done. Yang Bo got up in high spirits and returned to Bart's private laboratory. Then I saw the information sent by Zhang Buizhen. It was some information about the prison guards, including the personal preferences of these prison guards, working hours, family situations, etc. This also confirmed one thing from the side. That is, in front of the alliance government, many people have no privacy. This information is very detailed. Yang Bo chose a prison guard with complicated social relations. The reason for choosing this kind of warning with complicated social relations is to prevent others from tracking his whereabouts. If you choose someone with simple social relationships to disguise, it seems that this kind of person is easier to disguise. But once someone tracks you down, it is easy to track you down. Yang Bo only informed Zhang Buizhen of the approximate time of the action. He did not reveal any specific action plan to Zhang Buizhen, because Yang Bo himself did not know and needed to act according to circumstances. After the work was done, Yang Bo would let Zhang Buizhen finish it. The prison guard that Yang Bo disguised himself as was named Shelt, a mixed-race person, and also a sea-level power-type superpower. He is a member of the Animal Protection Association, a member of the Community Lawn Management Committee, a drummer in the prison band, and a member of the prison baseball team. It is precisely because of so many identities that this guy has a full schedule in his spare time except for work. He also contacts a lot of people, everyone in the community, and then represents the prison in various music competitions and holds open-air concerts. He also participates in various sports competitions. The reason why Yang Bo chose someone with such a complex social network is mainly because he doesn't want others to find out how he approached this guy and then disguised himself as this guy. Because no one could have imagined that he would go directly into this guy's house, and then use the Grand Master of Disguise skill to disguise himself with biological samples. Hee. Yang Bo knew that his disguise would definitely scare Zhang Buizhen, who knew the inside story. After selecting the target, Yang Bo went out in stealth. Yang Bo also timed it accurately. Sheld would run around the community 2 hours before going to work every day, greet the residents in the community, and take a look at the lawns in front of each resident. Although there is personal privacy and personal rights in the alliance, individuals have the right to freely arrange their homes and everything on the land. However, each community has its own regulations, which means that all users living in this community must abide by the community regulations. That is, how long should the grass on the lawn at the door be? If it is too long, the community will suggest residents to mow the grass. If residents do not listen again and again, the community has the right to drive away these disobedient residents, and even let the relevant departments impose fines. There are also regulations on what can and cannot be planted on the lawn. So the freedoms of the alliance are just your personal freedoms. There are many such regulations in society. If you don't comply with the regulations, then the unmanned police robot or even the police drone can arrest you freely. Shelt ran around outside and observed the lawns at the doorsteps of various residents in the community. There were 2 households whose lawns needed to be renovated. Shelt took photos of the lawns of these 2 households through the smart meter and uploaded them to the community, and naturally the community issued a notice to the 2 households. The villa area on March Star has 2 high hidden costs every year. Because after the storm, every household has to tidy up their lawns. Of course, you can also buy insurance. If your lawn or garden is destroyed by the storm, the insurance company will be responsible for repairs and so on. After running a lap, Shelt went home, not knowing that Yang Bo was hiding behind him and followed him into the house. After returning home, Shelt prepared to take a shower and then go to work. When Shelt was about to enter the bathroom with a towel, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and fell to the ground. Shelt only had wired smart devices at home. Shelt had put his smartwatch aside when he returned home. Yang Bo showed up in battle armor, put a restraint collar on Shelt, and then tied him up and gagged him skillfully. Then Yang Bo took Shelt's biological sample and turned into the other person. Then he unlocked Shelt's smartwatch, switched to manual operation mode, and turned off many smart programs. Then he waited for a while, operated the smartwatch in manual mode, and came directly to the door. At this time, Shelt's car had come out of the garage and was waiting at the door. After Yang Bo got in the car drove directly to the workplace. Yang Bo took Shelt's work permit and successfully entered the prison. Yang Bo was able to remember the information of Shelt's colleagues and their names. Yang Bo pretended to be Shelt and was with other prison guards to hold a small meeting before work. Then he started to work and entered the prison to patrol. The patrol time and patrol route of the prison guards had just been changed some time ago, because the pirates were being treated well by the inmates in the prison where the prison guards could not see. Yang Bo's first patrol did not pass the target door. After the first patrol, there was a 20-minute break. After a 20-minute break, the second patrol began. This prison is very large because it is the only prison in March Star. The main reason is that the conditions for prisoners in the prison are too good, and there are many auxiliary facilities. There are exclusive parks, exclusive stadiums, various courts, libraries, cinemas, swimming pools, and places for skill training. Whether from the appearance or from the movements, just from the biological samples, Yang Bo is now Shelt. However, when Yang Bo came to the outside of the cell where the target was, the target Cruz in the cell was reading a book, so he put it down and slowly walked to the door of the cell. Hi! In fact, Yang Bo had been prepared for a long time, because people with super abnormal mental power, like Yang Bo himself, can distinguish targets not only by appearance, but also by sensing the other party's mental fluctuations. Yang Bo pretended to be Shelt and greeted the criminal. Hi! Shelt's colleague, walking with Yang Bo disguised as Shelt, also greeted Cruz in the cell when he saw him coming over. This is not a simple greeting, but a questioning meaning. Cruz looked carefully at the two prison guards in front of him and always felt that they seemed different, but there was nothing wrong with what he saw and heard. Hi! Shelt's prison guard colleague continued to greet him impatiently, because Cruz's eyes gave people a feeling of scrutiny and provocation. Another reason why Yang Bo chose Shelt to disguise himself was that Shelt's colleague was a member of a left-wing political party. This party believed that the alliance should not be so good to criminals. They believed that criminals should be punished as they should be, instead of enjoying themselves in prison. Moss, let's go! Shelt's colleague was called Moss. Yang Bo pretended to be Shelt and quickly pushed Moss forward. Humph! Cruz snorted when he saw this scene and turned away. Asshole, raise your hands. You don't have to say anything. Everything you say will become evidence. Moss felt that as a prison guard, Cruz's snort was a provocation to him, so he took out the early warning laser gun from his waist. Cruz heard what Moss said behind him, and stopped helplessly and raised his hand. Yang Bo, who was disguised as Shelt, quickly tried to smooth things over. Hey Moss, don't be impulsive. Hey. Cruz heard Shelt continue to say hi, and then he felt that his soul was pierced by a sharp thorn. Oops. Cruz knew that he was being plotted against. His perception just now was true. There was something wrong with Shelt. Cruz trembled all over, because he felt that the opponent's mental power was like a nail, piercing into his mental power, and it was like a pair of big hands that were prying his head apart. Ah! Cruz could feel that his head seemed to be split open, and the other party saw everything about him. Cruz could not help but let out a crazy roar. But his mental power had no power to fight back in front of the other party. It was like a newborn baby facing a world boxing champion. The other party opened his head, and it seemed that a pair of eyes were searching everything in his head unscrupulously. All his secrets were exposed under the other party's eyes. Cruz couldn't even control his own body now, because his soul was being fiercely pinched by a pair of big hands. And Cruz was horrified to find that the sound he made was not made by himself, as if the other party was pinching his throat and making his body roar. And Cruz clearly heard the damn Shelt shouting for help. Quick! Police Officer D1472 requests emergency rescue. Quick, Moss, don't just stand there. Shelt also shouted to Moss next to him. Yang Bo was very relaxed at this time, because although Cruz's spirit was strong, but in front of his mental power, this guy was like a fat man. The total amount and state of this guy's mental power were indeed very impressive. But in terms of precise control of mental power, and the strength of mental power, he was far worse than himself. The opponent's soul was like a clumsy fat man in front of him. In addition, Yang Bo did not follow martial ethics, and used mental shock to sneak attack the opponent. Yang Bo was lucky that he didn't use 100% of his mental attack. Otherwise, Cruz might have been killed by himself. Then, there is the good news, that is, people with spiritual interests like Cruz are already top-notch among interstellar hunters. Then, there is the bad news, that is, the consortium behind Cruz already knows that there may be interstellar creature cubs on March Star. Cruz was able to come to March Star to look for interstellar creatures because of the support of the consortium. So it is very likely that the consortium will support another interstellar hunter to come to March Star to search for the whereabouts of interstellar biological cubs. And this consortium is the second largest consortium in the Alliance, the Alliance Futures Trading Center. That's right, the Alliance Futures Trading Center is controlled by a private consortium. As for the largest consortium in the Alliance, it is the Alliance Financial Reserve Committee. It sounds like this committee is an official organization, but it is actually controlled by the 5 major private banks. Cruz, who was lying on the ground and convulsing, felt that someone was constantly looking through his memories. Cruz couldn't control his body at all, as if he was a bystander, because his body's current performance was not his own doing. Cruz couldn't think at all now. He could only watch the development of the situation like a bystander, and couldn't control anything. Cruz couldn't even control his emotions. The prison's intelligence system opened the door of the cell. Moss was on guard with a laser gun in his hand, and Yang Bo, disguised as Shelt, approached Cruz. Cruz looked at Shelt's face, and had no time to think. Then his eyes went dark, as if he fell into an endless abyss. It turned out to be Yang Bo, who released the spiritual seed to Cruz after the mental shock. So Cruz's performance was all controlled by Yang Bo. When Yang Bo knew everything, he took back the spiritual seed. Then Cruz's soul collapsed, and now Cruz can only be regarded as a vegetable. There are also rescue robots in the prison, which directly put Cruz into the treatment cabin and then sent him to a special hospital for criminals. Zhang Boijin was closely following Cruz's every move. When Zhang Boijin received Cruz's news, he had an unexpected situation in prison and had to be sent to a special hospital. He also knew that Cruz was now in a vegetative state. But there was no clue as to how Cruz became like this. However, Zhang Boijin knew that he had to do it himself, so when the treatment cabin carrying Cruz entered the special hospital, it disappeared. And an hour later, Zhang Boijin also received a message from Mr. Jiu. The matter had been handled. According to reliable information, Cruz had financial dealings with the Alliance Futures Trading Center, which meant that the Alliance Futures Trading Center had given Cruz financial support. Zhang Xiao could check Cruz's income, and found that Cruz had made a lot of profit in futures. Zhang Boijin also knew at this time that Shelt and Moss were present, but so far these two people have not had any flaws. Seeing Mr. Jiu's message, Zhang Boijin quickly sent a message. I don't know who your team pretended to be. Mr. Jiu, this is confidential. The reason why Yang Bo sent a message to Zhang Boijin an hour later was because Yang Bo's disguised Shelt, and Moss needed to explain the situation. The reason why Yang Bo didn't tell Zhang Boijin was that Shelt didn't dare to say that he was knocked unconscious, and then it was someone else who went to work in the prison. In this way, he would lose his job, and he might even be investigated, and then fall into endless trouble. Chapter 1133. Before Yang Bo left Shelt's house, he formatted all the smart systems in Shelt's house. So Shelt couldn't tell from the smart system at home who broke into his house and knocked him out. Shelt's smartwatch was also taken away by Yang Bo. So when Yang Bo finished everything and returned to Shelt's house, Shelt hadn't woken up from his coma. Yang Bo untied Shelt, and then untied the collar, but didn't take it away. When he left, Yang Bo deliberately left some traces in Shelt's backyard. Let Shelt judge that Dr. Yang sneaked into his house from here. So when Shelt woke up, he jumped up and felt something on his neck. He reached out and found a collar, and hurried to the bathroom. He found that the collar was untied in the mirror, so he took it off quickly. Then Shelt hurried to find his smartwatch, but it was gone. I clearly put it on the table. Then I checked the smart programs in my home and found that they were all formatted. Then I found some slight traces in the house, which pointed to the back door and then to the garden. Outside the garden is the public green belt of the community. Shelt didn't dare to go outside the garden. Shelt returned home and felt cold sweat on his body and tingling on his scalp. Because what happened in the prison recently, these prison guards knew everything clearly. So Shelt thought it was related to the abuse of the pirates in the prison. Shelt scared himself at home, so he quickly contacted his colleague Moss online. As a result, Moss started to complain about what happened today. Shelt's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that someone used a disguise potion to disguise himself and enter the prison to cause trouble. And Shelt thought that this matter must not be so simple, because it is impossible to enter the prison simply by relying on a disguise potion. That is to say, there was someone in the prison who was in contact, and someone used a disguised drug to cause trouble in the prison. So how big is the matter involved? Shelt talked with Moss for an hour, and then made up his mind not to talk about this matter, because Shelt had no way to clear his suspicion. Then he would fall into endless trouble, and who knows what other identity this criminal has, and what background the other party is behind him. As a prison guard, Shelt certainly knows that it is not so safe in prison. Look at the fate of those pirates now. In the Alliance, many major criminal suspects or witnesses committed suicide in prison, and there have been more than 1 or 2 cases. Yang Bo did not release the spiritual seed to Shelt, because it was not worth it. This guy did not see him from beginning to end, and he left some specious traces. Zhang Buizhen, after receiving Mr. Zhou's reply, also gave up the investigation. Because Zhang Buizhen was afraid that his own investigation would cause Mr. Zhou to misunderstand. Cruz has been sent to a special place. After careful examination by relevant professionals, Cruz is now a vegetable. What caused Cruz to become a vegetable? There was no trace at all. This made Zhang Buizhen gasp. The methods of Mr. Zhou's team were too weird. However, thinking of Mr. Zhou's power, Zhang Buizhen was relieved. After all, he could make such a big thing on Tianzi Star. What made Zhang Buizhen more worried was the Alliance Futures Trading Center behind Cruz. The Alliance Futures Trading Center Consortium has many shareholders. These damn bastards. These guys just want to take away March Star. Zhang Buizhen gnashed his teeth. Because the Alliance's consortium can be said to have monopolized everything. Even if someone develops new technology, the Alliance's consortium will use any means to get it. There are many ways for the Alliance consortium to obtain the controlling rights of other companies, and the most commonly used are investment and gambling agreements. As long as these consortiums buy shares, they will have many ways to turn the original bosses into wage earners and cattle and horses. Although there are many high-tech companies in the Alliance, a closer look at the shareholders of these high-tech companies reveals that they are all large consortiums. The bosses of these high-tech companies seem to own the companies in name, but in fact, they are treated like slaves by these financial groups. However, there is no way to do this, because if high-tech companies want to develop, they must have funds, and these financial groups hold the funds. Zhang Buizhen has mutant animal materials, so naturally there are financial groups that want to invest. Zhang Buizhen certainly won't allow others to invest, so Zhang Buizhen thought that these financial groups sent Cruz to target him. Zhang Buizhen thought about it, and felt that these financial groups were eyeing him covetously, so he had to find a way to fight back. So Zhang Buizhen sent another message to Mr. Zhou. Since Cruz is Mr. Zhou's enemy, do you have any plans against those behind Cruz? Yang Bo originally thought that this matter was over. At that time, he just made up a reason to say that Cruz was his enemy. He didn't expect Zhang Buizhen to send this message now. Yang Bo thought about it carefully, and knew that Zhang Buizhen had misunderstood. The Pirate Alliance had just colluded with Roman Company to not only defraud insurance, but also destroy the March Star's route. So this matter made Zhang Buizhen misunderstand. So Yang Bo replied, there are too many shareholders in the Alliance Futures Trading Center, and as the second largest consortium in the Alliance, their intelligence and execution capabilities are very strong. Zhang Buizhen, if you have any ideas, I am willing to contribute some funds. When Yang Bo sent the message to Zhang Buizhen, he knew the other party's idea, and after seeing the other party's message, he replied, it is too difficult to target them as a futures platform. Zhang Buizhen still couldn't swallow this breath, so he asked, is there no other way? Yang Bo is not without a solution. As a futures platform, what it fears most is, of course, hacker network attacks. Technology is developing, and hacker technology is also developing. Yang Bo can use the internet to cause huge losses to the Futures Trading Center. But Yang Bo said that the news to Zhang Buizhen was false, and Cruz was not his enemy at all. However, since Zhang Buizhen wanted to target the Futures Trading Center, Yang Bo could also do it. Anyway, the Futures Trading Center Consortium also had ideas about the cubs of interstellar creatures. But since Zhang Buizhen took the initiative to send him a message, Yang Bo must think about what conditions he wants to propose. So Yang Bo sent another message. For this kind of super consortium, we can only take it slowly. If it goes wrong, it will cause huge losses. Moreover, we are all seeking wealth, so it's okay to suffer a little loss now. Yang Bo called this retreat to advance, because it can be imagined that Zhang Buizhen is a little anxious now. After all, he is being remembered by the people supported by the second largest consortium in the Alliance. Zhang Buizhen was indeed a little anxious. Seeing Mr. Zhou's reply, he quickly replied, I have their detailed information here, and I will send it to you after sorting it out. In addition, there are some secret things that are very useful to you. As long as you are willing to deal with them, I am willing to lend a hand. Zhang Buizhen's idea is very simple. As long as Mr. Zhou makes trouble for the consortium such as the Futures Trading Center, they will not be able to take care of him for the time being. Yang Bo wants this effect. If he takes the initiative to deal with this consortium, Zhang Buizhen may not take out these things. Although Yang Bo regards Zhang Buizhen as a partner, he does not regard him as a friend. Even Yang Bo himself is like this. Because Zhang Buizhen's position determines that he cannot do things according to his own feelings. Yang Bo also felt that he had almost hooked Zhang Buizhen, so he sent an ambiguous message, then sent it to Zhang Buizhen, Let's take a look first. Zhang Buizhen sent some of the information he knew to Mr. Zhou. Yang Bo saw the message sent by the other party, and felt that this matter had a future. The Alliance Futures Trading Center mainly deals in bulk futures, and is just a trading platform. However, a large amount of funds flow on this trading platform. And a large part of the funds here are of the nature of margin. That is to say, no matter whether the buyer or seller enters the market, they need to pay a certain amount of margin. In order to maximize the profits, the Union Futures Trading Center uses these margins for lending, and only 5% of the margin is in the Union Futures Trading Center. The reason why the Union Futures Trading Center only keeps 5% of the margin is that customers can withdraw cash at any time. This is because most of the customers of the Union Futures Trading Center are companies, and the margins of these companies will hardly move, because without margins, these companies have no way to participate in futures trading. For these corporate buyers and sellers, the Alliance Futures Trading Center will grant a certain amount of money based on the other party's funds and examples. The remaining 5% of the margin is to prevent retail investors from withdrawing cash. The margin of retail investors is determined according to their investment ratio. The remaining 95% of the margin, although it appears to be still in the accounts of various customers. In fact, it has long been used for lending, and then the loans are made into funds and sold to other people. And Roman Company is one of the loan customers. Roman Company is now involved in a scandal of colluding with pirates to defraud insurance. Then the loan of Roman Company became a bad debt. Of course, most of this bad debt was transferred to the customers who bought the fund. However, it was illegal for the Futures Trading Center to lend money with margin. The major consortiums and companies in the alliance were well aware of the illegal operation of the Futures Trading Center. Because the Futures Trading Center is the second largest consortium in the alliance. Unless all customers withdraw their margin together, there will be no problem with the Futures Trading Center. Because the risk of the loan is minimized, the loan is packaged into a fund and sold to customers. If the loan becomes a bad debt, then only the customers who bought the fund will lose money. So although this operation violates the rules, if the second alliance financial group does it, there will be no problem. Because whoever targets the second alliance financial group will disappear from the alliance the next day, and may be shot in the back and commit suicide. Yang Bo also understood Zhang Buizhen's intention, which was to target the margin. All customers should withdraw their margin. To put it bluntly, it means that Mr. Zhou will launch an attack on the Alliance Futures Trading Center, and then find fault during the attack, such as buying a fund and losing money. After Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Mr. Zhou, he was a little worried, fearing that the other party would not do it. Zhang Buizhen already had a clear understanding of Mr. Zhou's power, and he was able to do such a big thing on Interstellar, and then get away with it. Master, will Mr. Zhou take the risk? Nyobo asked on the side. There is only a 50% chance of that. Zhang Buizhen held the wine glass in his hand, and shook it while answering. Mr. Zhou can lead such a large team, and his mind is very clear. He will not do something impulsive, because of a short-term conflict or hatred. But we have to see one more thing, that is, Mr. Zhou exposed a huge intelligence network and relationship network in the Interstellar incident. I am 100% sure that Mr. Zhou has many allies in the alliance government. The more I think about it, the more I feel that the biggest beneficiary of the Interstellar incident last time was Mr. Zhou. Although he sent a message saying that these things were a cover-up for what he did to me. But we have to see the consequences of this incident, that is, the ruling party was impeached, the president and vice president, and all the senior officials of the alliance resigned. Then the alliance election was triggered. I think it is very likely that the party behind the next alliance president is related to Mr. Zhou. It is more likely that Mr. Zhou also has many allies, just like us, but they have grown to a higher level. I have sorted out some people or forces that have suddenly risen in the alliance in the past 200 years. These people may have risen with the help of Mr. Zhou, just like me. And it is very likely that Mr. Zhou's team is already developing a plan for the Alliance Futures Trading Center. And he sent me the message on purpose, just to make me do him a favor. Even the information I sent him, they may have known it a long time ago. Just like the last Interstellar incident, it seemed as if Mr. Zhou was doing things for me, and then it caused such a big incident. Who knows how many people Mr. Zhou sold benefits behind the scenes. And if we continue to develop at this speed in a few decades, we will also become a huge force. So how many people has Mr. Zhou's team helped? And if Mr. Zhou wants to do this, then we will see who benefits the most from this matter, and the other party may also be Mr. Zhou's partner. Because through the Interstellar incident, we know that the power behind Mr. Zhou is too great. Mr. Zhou did such a big thing, and got away with it. So far, no clues about him have been found. Then there are only two possibilities. The first is that Mr. Gio did it too perfectly, but this is a bit unrealistic. The second is that someone is helping Mr. Gio cover it up. So what I want to bet now is that his backers or his allies can also benefit from this matter, then he will do this. Jean Bourgeon answered confidently. Chapter 1134. And I also found that before we found the mutant biological material on March Star, someone had shorted the stocks of several major energy pharmaceutical companies in the Alliance and related material supply companies. Now the stock prices of these companies have almost been cut in half, and the forces behind the shorting of these companies may have made a profit of tens of trillions. I think it is Mr. Gio and his allies who are shorting these companies. Mr. Gio will most likely not reply to my message first. Even if they want to take action, they may have to make arrangements before taking action. After all, it is the second largest consortium. Jean Bourgeon himself made a very clear analysis here. At this time, Yang Bo had already disguised himself as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates and came to Tianyun Star. Yang Bo came to meet Li Yong this time, and Lin Yu had been waiting here for a long time. Lin Yu and Yang Bo are now like a couple. Yang Bo was wearing the clothes that Lin Yu bought for him, a sportswear couple suit. Both of them wore hats and masks, walking in an underground city on Tianyun Star. As mentioned earlier, the underground city of Tianyun Star is extremely complex. The underground city of Tianyun Star is mainly evolved from the early alien base. Lin Yu held Yang Bo's arm. Lin Yu found that the third master did not look very strong, but who would have thought that he was an A+ level superpower master and the leader of the notorious Silver Moon Pirates. When they arrived at a bar in the underground city, Li Yong was already waiting in the private room. Li Yong was also wearing sportswear and a mask. There were many people wearing masks on Tianyun Star, and some were wearing masks. Because these underground cities on Tianyun Star are the largest gray area in the capital star circle. This place is full of all kinds of dirty deals, so there are almost no public cameras in these dungeons. The government departments of the Alliance also tried to implement a new city warning system in the dungeons, but they were unanimously opposed by these dungeons, because the managers of these early bases of these dungeons were actually equivalent to these families controlling the dungeons. If a new city warning system is installed, on the one hand, the economy of these dungeons will plummet, and at that time, this place will not be a gray area. In addition, the controllers of these dungeons are also afraid that the Alliance will seize their rights through the alarm system. These dungeons have actually evolved into the control of various families. Yang Bo seriously suspected that this dungeon was probably controlled by Li Yong's family, because the ones who could come to the alien base in the early days were all the planetary fleets of the Alliance. Brother. Li Yong wore a hat, a mask, and some tattoos on his face. When he saw Yang Bo and Lin Yu coming in, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Call me sister-in-law." Yang Bo had a bad taste and asked Li Yong to call Lin Yu sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Li Yong was also flexible. It turned out that Lin Yu was the girlfriend of one of Li Yong's men. When Lin Yu saw Li Yong, she was still a little scared, because she and Li Yong were the only ones left who had met the third master. Her ex-boyfriend and those people had all met with accidents, and not even a bit of ashes was left. Of course, Lin Yu knew that Li Yong was afraid of revealing his relationship with the third master. Lin Yu nervously held onto Sanya's arm and hummed. "You can play games for a while." There was a virtual game helmet in the private room, and Yang Bo handed it to Lin Yu. Ming Yu knew that the two were going to talk about something, so she put on the helmet obediently. This kind of virtual game helmet does not require login, and is similar to the standalone game. Of course, this kind of virtual game helmet can not only play games, but also carry out various entertainment activities. But the only downside is that it cannot connect to the outside network. The network of the underground city is a separate LAN. There are so many underground cities on Tianyun Star, and each underground city has its own separate LAN. Otherwise, how can it become a gray area? Thank you for your hard work, brother. Li Yong picked up the wine glass, poured wine for the third master himself, and then spoke. Yang Bo nodded. "You must seize the opportunity this time, and I have arrangements for the follow-up. I will try to make you the commander of the 10th main fleet of the Alliance in a few years." Li Yong was very excited when he heard what the third master said, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he took a sip of wine first. Seeing that the third master did not drink the wine he poured, he was not surprised. Li Yong's mood was very complicated, but he still asked, "Brother, is there any chance later?" "Of course, I have many spies in the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance will first deal with the rampant guy Li John. Then they will come to the Alliance to cause trouble. And even if they don't take the initiative to come to the Alliance to cause trouble, I have a way to let them accept tasks related to the Alliance. These pirates are your military merits. I can even let the pirate fleet attack certain administrative stars. Even attacking certain financial groups, just like Viscount Bart raided the Brotherhood City. Then these will be your military merits. Whether the Alliance military and the Alliance Parliament are willing or not, your family will control the two main fleets of the Alliance at that time. Yang Bo first painted a big pie for Li Yong. Because Yang Bo gave Li Yong a spiritual seed, he knew that the father and son would eventually be abandoned. But Yang Bo was not angry, because he was also using Li Yong and his son. It just depends on who has the better means, and who will have the last laugh. Brother, do you have any other plans? Li Yong felt a little scalp tingling, mainly because his good brother had done too much on Tianza Star last time. And Li Yong felt that people like his good brother were sometimes too arrogant when doing things. The reason why Li Yong felt scalp tingling was that he was afraid that his good brother would implicate him. Don't worry about this. I will give you the news when the time comes, and you just take action. Yang Bo is ready to kill two birds with one stone. That is, in response to the Interstellar Hunter incident, he is ready to take action against the financial backer behind the Interstellar Hunter, that is, the Alliance Futures Trading Center. For the second largest consortium of the Alliance, there are now two benefits. On the one hand, it can prevent the second largest consortium from funding interstellar hunters to come to March Star to cause trouble in a short period of time. On the other hand, it can do Zhang Boishan a favor. Now Yang Bo has another idea, which is to disguise himself as a pirate or control the pirates to attack the second largest consortium, and then let Li Yong eliminate these pirates. This is a three-way win from one fish. In addition, Yang Bo also plans to give some important figures spiritual seeds when the Alliance Futures Trading Center is attacked, and then find out how many interstellar creature cubs they have. This is a four-way win from one fish. In addition, it can also make the Alliance's consortium and the pirates fall out, which is very beneficial to Yang Bo's other identity, Li Jian. Otherwise, Li Jian might fall into the endless revenge of the Pirate Alliance. Finally, there may be another benefit, that is, using the identity of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates to reorganize a pirate group. Although Yang Bo has controlled many pirate members through spirit seeds. But there is no way to control these pirates, because once you control them through spirit seeds, they will be discovered by them. So it is also very good to have a pirate group to play with. There are also deeper reasons. Yang Bo suspects that these major consortiums in the Alliance have white gloves in the interstellar pirates. If the second largest consortium is attacked and suffers heavy losses, then the second consortium will definitely suspect other consortiums in the Alliance, and then cause conflicts between the consortiums. Yang Bo is very smart now, and can make the most of a thing. When Li Yong heard his good brother say this, he knew that he didn't intend to tell him the plan, so he asked about the purpose of this visit. Brother, what is the situation of the Red Earl now? The Red Earl suffered heavy losses, both in personnel and funds. When on Pato Star, the Red Earl's people lost 80%. As for the loss of funds, it is even greater, so the Red Earl's people are in urgent need of funds now. On the black market, the most stable and easiest to sell are mutant animal materials. Due to the rain fluctuations a while ago, the Green Devil Star has not exported high-end mutant biological materials for a long time. Some of the top laboratories and companies in the Alliance are in urgent need of this high-end mutant biological material, and after the Green Devil Star opens exports, there will be a lot of very expensive materials exported through the Green Devil Star. The Red Earl's people are eyeing this batch of materials, because they are easy to sell, and the price will not be very low. In addition, these materials are also very difficult to track, because they will eventually flow to those high-end laboratories or even abroad, and no one will find them at all. I keep an eye on them. As soon as they make a move, I notify you immediately. Li Yong felt his scalp tingling when he heard his good brother say this, because his good brother gave him the feeling that his good brother had a close relationship with the Red Earl terrorist organization. The internal structure of a terrorist organization like the Red Earl is very tight and confidential, and it goes without saying that his good brother knows so much. Li Yong certainly wasn't worried about his good big brother, he was just worried that his good big brother would cause trouble for him. And Li Yong felt that his good big brother was not only the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, but also had other identities. Thank you, big brother. I'm waiting for your news at any time, and I will closely cooperate with your plan. But Li Yong had no other choice at this point, so he picked up the wine glass, poured another glass of wine, and raised the glass and said. Yang Bo looked at Li Yong and smiled. That's more like it, but you may be a little confused. Why am I helping you so much? Actually, you don't have to worry too much. I use you mainly to eliminate those who are against me. This way you can get military merit, and I can get rid of the thorn in my side. And don't worry, I'm not a fool. I can't say I'm against the first warlord family in the alliance. Li Yong didn't believe what his good brother said, but he still looked very confident. Then I will listen to you, brother. I wonder if you need any service from me. Chapter 1135. Just focus on your own business. You don't need to worry about your big brother's business. And I give you a piece of advice. You need to figure out who is your friend and who is your enemy. As your big brother, I can never take away everything from you. First of all, my identity is problematic. Some people seem to be very close to you, but they can take away everything from you at any time. Yang Bo is using a strategy of alienation. Because Li Yong's family has more than one person in this generation. As long as Li Yong's father is willing, he can take away everything from Li Yong at any time. As the first warlord and the biggest military leader in the military, Li Yong's father can take away everything from Li Yong at the administrative level. Not to mention in the family. Yang Bo released a spiritual seed to Li Yong, so he naturally knew what Li Yong was worried about. For someone like Li Yong, external enemies are not scary, but the people around him are scary. Because in a family like Li Yong, it is impossible for each generation to have two people in charge. This will exacerbate the division of the family. Li Yong heard this and smiled. Brother, what you said makes sense. Anyway, you just need to know the situation in your heart. Although our meeting was not pleasant, and there is always a mountain between us, that is, I am a pirate, and you are an officer. I don't like to lose both sides. When the time comes, as long as you say it, we will separate. Because cooperation can only be called cooperation in special periods, I will set a deadline here, that is, when you become the commander of the main fleet. As long as you don't take the initiative to find me, I will never contact you from now on. Yang Bo was giving Li Yong a reassurance. Now he just wanted Li Yong to keep climbing up, and he would keep getting credit for him. If Li Yong really grew up to be the commander of a main fleet, then his father would not only not be his friend, but also his enemy. Because at that time, Li Yong would also have a group of people under him, and they would also have their own interests. At that time, he would know what it meant to be helpless. Besides, Yang Bo had many ways to make Li Yong dependent on him. Yang Bo has many methods that Li Yong can't imagine. Because Yang Bo has enough trump cards, that is, spiritual seeds. Yang Bo has already planned that as long as Li Yong does not betray him, and does not do anything to him, he will not activate the ultimate killer move of spiritual seeds, and directly control Li Yong. As for Li Yong becoming the commander of the fleet, Yang Bo can also support others to be the commander of this fleet. After all, a main fleet will not have only one general. So Yang Bo put on an attitude of cooperation between the two sides, mainly to use the power of the family to push Li Yong up. If it were someone else, no matter how much credit he had, he might not be able to become the commander of the main fleet. Li Yong nodded when he heard this, with a very sincere expression on his face. I will listen to my elder brother in everything. Yang Bo knew that Li Yong was just pretending, and Li Yong was still very wary of him. Of course, because of what he had just said, Li Yong was more wary of his father and his brothers. Then let's go! Otherwise, it would be awkward for the two brothers to sit here. Yang Bo laughed. Li Yong was confused now, because his good brother's words sounded very reasonable. He had to re-examine his relationship with the family. So he nodded. Brother, go first. I finally have a vacation. Yang Bo knocked on Lin Yu's game helmet. After Lin Yu took off the game helmet, Yang Bo said directly, let's go. Brother and sister-in-law, take care. Li Yong also sent the two to the door of the private room. Yes. Yang Bo didn't say anything, but Lin Yu agreed. When Lin Yu saw the things on the table in the private room, San Yi didn't move at all, so she knew that the relationship between the two parties was not so harmonious. Of course, Lin Yu's feelings towards Li Yong were also complicated. Lin Yu now knew that it was Li Yong's idea that she hooked up with San Yi online, and her boyfriend lost his life because of this incident. If it weren't for San Yi, she would have been reduced to ashes in that accident. So Lin Yu knew that the only person she could rely on was San Yi. After the third master left, Li Yong returned to the private room and took a big sip of wine. He narrowed his eyes and thought about things. Especially what the good elder brother said, that the good elder brother was a pirate and a wanted criminal, so it was impossible for him to take his things. And all that he had on the surface now, his family and his father could take it away at any time. Then when his merits in the future are great enough, will it be a bargain for his brothers? So now in Li Yong's heart, he is more wary of his family members than himself, and his elder brother. As a member of a big family, Li Yong certainly knows how terrifying and bloody the internal struggles of a big family are. Why is the struggle for power and profit in a big family terrifying and bloody? Because both sides know each other's weaknesses. The losing side has absolutely no chance of turning over. Li Yong took another sip of wine, and then left the private room. Li Yong decided not to report some of the things he talked about with his good brother today to his father. There was no eavesdropping equipment in this private room, because Li Yong and his son were not sure whether the good brother would find out if they set up eavesdropping equipment. Lin Yu held San's hand and suddenly found a smile on San's lips, so she asked, "What's the happy news, San?" Yang Bo was happy that he had alienated the relationship between Li Yong and his son. "Of course I'm happy to have a beautiful woman like you accompany me." Yang Bo certainly wouldn't talk about this, and didn't continue to check Li Yong's mentality through the spiritual seed. "Master, what do you think about me giving birth to a son for you?" When Lin Yu said this, she looked away because she was afraid of the other party's rejection. What's the point of having a son? Yang Bo also released the spiritual seed to Lin Yu. Of course he knew the other party's current mentality, so he answered jokingly. "Since you don't like it, forget it." Lin Yu felt a little disappointed when she heard this, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. The reason why Lin Yu wanted to give birth to a son for the third master was mainly to consolidate her identity, because now this identity is easy to be abandoned by both parties. And if she knew such a big secret, and was abandoned by both parties, then her fate could be imagined. Of course, I want to have a daughter. I prefer daughters to sons. Yang Bo chuckled. Hateful. When Lin Yu heard this, she wanted to pinch the third master, but when she thought of the vicious pirate leader, she could only roll her eyes and say something coquettish. But there's no rush for now. My other women didn't say they wanted to have children first. My career is on the rise. When my career stabilizes, you can have as many children as you want. But you still need to train your superpowers to a higher level. My other women have superpowers of a high level. If you are bullied by them when you are with them, I will not help you. Yang Bo said again. Well, I will definitely work hard to practice. Lin Yu nodded when she heard this. If you want to stay with me, you must keep up with me. If you can't keep up with me, you will be abandoned by me in the end. Don't indulge in luxury goods and exquisite life anymore. Age is your biggest enemy. Yang Bo said. Yang Bo is not the kind of person who will kill someone after he has done his job. Although Lin Yu stole someone else's ex-girlfriend, since she said she was willing to have a baby for him, he would give her a chance. Even if Lin Yu didn't want to have a baby for him, Yang Bo wouldn't force her. At most, he would just let her leave. Of course, the premise is that she won't betray him during the cooperation. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded. Yang Bo and Lin Yu took a walk around the underground city. For the first time, Yang Bo truly felt the abnormal prosperity of the underground city. There are many casinos and bars here, and there are also many hidden markets. The people here live in two extremes. The rich are very rich, and the poor can only do hard labor here. There are very few smart devices in the underground city, and most of them are manually operated. Lin Yu is very happy today. In the past, when she got along with San Yi, she basically had in-depth exchanges at home. And Lin Yu felt extremely safe around San Yi. At the same time, she was a little bit arrogant. After all, she knew how abnormal San Yi's superpowers were. She also had a little bit of vanity as a woman. After all, although San Yi's identity was a little less glorious, it was also very awesome, and he was at least an A-level superpower. In the previous reports, he was even reported to be an A+ level superpower. Such a man accompanied her shopping, which was a treatment that no other woman had. Yang Bo was a little speechless about Lin Yu's mentality, but men should never try to figure out women's thoughts. At the same time, Yang Bo also felt that the TV series he watched on Earth before were a bit ridiculous, such as the heroine was forcibly married to the villain, and then the heroine followed the hero wholeheartedly, and when the hero came to rescue, the heroine also protected the villain. In the past, Yang Bo thought that this kind of plot was simply a problem with the screenwriter's brain circuit, but now he finds that these screenwriters are still a bit too conservative. Of course, Yang Bo did not take the initiative to buy gifts for Lin Yu, because after Lin Yu's life became better, she did not continue to practice superpowers, but bought various luxury goods. Yang Bo had no expectations for Lin Yu before. After all, the two sides were in a cooperative relationship. Although he slept with her, Lin Yu also benefited from him, otherwise she would not be able to live such a luxurious life now, and it was she who took the initiative to hook up with him online. When there is no longer any use for her, let her leave. However, Lin Yu just said that she wanted to give birth to a son for him, so Yang Bo gave her some advice. If Lin Yu's efforts in the future can be recognized by him, then he will pile up resources to let Lin Yu's superpowers grow. And sometimes women can't be too nice to her, otherwise she will think about it. Chapter 1136. After walking around the underground city, Yang Bo did not go anywhere else. The underground city is a legacy and product of history. In addition, various forces are fighting in it. To put it bluntly, the underground city is a gray area deliberately left by the rich and those big forces. Otherwise, there are so many rich people and so many powerful people in the capital star circle, there must be a gray area, a place where they can launder their income. And so many powerful people and so many rich people must have a place where they can spend without scruples and play however they want. Coupled with the historical problems, the current situation has been formed. Yang Bo did not want to do anything with these underground cities, because these underground cities seem to be the private products of some families, but in fact they are just white gloves. After returning home, Lin Yu was very proactive and tried her best to please the man around her. However, in Yang Bo's opinion, Lin Yu is both inexperienced and playful. Lin Yu originally wanted to live with Yang Bo, but was driven away by Yang Bo. Just kidding, if Lin Yu lives here, it will be inconvenient for her to go in and out. After driving Lin Yu away, Yang Bo returned to the underground safe house in his residence. Then he left Tianyun Star and came directly to the territory of Prince Holden in the second world. Prince Holden's territory has begun to take shape, the reclaimed farmland has been planted, and the crops have begun to thrive. The ranch has also begun to take shape, but it is still expanding. The town's walls have been built, and the buildings inside are basically completed. Yang Bo disguised himself as Prince Holden and looked at these completed buildings, which used wood and stone as the main materials. The gaps in the stones were filled with sand and lime, and the adhesion between sand and lime is also very strong. The players in the territory are now divided into two factions. One is the old nobles, and the other is the new nobles. The two sides started a full-scale competition in the territory. Of course, the two groups thought they were playing games. And Yang Bo only needed to take out a small amount of gold coins to make these players scream and fight. And the kingdom is still sending foreigners over one after another. After these foreigners arrived in the territory, they would be questioned by the two groups, and then because of their identity issues, they would join the two groups. It has to be said that these gamers rely on the intelligence system in reality. They have done a good job in the development of the territory. Because this place is close to the sea, there is a typhoon season every year. Therefore, the farms, pastures and buildings are designed to prevent typhoons. Your Highness! Your Highness! The gamers in the territory saluted Prince Holden, the big NPC. The reason why gamers can respect the NPC in the game so much is because Prince Holden can take out gold coins. Yang Bo looked at the game players nodding and bowing to him, and smiled in his heart. I don't know what I look like now from the perspective of the game. I don't know what these game players will think when they know that it is a real game one day. In Prince Holden's territory, Yang Bo did not take the initiative to direct these game players on how to develop. Instead, he let these game players give full play to their subjectivity. The reason why Yang Bo did this was to make these game players feel more accomplished. Then one day someone wants to destroy the achievements of these players. These players will burst out with such great power. The achievements completed under the command of others, and the achievements completed by oneself. There is no comparison. Yang Bo also occasionally reads the forum of the second game world. The players of the second game world all hope to come to Prince Holden's territory. We still have to find something for the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire to do, so as not to interfere with the events of the second game. How can we cause some trouble for the Emperor of the Southern Water Empire? Yang Bo was thinking in his mind. There are many ways to do it, but the key is who will take the lead. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is not an ordinary person after all, and ordinary small troubles will not have much effect on the Emperor. Crown Prince? Queen? An idea suddenly popped up in Yang Bo's mind. Only the troubles within the royal family can make the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire feel difficult. Should I support Su Ruoyun to be the queen? This is what Yang Bo thought in his mind. Go back to Devon Star and check how many good sons the Emperor has. Find a way to provoke a fight among these heirs. Hee. Yang Bo thinks this is the best way. Because this is the family affair of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, and the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire cannot say that he can do it according to his own preferences. Because these princes must have their own supporters behind them. And this is an internal family conflict, and the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire cannot use official power to target a prince. If we do something else, it will be easy for the official power of the Blue Water Empire to intervene. Yang Bo strolled around Prince Holden and returned to the ship. Then he came to Devon Star. Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart and came out of his private laboratory. Master. Butler Jerry hurried to the island, where the private laboratory was located. How many outstanding princes does your majesty have? The reason why Yang Bo called Butler Jerry over was to ask about this matter. The more outstanding ones are the eldest prince, the third prince, and the seventh prince. The eldest prince is the first heir, the eldest prince's son is the second heir, the third prince is the fourth heir, and the seventh prince is the seventh heir. The fifth and sixth heirs are the two princesses. The fifth heir is Her Royal Highness Su Ruoxin, and the sixth heir is Her Royal Highness Su Ruolin. Among them, the third heir is your majesty's younger brother, Prince Su Minwu. This is the inheritance method unanimously approved by the royal family. After listening to this, Yang Bo nodded and said, "Send me the information you have compiled, including the supporters behind these heirs." Yes. Butler Jerry's eyelids twitched when he heard Master Bart say this. Butler Jerry thought that his master was planning to target certain people because the Empire officials had not given him any rewards for the Pandora incident. Butler Jerry also knew that his master's fleet was likely taken away by the Emperor. My young master went to Pandora alone and obtained several B-class battleships. Such a huge fleet disappeared just like that. Although other nobles in the Empire had various voices, His Majesty the Emperor did not respond. This is very telling, and only His Majesty the Emperor has the energy to accept these 4 battleships. Young master, if you want to know more about the royal family, go to His Highness Su Ruoyun, who should have more comprehensive information than we have collected. Butler Jerry couldn't help but speak. In Butler Jerry's calculations, if his young master and His Highness Su Ruoyun had a son or a daughter, then wouldn't he also be qualified as an heir, if his young master worked harder to make His Highness Su Ruoyun the queen? Then his young master's child could become His Majesty the Emperor in the future. Yang Bo also released spiritual seeds to Butler Jerry. After sensing Butler Jerry's thoughts, he was a little speechless. This butler thinks too highly of himself, even though Bart's reputation and achievements are already very high. But the position of the Emperor is not based on personal ability, but the result of compromise among many parties. Those princes and princesses, who are qualified as heirs or not, all have a dream of becoming an emperor. Of course, Yang Bo actually has this idea. So Yang Bo first needs to find a prince to support him and muddy the waters. Besides, it is hard to say what the relationship between Su Ruoyun and himself is now, because people like Su Ruoyun value interests more than feelings. And Su Ruoyun himself is also responsible for part of the intelligence system of the royal family. This kind of person is likely to give up his own interests and safeguard the interests of the family. Because this kind of person is trained from childhood, they can sacrifice everything for the family, even their own lives. So Yang Bo did not ask Su Ruoyun to understand these things. In addition, Yang Bo has another plan. If he pushes a prince or princess to the throne of the emperor, it will be of great help to get the second world in the future. Of course, in this event, you have to let the other party rely on you and be grateful to you. Even if the other party does not face difficulties, you have to create difficulties for the other party. Then I will help him out, and then push him to the throne of the emperor. So among the heirs in order, I can only choose those who are ranked later. Because if I can get rid of one of the people in front of him, he will owe me a big favor, and it will be fine if I owe him a few more times. Of course, Su Ruoyun is not impossible. Su Ruoyun is not among the heirs in order. If Su Ruoyun is pushed to the throne of the emperor, then my contribution will be greater. Of course, there is also an almost impossible possibility, that is, to push Su Hai to the throne of the emperor, or even Su Wei. However, if you want to push one of these two people to the throne of the emperor, you have to pay too much. But first, muddy the water, let these princes and princesses take the initiative, and involve the emperor's energy. First, use Bart's identity to find a prince to support him. If you want to push Su Hai or Su Wei to the throne of the emperor, then you can make Bart's identity disappear. This is also an idea. It's not that Yang Bo wants to fight the second world to death. But now the only thing he can think about is the second world. Of course, if other habitable planets can be found in the later stage, and there are space jump points, then it is not impossible to fight for other planets by yourself. It is just a temporary plan, only the second world. As for the world of the Doomsday Game world, Yang Bo is not optimistic. Because that world is full of unknown viruses. It is not known whether this virus is naturally formed or developed by some laboratories. Because the environment of some planets is easy to breed various viruses, or some planets are under unique radiation, viruses are more likely to mutate and spread. Su Ruoyun is not suitable. Butler, who do you think can inherit the throne among these princes and princesses? Yongbo answered Butler Jerry. Chapter 1137. Master, it doesn't matter who is in power. Under the current environment, the emperor can't make too many decisions. Even if the emperor wants to mess around, the nobles, the noble council and the royal family will not agree. The emperor mainly needs to balance the relationship between all parties. As for the several heirs, who is the most capable, it's hard to say. There have been many examples in history. Only when a person truly sits on the throne can we see whether he is capable or not. Butler Jerry shook his head. It's really meaningless to be an emperor. It's just full of intrigues all day long. Yongbo nodded. Because no one can easily change the current national structure. The power structure of the Blue Water Empire is still relatively complicated. First of all, the emperor himself has power, but the various nobles also have power, and there is also the noble parliament. The current system of the Blue Water Empire is a bit strange. It is a constitutional monarchy, but the emperor has a lot of power. However, the emperor's power is not as great as imagined, and is also restricted by the noble parliament and the imperial parliament. And there is a rather strange phenomenon in the empire. That is, the territories of these nobles can make their own laws, which means that the laws of the empire can be ignored in the territories of these great nobles. And the nobles have their own taxes in their territories. The emperor of the Blue Water Empire mainly balances the interests of the nobles, and balances the interests of other nobles, and the royal family. You need a high enough emotional intelligence, but you don't need the ability to manage a country. Butler Jerry heard what Master Bart said, and he knew that Master Bart didn't trust His Highness Su Ruoyun. Butler, go and do your work. Remember to help me collect relevant information, including those princes. Yongbo knew that it was useless to say anything now, and he had to look at the relevant information before making a decision. Okay, Master. Butler Jerry nodded, and then left the island. This island was a private laboratory built on an uninhabited island that Bart bought later. As for the ultra-high temperature materials, the laboratory is on another island. Bart has nothing to do for the time being, so after Yongbo returns to the laboratory, he disguises himself as John Lee and comes to the battleship Fugui. Lee. Vivian is now on the Fugui, but she feels a little bad now. Because there are only certain activity areas on the battleship, and there is no way to leave the battleship, it feels like being in prison. Well, you don't have to be a crappy singer in the future. You should serve me well in the future. When the time comes, I will buy you whatever you want. Yongbo disguised himself as John Lee, and hugged Vivian with a lecherous look, and then said in a very domineering manner, Yes. Vivian came here with a mission, and she could still contact her superiors on the warship, but the communication was more obscure because all external communications had to go through the warship's main brain. In fact, I still want to have my own career. After all, I have to have enough status to be worthy of you. Vivian did not object to John Lee's domineering words at the time, but now she changed her words. Don't think about it for now, wait until the storm is over. How about I take you to visit the warship? Yongbo said. Vivian's reputation has been greatly affected in the Federation. It was the last time Yongbo disguised himself as Li John to catch a cheating in a private room, and then took the opportunity to release the spiritual seed to the deputy director of the Federal Intelligence Department. Many of Vivian's fans have become black fans. Because Vivian has always been single, and has no boyfriend. This made Vivian the goddess in the eyes of many fans. Then suddenly one day, the live broadcast revealed that the goddess was caught cheating, and it was also known that the goddess was with Li Yuehan. Although Li Yuehan is very famous and powerful. But Li Yuehan also has many black fans. Of course, even if it was not Li Yuehan, those fans would not accept that the goddess in their minds was slept with by someone else. So many people also scolded Li Yuehan privately. Will this interfere with their work? Vivian came up with a look of asking for information. Yongbo naturally heard clearly that Vivian's words were just a casual question. But if this question is not answered well, some information will be leaked. The question Vivian asked was whether it would disturb other people's work. So who are these other people? If Yongbo answered that it would not disturb other people's work, then Vivian could ask again. Even Vivian was ready to meet other people. You don't have to worry about these. Yongbo disguised himself as Li John and gave an ambiguous answer. Vivian excitedly hugged Li John's arm and said coquettishly, Li, you are really amazing. You have such a huge fleet by yourself, and you are also a legendary mecha master, and you are also the new war god of the Federation. Those people on the internet are right. You are a generation of war god. You captured a warship with a mecha, and then captured several warships with a warship. You are much more powerful than the female war god of the Alliance. As Vivian spoke, she hugged Li Yuehan's arm tightly, clamped Li Yuehan's arm between her chest, and kept squeezing Li Yuehan's arm as she walked. Yang Bo smiled smugly when he heard Vivian's words. This kind of trained person is different. While talking, she can maximize the emotional value of men and seduce men with body language. It's not impossible to have a main fleet, Yang Bo said again. When Vivian heard Li Yuehan say this, she quickly wrote it down. However, in order to prevent John Lee from getting suspicious, Vivian did not ask further questions. Anyway, as long as they were together, there were plenty of opportunities. Is the interior of the warship like this? Vivian and John Lee stood on the backs of the robots inside the warship and shuttled inside the warship. The interior of the pirates' warships has been modified. Originally, there were many entertainment facilities and living spaces inside the warships. But when pirates rob, the most important thing is to rob supplies. So a lot of modifications have been made to the interior of the warship to accommodate more goods. Yang Bo felt that Vivian was almost hanging on his arm, so he reached out to hug Vivian, and she also reached out to hug him, and almost hung on him. Why don't you see other people? Vivian asked curiously again. They went to other warships for maintenance. This warship has been maintained. And I received news that the Pirate Alliance will attack me again. This time, I must teach them a lesson, and then grab more warships back. Yang Bo answered. Yan was somewhat disappointed. As long as she could see the other people on the warship, she could roughly judge where these people came from. But if she didn't see anyone, it would be difficult to judge who was supporting Li Yuehan behind the scenes. Are the pirates going to attack again? These pirates are really not afraid of death. You should teach them a lesson. Yan heard Li Yuehan say that the Pirate Alliance would come back, so she wrote down the news. Yan didn't know that the intelligence department was colluding with the Pirate Alliance, because Vivian is only responsible for the tasks issued by the intelligence department. So where do the others live? Vivian asked curiously again. Let's go, the places where these pirates live are not good. Yang Bo smiled in his heart, and he had already arranged it. According to the regulations, the accommodation area of the lowest level soldiers on the warship should reach 30 square meters. But after the pirates were modified, the living area of each soldier was only 12 square meters. This way the warehouse can be made larger. Yang Bo took Vivian to the place where the pirates lived. Vivian looked carefully at the place where the crews lived, and felt a little disappointed, because it had been cleaned up long ago. After visiting several cruise places, Vivian suddenly saw something in a dormitory. There was a target hanging on the wall of the dormitory, and a box of darts on the table. However, Vivian did not show much interest in the target, but only remembered the style and color of the target, as well as the style and color of the darts. Yang Bo took Vivian around, mainly to let Vivian see the target. This target was produced in the Empire. By looking at the color and shape of the target, you can know which country it was produced in, because there is a patent. Of course, this target cannot explain everything, but specious evidence is often fatal at times. Yang Bo knew that Vivian and others suspected that he was supported by the Empire. So at this time, these specious evidences tend to make people more convinced. On the contrary, it is the kind of solid evidence that will make these intelligence officers suspicious. Because these intelligence officers themselves are psychologically suspicious. Of course, there is another point, that is, the intelligence department must report a result. And this specious evidence is the only result, because there is no other solid evidence or any other evidence. Yang Bo did this mainly to paralyze the intelligence department of the Federation, and let the major forces on the Federation side postpone their actions against Li John. Because it will take time for John Lee to be able to stand up to the major forces of the Federation. I'm going to meet someone later. You can come with me then. After turning around and returning to the area where Vivian used to live, Yang Bo spoke. Who are you meeting? Wei Wei asked curiously, because it was extremely difficult for her to come to this battleship, and who could come up so easily. A woman might type. She's also a student at the Alliance Battleship Command Academy. Yang Bo answered, but he smiled in his heart. Vivian and Lisa are both swallows, but they act alone and don't know each other's identity. Yang Bo is very curious about what kind of sparks these two swallows will create when they are together. Lisa was also very excited today because John Lee asked her to meet on the battleship, so she dressed up beautifully, and then Nelson sent someone to pick up Lisa and send her to the fighter released by the battleship. Lisa did not make any movements on the fighter because there were many intelligent programs and monitoring systems on the fighter. Although Lisa really wanted to see the various systems and other things in the fighter. General. Lisa met John Lee and Vivian. Lisa, wearing a college uniform, saluted John Lee. Well, this is Vivian. This is the Lisa I told you about. Yang Bo introduced them, while observing the expressions of the two people. Sure enough, although the two people greeted each other politely on the surface, they were sizing each other up. Obviously, both sides regarded each other as opponents. He watched the show. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Chapter 1138. Nice to meet you. Lisa and Vivian greeted each other. Both of them were full of vigilance. Lisa had long known about the relationship between John Lee and Vivian. Vivian had many advantages. She was not only sexy, but also a female singer. In addition, she was always single, and was the dream lover of many men. Vivian was also full of vigilance towards Lisa because Lisa gave people a strong desire to protect her, and her military academy uniform was similar to a military uniform. It adds a heroic feeling, and there is also a bonus of uniform. And Vivian also felt something else from Lisa's every move. This feeling is a bit hard to describe, but it seems that the other party is doing it on purpose. However, Vivian soon felt relieved. The other party must have other purposes for trying so hard to get close to Li John. After all, Li John now has a private fleet in his hands, and he is a rich man and a federal admiral. A man of this status must have women trying their best to get close to him. Vivian also suspected that Lisa had other purposes. But now what Vivian had to do was to maintain her position next to John Lee. Sister Lisa is really pretty. Vivian seemed to be praising Lisa, but there were actually two hints in this sentence. The first was sister, which was telling Lisa that even if you had any relationship with John Lee in the future, you were a latecomer and a sister. The second was that she was really pretty. With Lisa's current status, she should be praised for her intelligence. Because the Battleship Command Department of the Federal Military Academy is not accessible to ordinary people. These are all high IQ talents selected from 1 million people. When Lisa heard Vivian say this, she certainly understood what she meant, so she smiled. Sister is also very pretty. Lisa's answer seemed quite normal, but the word sister actually meant that Vivian was older than her. As for being really pretty, this is a well-known fact. Vivian can be a popular female singer in the Federation, and she should be praised for her good singing, not her good looks. Yang Bo smiled in his heart when he heard the confrontation between the two people, because Yang Bo instantly understood the conversation between the two people. General, can you take me to visit the warship? After Lisa finished speaking, she turned to Li John and asked with a smile. Lisa was dressed very simply, without any accessories on her body, only a smart watch and a military uniform. She covered her body tightly, unlike Vivian, who exposed her neck and chest. But Lisa's uniform was a huge plus. Of course, no problem. Yang Bo is now in the reception area of the warship. The command room of the warship and other functional areas all require permissions. Great, we have only seen the interior of the warship in the virtual simulation cabin in school. Lisa said excitedly when she heard this. Although Vivian was smiling on her face, she cursed Lisa as a vixen in her heart. Because Vivian saw that Lisa did this on purpose. The purpose is of course self-evident, which is to seduce John Lee. You don't need to walk inside the battleship, but stand directly on a transporter similar to a flying skateboard. This way you can send people anywhere. Of course you can also walk inside. The Battleship Command Center is the core of the entire battleship. The Battleship Command Center not only has various virtual projections, but also various display screens. The reason for the display screen is to deal with possible failures and interference. The Battleship Command Center has multiple modes, depending on the choice of each commander. In the Battleship Command Center, you can see any direction outside the battleship at will, and you can also see the situation inside the battleship. This seems to be the Empire's operating system? Lisa asked after entering the command room. These Pirate C-class warships were originally purchased from the Empire. So the interior styles of these warships were designed by the Empire. Yang Bo shrugged and replied, "We haven't learned about the command system of this warship in our academy courses. I wonder if General can let me take a closer look." Lisa smiled and showed the best wing to John Lee, then tilted her head and asked, "This action gives people a lovely feeling." This, of course, there is no problem. Yang Bo deliberately hesitated. It was Yang Bo's hesitation that made the two women sure that there were other people behind this fleet. Because from the war between John Lee and the pirates, it can be seen that the entire warship cannot be controlled by one person. There is no need for those professionals on the internet of the Alliance Intelligence Department to analyze clearly from the frequency of the Fukui warship's firing, as well as the trajectory of the firing of each energy cannon, which can be calculated. This is not controlled by the intelligence system. Moreover, a warship is a huge system, not only involving flight and war, but also logistics maintenance, software updates, security, etc. If one person can maintain a warship, then who knows how many warships the three countries have. And the power behind Li Jian to maintain several warships must be considerable. Yang Bo came to the position of the captain of the command center, and then took out a card, saying, "Because it is close to the administrative star now, the warship has turned on the safety protection mode. So we can only see the general command system." Lisa nodded, watching John Lee unlock the battleship's permissions with full concentration. What made Lisa a little speechless was that because the battleship itself was purchased from the Empire, the command system and other things were full of the Empire's style, which could not be used as evidence. After the battleship's permissions were opened, virtual projections lit up in the entire command room. This is a passive radar system. This is an active radar system. This is the energy system. This is the energy cannon system. This is the drone control system. Yang Bo explained what these things were. And these virtual projections can constantly change according to the user's command. The battleship's intelligence program is very high. Once the data exceeds the said data, a warning will pop up and let the commander make a judgment. Come and experience it in the captain's seat." Yang Bo stood up and let Lisa sit in the captain's seat. Wow! The captain's position is the highest in the entire command room. He can see the working scenes of all the staff around him, and can switch to the virtual projection of all the staff working. Lisa sat on it and looked around. Although there are similar scenes in the academy and in the virtual scenes. But this is a real warship, a very real warship. Sitting here is like being able to really command this warship. Yang Bo looked at Lisa's appearance and smiled in his heart. It would be great if I could train this woman to be my captain. And maybe we can recruit a few more female captains through Lisa. Anyway, few of the students in the Battleship Command Department of the Federal Military Academy can become captains. The reason why Yang Bo has this idea is that the battleships will also need people to control them. Yang Bo is now focusing on his base. Yang Bo can use Bart's identity, and then jump through the club space to reach the depths of the universe, and see more alien creatures and silicon-based creatures there. But if the basic situation is not stable, Yang Bo will not rush to explore the entire universe, including the world in the Doomsday Dungeon game. The reason why Yang Bo did not go there to explore and brush up his skills personally, it is because that place is now under the close surveillance of the Alliance military. No matter how powerful one's personal superpowers are, there is no way to resist the military's warships. Because brushing up skills in the past will definitely make a noise, and the military is closely monitoring that world. Lisa sat in the captain's seat, looking a little dazed. It would be great if she could really become a captain. But Lisa thought of her current dual identity. Lisa was able to join the Federal Intelligence Department because of her family and background. Lisa's family is not a real civilian family, but only a well-off family. Such a family has no way to resist the Federal Intelligence Department. To put it bluntly, the Federal Intelligence Department is the thugs of several major forces in the Federation. If it were children born in those big families, the Federal Intelligence Department would not dare to recruit them as intelligence personnel. So do you want to come to the Fugui battleship and be a trainee captain? Yang Bo asked with a smile, holding Lisa with one hand. Really? Lisa certainly understood what Li Jian's hand holding her meant. Don't forget that I am also an admiral of the Federation. Of course, I can accept students like you who graduated from the military academy. I just don't know what your ability is. Yang Bo said seriously. People like Vivian and Lisa who have bad intentions and take the initiative to come to him, Yang Bo will certainly not give up. Who would refuse to get something for free? Besides, the aesthetics of the Federation Intelligence Department are much higher than those of the Alliance. The aesthetics of the Federation are above the standard because there is no free interference. Even the swallows selected by the Federation Intelligence Department are already top-notch in terms of appearance. And the most important thing is that Lisa and Vivian have not been artificially intervened. Even in the Interstellar Society, the beauty of artificial intervention can be seen. Because artificially created beauty has a template, while the beauty nurtured by nature has no template. So artificial and natural ones can be distinguished at a glance. Just like watching TV on Earth, you can tell at a glance whether a natural beauty or one from a hospital. Vivian almost rolled her eyes when she heard this. John Lee was hinting at Lisa in front of him. But Vivian didn't say anything. According to the Intelligence Department's analysis, John Lee's personality is extremely arrogant and proud. It's best not to disobey this kind of person, otherwise it may lead to unpredictable results. Just like he led people to catch an adulterer, he even broadcasted it live, and led people to beat the other party violently. Of course, this is also in line with the style of the warlords on the Federation side. It can be said that Li Jian is now a small warlord. Controlling several C-class battleships is already a considerable force. I wonder what the general wants to test. I learned things quickly. Lisa certainly understood what Li John was, and asked with a blushing face. There are too many things to test. How about we find a place to talk slowly? Yang Bo asked with a smile. Yes. Lisa agreed without gritted teeth. On the way to the spaceship, Lisa had already made preparations. Now the battleship's command room has come in. If she can become the acting captain, it will be very helpful to further understand Ni John's situation. And Lisa can't refuse the position of acting captain. Lisa knows that according to her situation, she may not be able to hold any important position on the battleship in her lifetime. In the main fleet of the Federation, the officers are from all the major families and forces. Without the support of the major families and forces, it is impossible to become an officer. And Lisa's family was originally only considered to be above average. This kind of person can only be a landowner in a very small place. There is no way to get involved in the military industry. The Federation's army is actually jointly managed by all the major forces. Just like Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart to go to Pandora, the planetary fleet of Pandora is jointly managed by the entire 11 cities of Pandora. These officers of the Federal Army are from various major forces, and they indirectly control the army. Hee hee. Then Yang Bo took Lisa to test her knowledge of warships. Halfway through the test, Vivian was asked to go in to help with the test. It must be said that the Swallows trained by the Federal Intelligence Department are indeed very satisfactory in terms of professionalism. Able to provide people with the greatest emotional value. One look can satisfy a man's emotional value, let alone two. Yang Bo also gave Lisa a spiritual seed. Lisa does have a superpower in terms of mental power, but it is not very strong, and has only reached sea level now. Of course, Lisa is still young. Lisa is only 19 years old now. Lisa was discovered by the Federal Intelligence Department when she was 13 years old. Of course, Lisa was not harassed in school or society because she joined the Federal Intelligence Department. With Lisa's appearance, figure and temperament, if she had not joined the Federal Intelligence Department, she would probably be favored by other chaebols or other people. In the Federation, sometimes being good-looking is also a disaster, especially when you are unable to protect yourself. As we all know, these female stars and singers in the Federation and those famous women are all toys that can be summoned and dismissed by the chaebols at will. Moreover, in the Federation, these female stars and singers do not belong to a certain chaebol alone, but are toys owned by these chaebols together. This is just like the entertainment industry of the Korean country on Earth. Of course, the handsome male stars and singers are the same, and they are toyed with by the old women of the chaebols. Captain Lisa, you passed the assessment. After the assessment, Yang Bo stroked Lisa's uniform. Lisa didn't take off her uniform at all, but just opened it. Thank you, General. Lisa knew that John Lee liked uniforms very much, and she answered weakly with a blush on her face. On the other side, Vivian had not yet recovered from the pleasure she had just felt, mainly because Vivian had endured most of the assessment. I will send a recruitment letter to the Academy. If you have friends who are willing to come to the battleship for internship, you can also introduce them to me. Yang Bo is now worried about the lack of talent in the fleet. People like Lisa who can work as cattle and horses and get free stuff, the more the better. Chapter 1139. Thank you, General. Lisa looked at Li Yuehan with a shy face, especially when she saw Li Yuehan assessing Wei Weiyan. The way this female singer behaved was completely different from the persona she usually established in the media. Well, our fleet will grow stronger in the future. As long as you perform well, you can become a captain. You can imagine that as long as you give an order, the main gun of the battleship can fire, and the planet in front of you will be destroyed. In the future, you may become an excellent captain like the commander of the 9th Fleet of the Alliance, and maybe even a female war god. Yang Bo made big promises to Lisa without asking for money, because Yang Bo himself felt that it was a bit too much. Although some secretaries on Earth provide all-round services to their bosses, the boss at least pays them. But Lisa didn't give anything at all. She didn't give money, nor did she give anything else, and she took the initiative to deliver it to him. So Yang Bo made big promises to Lisa, because Lisa's spiritual superpowers could never surpass Wang Mushue. Of course, Lisa still has the potential to grow, and it won't be a big problem for her to become a deputy captain in the future. Yang Bo also needs to prepare for the rainy day now. In this society, talents related to warships are all under the key control of 3 countries. Even among interstellar pirates, technical talents of warships have a higher status. With the development of technology today, the more advanced things are, the more they cannot be separated from human operation. No matter how high the intelligence program of a warship is, its judgment is based on known information. No one is good at predicting emergencies with intelligent programs. In war, humans still have to command machines. If two large fleets go to war, the two sides will interfere with each other first, and most of the data obtained by intelligent programs at this time are wrong. Just like Yang Bo disguised as Li Jian to attack the pirate joint fleet. First, he blew up a C-class battleship and used the energy wave of the explosion to interfere with everyone's radar. Of course, this is just a man-made universe. Sometimes energy shocks can even destroy spacecraft. Yang Bo must try to keep Lisa, who came to him. It is true that Lisa is a swallow trained by the Union Intelligence Department, but it is not impossible for these swallows to rebel. Everyone has weaknesses. And the most important thing is that John Lee is not afraid of the Federal Intelligence Department at all. Yang Bo is unwilling to take more extreme and more eye-catching ways to deal with the problem. Otherwise, Yang Bo can go to the Federal Intelligence Department in stealth and place some powerful bombs. Even the big families and big forces behind the Federal Intelligence Department or the federal high-level officials were wiped out. But this would only cause greater chaos. And the strength of Li Jian is still relatively weak. In addition, doing so would cause panic and expose his invisibility superpowers. Of course, if it came to the last resort, Yang Bo would also take such extreme actions. He is still willing to compete with everyone according to the existing rules of the Federation. If someone breaks the rules and wants to use cheats, then it's not Yang Bo's fault. We see whose cheats are better. Lisa heard John Lee's big promises and fantasized about being a captain, commanding a warship, and being a big shot on the battlefield. Vivian was standing next to her, with no strength in her body. When she heard John Lee's big promises to Lisa, she didn't believe it at all. But Vivian didn't say anything, because John Lee was very proud and arrogant. If she disobeyed John Lee, it might bring some serious consequences. Yeah, I will definitely work hard. Lisa actually struggled a little, but when she thought of the horrible methods of the Federal Intelligence Department, she suppressed these thoughts in her heart. Yang Bo knew some of Lisa's thoughts through the spiritual seed, and smiled in his heart. As long as there is a little desire in a person's heart, this desire will continue to be magnified. By then, you may be remembered by history like the commander of the 9th Fleet of the Alliance. Yang Bo painted another big pie. Lisa smiled and replied to John Lee when she heard this. The general just said that he wanted people to come to the fleet for internship. Is this true? I need you to give me their information. I don't need fools. Also, I will ask someone to come up with some questions and let them do the assessment. In the second sentence, Yang Bo pretended to reveal a little information. Yang Bo said that he would ask someone to come up with some questions, instead of saying that he would come up with the questions himself. This actually sent the wrong information to Vivian and Lisa. It seemed like an unintentional remark, but Yang Bo did it on purpose. Don't forget that Yang Bo's ability to disguise has reached the level of a grandmaster. As for the two women in front of him, although they have done a good job, they are full of loopholes in Yang Bo's eyes. Yeah, I have 2 girlfriends, but their major is not warship command, but radar officer. Lisa stretched out her arms to hug Li Jian's strong body, and the whole person was like an octopus sticking to Li Jian, and this posture was also trained to ensure that the man next to her felt very comfortable. No problem, show me their information later. Yang Bo smiled, and put his arm around Lisa. This trained woman knows how to please men. It's no wonder that some big stars on Earth can't escape those socialites, who came out of the socialite training class. The training of these socialites is definitely not as good as that of Lisa and others. Because these people's movements, body language, and language are all strictly trained. Can make men feel the greatest pleasure. When Yang Bo was painting a big picture for Lisa on the battleship Fugui, someone in the Empire began to plot against Bart. Bart's contribution this time was too great, although the Empire could not publicize it openly due to diplomatic issues. But people in the Empire admired Bart's actions this time. He was even called the first knight of the Empire in 500 years. And the Noble Council and the Empire have not yet rewarded such a person. The royal family and some nobles have submitted a proposal to the Noble Council for the 9th time to promote Viscount Bart to a hereditary duke. The previous 8 times were rejected by the Council of Elders of the Noble Council. Because of this incident, the internal contradictions and cracks of the Noble Council became increasingly serious. Some nobles believed that Bart was fully qualified to obtain the hereditary duke title, while other nobles believed that Bart was not suitable for the hereditary duke title. There have always been many contradictions within the Council of Elders of the Noble Council. The elders in the Council of Elders are all representatives of the great nobles. The rise of Bart not only made some old nobles lose face, but also touched the interests of these old nobles. This part of the nobles would definitely not allow Bart to become a hereditary duke. Because if Bart became a hereditary duke, he would have a seat in the council of elders of the nobles. That means Bart would be able to raise his hand at that time. This is something some elders don't want to see. And some, such as Bart's family, and families that have a good relationship with Bart's family, and families that have a good relationship with Bart, hope that Bart can be promoted to duke and then have voting rights in the council of elders. Although Bart's relationship with his family is not good, they are a family after all, with the same surname. In addition, Bart's ultra-high temperature materials have also attracted some people. In other words, Bart's own circle of friends is also quite large. So now the conflicts within the Elders' Council are getting bigger and bigger because of Bart's affairs. As the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, of course, he also supports Bart. Because Bart brought back 4 B-class battleships for himself. These battleships are being maintained and rested in a hidden place. Although these warships are controlled by His Majesty the Emperor, Bart is still the white glove on the surface. And the Emperor hopes that the Council of Elders of the Noble Council will split. Because the Council of Elders is the biggest obstacle to restricting the power of the royal family. And the party supporting Bart is constantly launching a public opinion offensive. It's just that the meetings of the Council of Elders of the Noble Council are kept secret, otherwise those elders who voted against would probably be caught in a huge whirlpool of public opinion. Of course, general public opinion has no effect on the nobles, but it is different if there are other great nobles behind this public opinion. This Bart must be eliminated. The elders of the Elders' Council, who voted against the proposal, gathered together, and the Wu family spoke first. This guy's ultra-high temperature materials bankrupted 2 groups of our family, which mainly deal in ultra-high temperature materials. Our family's 2 mining companies are also losing money now, because our rivals obtained ultra-high temperature materials from Bart. The materials used to process molds and cutting tools made of ultra-high temperature materials are much cheaper than ours. But Bart is not easy to deal with. He is like a rat, hiding in his territory all day long. And now the killer platform dare not openly accept orders related to Bart. How about we send out assassins? If we take action directly, the consequences may be more serious, and we are not sure. I have a good idea. Let Bart go to the center of the universe through the club. Then find a way to get rid of Bart there. Even more extreme, we can have someone destroy the transmission equipment and drop Bart directly at the center of the universe. That's a good idea. The center of the universe has many dangers and many restricted areas. This idea is good, but how do we get Bart to the center of the universe? We still know too little about Bart. We know nothing about what he likes, what his weaknesses are, and what other abilities he has. Since this guy showed up, no one else has been seen in his territory. And after this guy became famous, he retreated to his own territory. Our family arranged several groups of people to seduce him, but we didn't expect that we couldn't get close to him. The main reason is that Bart rose too fast. None of us have placed spies in Bart's territory. Moreover, this guy did not expand his territory or recruit people after he became famous. Our family sold the islands around his territory at a low price, but he was indifferent. Bart is a firepower user, and most of his current friends are from the field of ultra-high temperature materials. We can start from this aspect. In fact, we can also start from his relatives. Doesn't Ning Jiansheng want to break through? If Ning Jiansheng is in danger, do you think Bart should go to save him? Ning Jiansheng is not stupid. Even if there is no danger, we will put him in danger. And there may not be danger. It's just that the wrong information was conveyed, so Bart rushed over. You can try this method. Isn't Bart known as the first knight in the past 500 years? It all depends on whether he goes or not. If he doesn't go, his reputation will be much weaker. If he goes, that's what we want. Just do it this way. This time, we must do this well and perfectly. We should contribute our efforts and people. We all have people who have won over the new nobles. Now is the time for these people to play a role. As long as Bart dies, the source of ultra-high temperature materials will be cut off, and those companies that rely on Bart's ultra-high temperature materials will go bankrupt. Okay. These people discussed and decided to start with Ning Shua's grandfather. Yang Bo certainly didn't know that these people would do anything to plot against Bart. Yang Bo stayed on the Fuguei battleship for another day, and then gave Lisa and Vivian the authority to return to Karaya State or call the fighter plane on the battleship in Karaya State to take them back to the battleship. Of course, Yang Bo would let the 2 go back and let them pass on the information. See if the Federal Intelligence Department will send some more professional people. Then Yang Bo used the excuse that he had other things to do, and went to other warships and left the Federation. Then Yang Bo returned to March Star. Zhang Buizhen had already released the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates. The leader of the Violent Bear Pirates was severely tortured by Yu Yu, and then sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The restraint collar was removed during the rescue process. And during the treatment process, due to interference from some equipment in the hospital, the guard robot failed to keep up with the transfer of the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates. Then the leader of the Violent Bear Pirates took this opportunity to escape. TSK, the Pirate Alliance actually has a meeting place on March Star. Will Zhang Buizhen think that this meeting place was arranged by Mr. Jiu? Another spy has been planted in the Pirate Alliance, and the Pirate Alliance's base is also known. TSK. Yang Bo was very happy, because he hoped that the Pirate Alliance would continue to send him warships, so that he could continue to grow. Li Yong is also ready, just waiting for news from me. But the Red Earl's people have not yet given a specific mission, because the mission of the spacecraft transporting high-value mutant materials from the Green Devil Star is still confidential. Now the Alliance's transportation companies and insurance companies are more strict about the confidentiality of cargo ships, mainly because Roman Transportation Company is in collusion with the Pirate Alliance. Especially when transporting high-value goods, the plans made by insurance companies and transportation companies are more rigorous. But the Red Earl's people are hiding in the insurance company. As for why the insurance company knows these transportation routes, it is because the insurance company needs to review the transportation routes. Only after the insurance company's review will the insurance company pay compensation if something goes wrong. Wang Wuxue is coming back, and now we are about to upgrade our weapons. But the military will definitely add sand to the 9th Fleet. Alas, I have to make more money. A main fleet, not to mention other things, even the wages of tens of thousands of people are not a small amount. A main fleet has at least 40,000 people, and at most 100,000 people. Of course, the number of people in the Alliance fleet is indeed larger, because all the people on the Alliance warships have to take turns to take vacations, because only 1/3 of the year is spent on the warships. The main reason for this is, on the one hand, the Alliance's employment system. Working on a warship is counted as field work. Not only the salary is high, but also the welfare benefits are good, mainly because working on a warship is continuous work, and there are no holidays. In addition, although the Alliance has not been at war with the outside world, the continuous training of talents must continue. Then the relevant technical talents trained must work on the warships. This has led to the accumulation of a large number of technical talents, so the time for these technical talents to take up their posts has to be reduced. Moreover, the salaries of these officers and technical talents, who can serve in the main fleet of the Alliance, are very high in the entire Alliance. In other words, if Yang Bo has a main fleet, it must have at least 30,000 people. The monthly salary of these 30,000 people is a huge number, not to mention the long-term salary. In addition, the main fleet also needs huge logistical support. So ordinary people can't afford warships. Although Yang Bo can use interstellar biological puppets to control warships. But after all, his energy is limited. It's okay for some small activities in normal times. If you really encounter a large-scale war, you still need people to control it. Although the wealth of Yang Bo's several identities sounds like a terrifying number, it is not enough to face the fleet, a gold-eating monster. After the next revenge of the Pirate Alliance, John Lee can lead the warships to destroy the pirates. This way, he can make money and strengthen his own strength. It's hard to deal with Bart for the time being, mainly because the Empire is too stable. And Bart also needs to see what the Emperor thinks, and he has to make trouble for the Emperor. For the time being, I support the 7th Prince, because he is the last heir. But how can I provoke a fight within the royal family? Yang Bo never found a good entry point, because Bart couldn't come out and say that he supports the 7th Prince as the Crown Prince. This is equivalent to telling everyone that Bart wants to make trouble and mess up the royal family. Believe it or not, the Emperor will be furious immediately. Check the 7th Prince first? Yang Bo plans to understand the 7th Prince first. To be listed as the heir by the Emperor, he must not be incompetent. Yang Bo returned to the upstairs of the March Star Villa and came to the internet room. He found that the watch received several messages, including Zhou Rui, Zhang Buizhen, and Lu Jijia. Celebration party? Yang Bo found that he was invited to attend the celebration party.